Yo. Yo, listen up, it's your boy Birch in the his house. Plan so slick, gonna make your pockets his house. I got an app that's gonna change your life. But before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. Yo, listen up, it's your boy Dirt H in the his house. That's the horse house. Got a plan so slick, gonna make your pockets his house. I got an app that's gonna change your life. But before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. But turn up, that's the light I'm preaching. Sell my app, it's what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
I'm laughing, pocketing a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer. I'm a scammer. Nah, you're good, man. No worries. Yeah. Yeah, take your time, man.
Your luck while I'm laughing, pocketing a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, the icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go. It's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. I'm a scammer. Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. The scammer, I play the game. Gonna hustle hard, gonna rise to fame. But remember one thing, it's all a ploy. To make that green, I'll be your decoy. So if you wanna join, come take my hand. But beware the tricks, it's all planned. T-I-T-R-H, that's my name. In the world of scams, I got the fame.
All right, here we are. Holy moly.
I'm a scammer.
Oh, what's up, Cody? All right, so I have him here. I have him here. So the chat is not what I need it to be. Fuck. The fucking chat. This is what I'm gonna do. The chat is going to be shit. Oh man, this sucks. All right, I'm like, so like these are all things like I just like for some reason I just didn't think of them. All right, I need to, is there a way to, all right, pop out chat, and then actually, you know what, we're gonna have to do it up here. Fuck. Please be logged in. Yes. Okay. YouTube Studio. Okay. We're gonna do come on. Here. I'm all in a tizzy. All right. Pop out chat. Okay. So what this is going to have to look like is this is going to be the chat, is going to have to be a window capture chat. Okay, here we go. Teeny tiny. Okay. All right. right. All right. I feel so bad. I'm just having this guy just fucking sit here and wait. Okay. All right. This is gonna be janky as fuck. Janky. Okay, it's janky. Will we behave? Okay. Hello, everybody. Okay. Let's get him on. He's right here. Interview 2. There we go. Oh, perfectly framed. But I do need the new chat. Copy. Interview 2. Paste. Reference. Okay. This is janky as fuck. Okay. I am ashamed of how janky this is, but you know what? Sometimes you just gotta roll with it. When you have kids, you have kids, okay? All right, janky is your middle name, whatever. All right, let's welcome him in.
What the fuck?
Hey, man, sorry about that.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, let me get my video on. All right. How's it going?
Good. How are you, man? No, my laptop's
I'm not usually this discombobulated, I promise.
There we go.
My gosh, welcome in. Thank you for coming on. I really appreciate it. I've been looking to get someone on my channel for a little bit. Lest, do you know who Will Duffy is at all?
I don't.
No. He's we'll talk about him later. But he was the first one I ever interviewed on here. So so I do appreciate. I'm a generally small channel. I'm trying to grow a little bit. I find stuff fascinating, and I want to dig into those kind of things. So why don't you introduce to my chat who you are?
Word, no doubt. My name is Andrew. I go by With the Sun 33. I go by that name. A lot of people ask me why, am I a Freemason? Am I this or am I that? Because they see numbers and they get freaked out. They panic.
Yeah,
People,
the 33.
Oh no, numbers, we got to remember numbers are numbers, but no, it's a family thing. My last name is Consoli, which means with the sun in etymology. And so that's why, that's my name. And I was never into social media. I never cared for it. I just watching so many people on here, and over the last, really zoning in over the last 3 or 4 years into some truther stuff. And I just, my mind was blown, man. And as I'm watching some of this stuff on social media, I'm like, what is happening? Like, why aren't people talking? Why aren't there more channels? Why aren't there more truthers? Why aren't there more? Like, there should be more going on. And I don't know, man. There's just, the more you learn, the more you want to share. And there's a lot to learn. I mean, a lot. And the unfortunate thing, though, brother, is the stuff that we talk about, and I don't really know what you talk about on your channel, so I guess I'll say what I talk about, is some people, if you have a belief system, some people get really scared about a lot of the stuff that we talk about, because it goes beyond belief systems, because and if so, but I'm just gonna say I don't ever try to insult anybody. Everyone has belief systems and things, and I never try and cross boundaries with anybody. What you believe is what you believe. I think it's about love and respect and just truth, really. You know what I mean? Helping your neighbor, helping people, brother, in truth, because that's how you grow.
Yeah. I love that. So I was watching. I did a little digging on your stuff. I mean, you're pretty public dude. I do appreciate how available you are. I did go through a few of your videos here on Instagram, and you have a few Instagram accounts, right? You have With the Sun 33, and then the Andrew John the Creator.
Yeah, that was my really original account. But Yeah, and then the other one, I have more than that even because I get deleted so often, dude. It's crazy, man.
Yeah.
You know, I think these accounts now, I don't know, even on TikTok, I'm on my 5th account right now in like 4 or 5 months. It's crazy,
Jeez.
you know. Yeah, yeah, 5th in 4 or 5 months, and I'm at about 90,000 on there, dude. And
Yeah.
it's so annoying because they just got rid of it, and I fought it, and I ended up getting it back like a week later. But
Wow.
now I'm teetering, dude. I'm on the edge right now, so I won't even post off it anymore because I'm afraid one post and they're gonna take it down.
So what do you think is what is, like, if you were to post a video that you feel like would get your account shut down again on TikTok, what do you think that content would be about?
Anything truthful.
Well, I mean, at this point, I mean, we can say that truth is pretty subjective
Yeah.
when it comes to, because what I've seen in my research of you know, the flat Earth and other things like that, you know, there's a lot of people that say that they have the truth. I mean, there's people, because you do talk about the Bible a lot, so I want to talk a little bit like into that, but there's other people, you know, other flat earthers and whatnot that that just talk about, that don't bring up the Bible, and they have the truth, but it's different than the people who have the answers through the Bible and stuff like that. So, and then there's the glowers that, you know, they have the truth because of what scientists tell them and all that kind of stuff, and what they learn in school and geometry and math and all that. So what is it about your truth that you think that these platforms just don't like?
Well, here's the thing, man, is I don't I really try and, like, I talk about the Bible, and I have talked about Jesus in the past, and I'm actually going to go through some videos and take a few things down, but I might leave them up because it's fun to show the progression of learning and understanding things. It's fun to show that. And the unfortunate thing about being open about sharing your opinions and the knowledge that you've learned is that what I share today is not what I'm going to believe tomorrow.
Okay.
You know, so if I share something today, any good researcher will know that I'm going to do a ton of research after I share that and come to all sorts of new research. And then that next day, I'm going to, so it's almost in a way, it's very ballsy to have the balls as a researcher to come out and say, you know, this is my belief system. So as far as belief systems, I don't have one. I really try not to. Like, the reason I talk about the Bible is because in the Bible, here we go, right here, the Bible has a lot to do with the constellations. And the Bible is a time-telling machine, okay? It has a lot to do with the constellations. And people are going to say, no, it doesn't. Oh, it's that you can't talk about the zodiac. Listen, the word Mazzaroth is in the Bible 2 times. The word Mazzaroth means the zodiac. That's what it means in ancient Hebrew.
Okay.
So this thing is a timepiece. It dates Jesus as a Pisces, Moses as an Aries. It goes all the way back into Egypt as a Taurus. If you really keep digging, you'll realize that Egypt, the head of the statue in Egypt with the body of a lion, that's actually the head, most likely, of Virgo the Virgin, which makes Egypt 12,000 years old if you view the sky as a timepiece, which it is. And which is interesting because that brings you to the flat earth. Now, we have a sky above us, brother, that is made up of 12 constellations that used to be probably a different number of constellations. They've added 1 or 2, I believe, many researchers believe. But these constellations have been spinning around us for centuries, for thousands of years, and they can predict where they're going to be in certain amounts of time. They know this. If the Earth, number one thing for me is if the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour, the equator is 66,600 miles an hour around the sun. Now they rounded it up to 66,700 miles an hour because they got caught saying too many 666s, so they had to round it up. But not only that, okay, we are chasing the sun through the Milky Way galaxy 500,000 miles an hour. So here we are doing all this. Why and how are we looking up every night and seeing the same constellations night after night? And why do I love the Bible, brother? Because those constellations are in here too. And they're in older text. So that means even the ancient people knew they were there. So if we are endlessly spinning through outer space, which that's what it says. If you Google it, it says we have never been to the same place more than once. We're endlessly traveling. Then how on the hell are all of these stars coming with us? I'm telling you, that's an amazing. You know what? The world is amazing, brother. If that's the case,
See,
even crazier than I thought.
See, that's what I love about my research in this, because I never actually thought about it. I never thought about, we are like that. That's what, you know, that's what the consensus is that we are spinning at the equator tangentially at 1,000 miles per hour. We are orbiting the sun. We are, and then our solar system is orbiting the Milky Way galaxy, and you know, at these incredible speeds. And I never thought about how insanely cool that is to think about. To like wow, that is really, really cool. But I mean, there's but with that, I guess there's a certain person, kind of person that I am not the kind of person that looked at that and said that can't be possible. This is who. So I'm going to introduce myself as this. Let me tell you a little bit myself. Did you do any digging on my stuff?
I didn't. I haven't had the time, dude.
Yeah,
honestly.
I get it. I get it. So I am. So I'm a small content creator. My name is Mike. I run the page Mike Over IP. It used to be just a primary gaming page, but then I started getting into. There's been a lot of stuff that I felt that I was learning that I could start talking about online, as far as informing. However, what I feel like makes this interesting is that there's multiple people on either side that can have conversations like this, you know, to bounce ideas off of each other. You know what I'm saying? In a non-aggressive tone. Not like, I don't know if you watch like Fight the Flat Earth or anything like that, but he can be pretty damn aggressive. You know what I'm saying?
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
If you want to keep your sanity, I would suggest staying away from his channel. But yeah, no. So what I wanted to do was just kind of talk to somebody, and you were the first one that I could get on. Everybody else was like, no, I don't want to. You're just going to talk down to me. It's like, that's not really the style I want to do. It's like, I just want to talk to you, get your ideas, and then like have you think about my ideas. You know, I think about yours, you think about mine. So that's the kind of direction I want to go with this. So so with that being said, I looked at that information with how much we're traveling through space, and I thought, wow, that's really cool. I never thought, wow, that's not possible. You know what I'm saying? And the answers to your questions, as far out there thinking that you have to think, is all of those stars that you see are all in the Milky Way galaxy, and they're all moving with us, and they have been for a millennia or longer than that, you know, a really, really long time, billions of years. So the same constellations that we have now were different. The Polaris was not always our North Star, and this is.
You can't hold on a second. But you can't prove that though,
right? Because we weren't.
This is your talking on this side. This is always your talking points, though. This is what I mean, and this is why it gets aggravated. This is why I don't even usually do this with people, because it's always these talking points where you can't prove that Polaris hasn't always. It's called the pole star, dude.
Right. But literally Polaris. Yeah, exactly.
It's the pole. Look up the definition of what pole means. It's the center. Right. So it's named that for a reason. Nobody on this earth can prove it has or hasn't moved. But all I know is that they've been writing. Bro, I just found a picture in a book that I just found at Savers for like 50 cents of all this stuff in Egypt, all these pictures that you can't find on Google when you Google them. And they're of the wall inside all of the different places. And they're pictures of the zodiac on the walls, thousands and thousands of years old. So those constellations have never changed, and neither had the North Star. That's based on information that we can see today. That's what that's based on. So when people say, oh, the North Star has changed, but nobody can prove that. All we can prove is things that we can visibly see and things that we can read. The pole star was discovered. Do you know when it was discovered or who discovered it?
It wasn't it like 6,000 years ago or something? And I don't remember.
No, the first accounts that it was written about was about 1,500 years ago. Do you know anything about Ptolemy and Kepler and Tycho Brahe and all them?
Yeah, in my research, I've heard their names dropped, but go ahead.
Well, because I mean, if like all this stuff stems from Ptolemy and his research. But what's funny, brother, is Ptolemy is the god of this whole model, the heliocentric model. And Ptolemy also didn't even believe that we spun. He thought that the earth was stationary, but he thought that the earth was a sphere. He thought it was a ball, basically like it was like this mouse, like sitting on top of this. That's what Ptolemy thought. We were like a ball built onto like an earth, not we were stationary, but like a lump. I would believe that over moving. But what's funny about all that is before Johannes Kepler, the name that mainstream science latched onto, the god of heliocentricity, him and Ptolemy, anyone that knows, done any amount of research has heard those names. Johannes Kepler was the assistant of a guy named Tycho Brahe. Tycho Brahe was an astronomer in the 1500s that was drawing sky maps for kings, queens, anyone that was anyone. Tycho Brahe would not agree with mainstream science that it was a ball. He refused. He said, no, it's flat, it's non-rotating. Ptolemy agreed with him, said it's non-rotating, but it's a ball. This is where we start getting this whole ball idea. Okay, so even the first couple of people that the head names that we hear when we talk about this stuff, even them, they did not believe that we were spinning. This is a newer theory, the whole we're rotating around the sun. This is brand spanking new. It's not old at all. Every ancient civilization, dude, sundials, have you ever built a sundial?
I have not, but I remember I had a child at the kids museum when I was growing up had a sundial out in their front yard.
Brother, a sundial is amazing because you can do a basic experiment with a flashlight. Sundial, if the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, like they say, it rises in the east, sets in the west. That means it goes above us. A sundial just does not work. It doesn't work. It renders itself completely useless. The only way for a sundial to work is if the sun goes around whatever is it's lighting up. That's literally the only way. Sundials would be useless. They would never work in a million years. This is what I mean. This is why flat earth to me is aggravating. And it's because like there's so many proofs. It's unbelievable. I mean, there's camera footage of 2,500 miles away, radar footage from airplanes, like thousands of feet up, thousands of miles, almost 2,000 miles, not a single inch of curve, man. If the curve is 8 inches per mile squared, there is no curve. And so there are too many things that we have to fight against to come to this curved spinning ball. That's the problem I have. Is, bro, I believed in it too. I believed in science. I loved it. I had pictures of fucking Star Wars. I loved all of it. I was broke. I was mad, angry, because what happened was I was like 35 and I was like, I really wanted to learn more because I was like, I just didn't feel like I knew enough. And when I started thinking about things like, oh man, I wonder how fast the earth actually moves, because I didn't really know. And then I looked it up and then I thought, damn, that's insane. So I wasn't a hater off the rip. I wasn't like, nah, fuck no. Bro, right. If you told me right now you had a Nephilim giant in your bathroom, in your bathtub, and you were trying, I would maybe believe that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying I wouldn't believe you. What I'm saying is I do so much research and I do it in libraries and the people that I research, we just have come to certain conclusions, and I do a lot of experimentation too. Like I go crazy, brother. I'm 5 years sober, so I put all my effort into that. Like it's that all day now. Like I buy telescopes. I just bought a P1000. I've been shooting hundreds of miles away, no curve. I mean, when I get into something, I get into something. And I'll tell you what, the research that I've done, if you've never heard of a channel, CRROW777radio.com, Crow 777, he has professors, law degrees, everyone on there, and his research is impeccable. He's brilliant. And he swears to God on there is not a single chance in this planet we are moving. And that's why, like, when I say I don't have a belief system, I don't have a belief system. I base things on truth and on knowledge. And where I'm at with what I've learned is that we're not spinning endlessly through the galaxy. And there are so many reasons why we aren't either. They have us trapped for so many reasons. It's sad and scary. And brother, I could if I had a weekend with you, if you could come over my house and spend the weekend, dude, I could show you so much stuff that would make your head spin with the way that they encode. NASA encodes their fakery. They use alchemy on the people. They encode everything in their numbers, in their fake names, in their Greek mythology, every single thing they do.
Damn. That was a lot. That was a lot.
Bro, I could go on this forever, like forever, man.
I love that. I love that. I love that you're just in it. I love it. So, again, I want to make it very clear. This is just I just wanted to get some ideas off you. I do have some questions on. Well, I don't have some questions, but like I read through your post on your website, February 21st. The truth will set you free. I found it very interesting. This isn't really about flat Earth at this point. What I'm interested is to hear about the World Fair in Chicago.
Oh man, those are great stories.
That actually piqued my interest quite a bit, because then after I read that, I was like, huh, let me read about the World Fair in Chicago. And, you know, it was put together in 2 years. There were 47 nations that helped put it together. There were the Columbus ships were built in what, Spain or UK or something, and sailed over so that they could be an exhibit. That was that takes a lot, and there were hundreds of buildings that were built in only 2 years. So what do you have to say? What's your narrative on that?
Dude, oh man, I'm actually glad that you took us away from flat Earth. I'm not gonna lie, because I could rant about that forever. But there's so many. That's the thing about this stuff, bro. When you get into this stuff, I'm happy that you got into this and away from the gaming stuff, because there is just so many topics, dude. Because really, we've been lied to on just such a sickening level, and it's sad. It's sad. I mean, if you join these secret clubs, they teach you some of the truth at the higher levels. But, you know, it's sad because the lies is the never ending lies. But, oh shit, hold on.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
All right. Yeah. So the World's Fair. All right. So, dude, the World's Fair is right. The World's Fair is 1893 Chicago. So first of all, where I think this is funny, and I love looking at it from every angle, all right? World's Fair, if you're born in the 1800s and it takes you, you know, a hell of a trip to travel around the world to travel somewhere and to see something, that's a trip. I mean, we were told in school when I grew up that people died on those boats coming over from they died. So that's a hell of a trip. So if I'm told that they built these buildings out of plaster in 2 years, who in their right mind is going to travel from all over the world to come somewhere to see a plaster and paper mache building? You know, when it's this crazy trip, no one. That is the dumbest narrative I have ever heard in my life. It's ridiculous. When you look at the pictures and the fine details of those buildings, man, they were so finely detailed. I mean, there's no denying that those buildings were built with, I mean, with heart and soul. Those buildings were built. It took time to build those buildings. They had horse and buggy. They had no power tools. They were built in 2 years. That's 1893. All right. There were, a lot of people don't know this. Those World's Fairs weren't the only World's Fairs. There were over 20 World's Fairs. They changed the name from the World's Fairs to the World's Expos, and they were all over the United States, from Boston all the way to California.
Yep.
And they were from the late 1800s to the early 1900s. There are like 26 or 28 of them. All right. And let me tell you, they're all designed about the same. If you can find there are still pictures of them. They're all designed the same. The buildings look the same. They're unbelievable. There's no way that we built them in 2 years. Even if they were made of paper mache, I don't think we could have done it, to be honest. Yeah. And dude, there's just, so why are they lying about that? You know, so what's going on with that? And I don't know if you know this, but if you find those old pictures, if you look up in the pictures, the background of those pictures look weird. Like the sky is all blotted out, and they erased a lot of blimps from the sky. And I found pictures that they didn't, and the sky was lit up with blimps. Like, really? It was ridiculous. Yeah. So, dude, you're telling me that it's crazy. I mean, there was that. They were all over the place. Dude, our whole entire history is ridiculous when you start looking into it. I don't know where you're from. I'm from Massachusetts. I do a lot of work out in Massachusetts as far as like this type of work, research. If you look into any of the older buildings, 19th century buildings, all the stories are totally not believable at all. They'll tell you this was built in 1887 and it burnt down in 1888 and they had to rebuild it in 1889 and a donkey kicked over a candle and farted and burnt the whole town down. It's like, dude, come on now. Like, they're just the craziest stories you've ever heard, you know? So, and then when you start looking at pictures, look at a picture from like the 1900s. You'll see the street lined with these unbelievable buildings. And then you'll compare it to a picture today, and all of them are gone. And you see these pieces of crap, metal structures made of metal and glass that you could blow over in a windstorm. You know, because you know why, brother? Because they want to take away everything that they built that's beautiful and put in replaceable garbage that they can just take out on a whim. When they want to erase history next time, it'll be so easy. They can fart on these buildings and knock them down, and they can write a new history based off of that. You know. Interesting.
So, so what do you think was what do you think was the malicious intent behind the 1893 World's Fair? Well, like, what was the end goal of that, do you think?
Like, what were they doing there?
Yeah, like what, why did they, I mean, there were 23 million people who visited that in the 6 months that it was up. And then what, 2 days before closing ceremonies, the mayor was assassinated?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's just a theory, basically. There's
a lot, man. There's so many. I've heard so many theories on this stuff now. It's like, and you know, like I said, I don't have belief systems because they get in the way of the truth. But like, so I don't really like messing with theory. But I mean, what could it have been? Let's think. You know, I've heard that. I mean, you've heard of Tartaria, obviously, and all of that. So like, Tartaria, was it that we had an empire that was just a massive empire that got taken over at one point? And then basically, I've heard this story, right? That Tartaria was a massive empire that got taken over by an evil empire. And this evil empire, if you didn't agree with their demands and they were like, all right, we're taking over now, this is the way. If you don't agree, they killed you, you know, and they left the kids. And then they started shipping the kids to these empty cities and these empty towns. And maybe that's what these World's Fairs were. They were relocating families and children and the innocent people from this war that they had that they never told us about. I mean, there's so much history in our past that is a lie, like a confirmed lie. And there's just, so who knows? I think that I honestly, I don't know what to think because I hate thinking, you know. But like, what were they? What they weren't, brother, in my opinion, were temporary buildings that were built in 2 years. That's what they weren't. You know, I first of all, I'm a licensed home inspector, real estate agent, construction supervisor in multiple states.
Mhm.
I've talked to so many contractors, masons that have looked at those pictures and said that's not temporary and that is above what we are capable of doing.
Interesting. See,
Yeah,
see,
so
that's all something that I actually, this is why I love doing this, is because like I'm learning a lot, because like I never even thought about, you know, the World's Fairs or anything like that. However, that, with the way the World Fair was described, it sounded a lot like there's this town that Walt Disney built that was
okay,
outside
yeah.
of Disney.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. My grandmother used to love that place.
Yeah.
What the hell was it called? Pleasantville?
Yeah,
Or Pleasureville or something.
Yeah, and everything was just perfect. Everything was
they
like,
played music on the sound on the poles. The light poles would be music playing, like frequencies everywhere. Oh yeah.
I mean, that's a whole conspiracy in itself, is, you know, like, I mean, and like there were people who died there that was completely like just shoved under the, like pushed under the rug, like it wasn't talked about, and like it was just like, if there was anything bad that happened, it was covered up like that, like no one would know about it. And I thought that was really interesting when I read about that, and then I start reading your description on the World's Fair. I was like, shit, this is happening. You know, that might have been like the permanent, you know, facade, or the permanent, you call it an indoctrination camp in your
Dude, you know the story about what's his name, H.H. Holmes? The killer there that killed supposedly hundreds, if not thousands, of people during the World's Fairs in Chicago.
Yeah.
I think one of my theories on that is that is total make-believe, all of that, made up. If you do his name in different numerologies, it's 666, birthday 666, everything breaks down to 666. It's the Freemason way of saying, yeah, we made this up. And dude, he's embedded in it. But that's beside the point. I think they use that story to steer people away from the truth of the World's Fairs, because they always do that, bro. They have it's smoke and mirrors, because it's always a magic trick with them. Everything is, look over here when we're doing this. And they were going to do that movie. Leonardo DiCaprio bought the rights to make the movie Devil in a White City, which is about H.H. Holmes and Chicago World's Fair.
No
and they bought the rights over 10 years ago, and they decided not to do anything with it. And I think that's because of the truther movement looking into the World's Fair so heavily. They didn't want more movies about it, so they just shoved it under the rug and left it alone. Like they do with everything, bro. When we're over the target, they slip it in a show, making us look stupid somehow. And then they shuffle it under the rug and get rid of it.
Interesting. Very, very interesting takes. Let's see. There is something else. Yeah, I actually, you know what? I also read up on the so I'm part of this Discord channel. It's called Earth Awakenings. And I was hanging out in their voice chat. They love me over there. I mean that sarcastically. There's this one guy that was sharing. I'm from Massachusetts too. I'm from the Boston area. I'm 25 minutes outside Boston. This guy had taken a trip to Boston. And he was taking videos and stuff of the cathedrals there, and his basic point was, these buildings aren't made anymore. Like just kind of like what your point was, that this you know, these beautiful ornate buildings, like they're 1 in a million now, and I found that very interesting, and I read into why. And what I read was it was for cooling and efficiency, power efficiency. Just the materials and the insulation and the thick glass and all that kind of stuff. That's what do you feel? What do you think about that explanation for why these buildings are being torn down and just the historical ones are being renovated, but then replaced?
It's a nice way to, it's a nice way to make an excuse why we don't put our heart and soul into anything anymore. Why we don't know how to do anything anymore. Why we don't use our creative part of our brain anymore.
Yeah.
Why they can keep pushing AI. Oh, just keep pushing this whole movement, making us dumber and dumber. It's a nice way of saying that. It's just, dude, there's always there. You can make up an excuse for anything, and it doesn't. That's just. It's fingernail polish on a pig. It's
Polishing a turd.
to me. Really, like. It's efficiency. That's why. It's because of efficiency. Then why is Bill Gates still traveling around the world in his Ford quadruple jet engine? Why are these elites doing things using a crazy amount of gas? Why are we still fighting wars? Why are we still using gas? Isn't there a better solution? They blame us for their gas. It's so funny. We get blamed for the gas. I'm not drilling gas.
Right.
Why are they doing all of this stuff? If they gave a damn about green energy, they wouldn't be doing solar, because you know what? Digging lithium out of the earth, putting it on our roof with a 20-year life expectancy, these giant panels, where are we going to put them? Where? We could throw them in a pile somewhere, in the dirt somewhere? Yeah, that's a good idea. This is so eco-friendly. They don't give a damn about the environment. They pretend to care. They don't care. And it's so blatantly obvious. They fly around in airplanes spraying stuff. And if you don't think that's spray coming out of there and not just a regular exhaust, I don't know what to tell you at this point. You can watch. It never leaves. It stays in the sky forever. They admit to cloud seeding. So it's admitted that doing this stuff. They admit to spraying metal in the sky so the sun bounces off it to prevent global warming. They admit this stuff, openly admitted. So it's like they don't care about the atmosphere or the environment. They're spraying aluminum and barium in the sky and admitting it. They do not care about the environment at all. And so anytime I hear something like that, it's like someone punching you in the face, them saying sorry, and then them punching you in the face again, and then saying sorry, and then them punching you in the face again. Like, how many times are you gonna let them punch you in the face and say sorry? They don't care. They're not really saying sorry. They don't care about you. So that's why, bro, I'm at the point now, they don't care about us. They put poison in our drinking water. I just got a letter in the mail like 3 months ago that said, by the way, we're putting fluoride in your water now and a couple other things. And I was like, what? I don't want that in my water. I want water with no fluoride. Nope, sorry, mandatory poison. Oh,
yeah, no problem.
Chuck is crazy. Yeah, mandatory poison in the water now. Sorry. Look at the ingredients in all of our stuff, in all of our shampoo, all of our everything. They do not care about us, about the environment, about any of it. So anytime I hear that, it's just like, oh, please give me a break. And I feel the same about the government too, because you know what? As far as the government, right versus left, two wings of the same bird. It's a theater. It's a show. Everything's staged. It's all bullshit. The Simpsons do not predict the future, my friend. And
thank you for saying that.
yeah, the Simpsons don't predict the future. And this is what I mean when I say I don't have belief systems. I have knowledge, and I go based on things that I know and things that I can confirm. That's all. And then if I find myself in a predicament where I was wrong, I will openly admit it, because you know what? People are wrong a lot. I'm wrong every day. I'm wrong still. I get wrong a lot, brother. And you know what? That's a part of life. Yeah. We're humans.
And I find integrity when you first started talking, you said, well, the things I believe in today may not be what I believe in tomorrow, because the thing about information is, and learning is things are always changing. Understanding of the way things work changes all the time, and that's what I find fascinating about like science itself is we're always trying to falsify what we already know, and it's really, really cool to see. So like the things that I believe that I know right now might not be the same tomorrow as well, which is why I want to like have these conversations and stuff to really explore all the different aspects. So in with that being said, I actually did an episode on chemtrails, and I found in my research, one of the biggest things, like the cliffhanger that I had, the suspense for the end, which is what I'm doing now, I guess, is that chemtrails or contrails, they're actually doing things worse for the environment than what the whole conspiracy is because the contrails with the fuel efficient engines that they have now, the contrails are staying around longer, and with moving into nighttime, the heat from the radiant heat from the earth is blocking it in. Right, exactly. So it's actually doing worse things for the environment than the entire conspiracy of the chemtrails to begin with. So like, I found that incredibly interesting because it's like, oh, okay, well, I'm going to try and debunk chemtrails. Okay. Yeah. But wait a second, the reality is worse than what the actual conspiracy is. So, so whether it be true, you know, it is, you know, whether it be true that they're putting stuff into the sky, because I know that cloud seeding is a very, it's like, it's privately done in very small amounts just to like test. But that doesn't mean it's, you know, it still exists. But again, the whole thing that is holding in the heat, is actually, so what they're actually trying to do now is try to figure out ways to reduce the contrails, which is like flying at lower altitudes, which then would cause, you know, having to spend more.
Are they still calling them contrails, the ones that are like 16 miles behind the plane?
Yeah, well, see, for contrails to exist, the environment has to be right. It has to be negative 40 degrees Celsius. And
how do they explain it though when there are two of the planes that are flying side by side that are the same plane that don't have an active trail and one isn't?
So the difference is, because I saw that video, the difference is altitude. One of them is higher than the other, basically. So it's just it looks like they're flying side by side, but it's, you know, that's all here or there. I'm not here to argue. I don't want to, because I'm here to get your ideas and to have.
I'm just curious though, like do you really think though that the change of the altitude is going to make that much of a difference? Like
with temperature, yeah.
I don't know. I think that, dude, I don't know. I would disagree. I mean, I would disagree. I think that dude, I've seen articles though where they're like openly admitting that they're spraying stuff. Like, have you ever seen the videos of the machines that are attached to the back? They like I've seen videos of the pilots going and showing the machines and what they are and what they do. They're not telling you what they're spraying out of them,
right? But
they're certainly not a plain exhaust. It's a machine spraying stuff. Like, so.
Yeah,
they do that.
I've seen that with biplanes. First off, really quick, guys, can I get people to hit the like button for me, please? Just hit the like button. Just hit the like button. Anyway, all right. So I just want to get that out of the way.
Yeah.
So when I remember that there were like biplanes and whatnot that would eject mosquito killer in really bad areas. When I was growing up, they were doing that to the woods in the area that I lived in, and then, you know, that kind of idea just kind of like sticks around in your brain, and then it's like, what else are they like pumping out of these planes? You know what I'm saying? And then you find out that you know, with regulations and testing, all that kind of stuff, those they stopped doing that because it was really bad for people. But yeah, it's just crazy that the whole chemtrail thing is I mean, like with the research that I did, it wasn't viable, but again, the whole thing about the just the contrails existing is bad.
You know what I find interesting too is, like, at the end of the day, like, do they have the capability of making something, putting it on an airplane and spraying poison out of the airplane? Do they have the capability of doing that? Of course they do. Are they going to tell us that they're doing it? If they were doing it, probably not. Could they be doing? Yeah. Like, that's why, like, when, like, with even things like that, like, bro, I base it on common sense, not on, like, with something like that. I don't even necessarily, I'll do some research on it, but I don't even go too crazy with that, because it's like, I'm going to base this shit on common sense. I look up, I see two planes looking like they're traveling about the same height. One's spraying stuff that's lasting forever in the sky. One is not. That's spraying something that isn't. That's my eye seeing. And then that's it. And I know that's basing it on eye seeing, but also based on some other research and some other evidence. And, there's that. But, like, I think that, like, no matter what, at the end of the day, we don't know really jack shit of what they're doing, because they can do anything and they're not going to tell us. They do anything. I think they do a lot of stuff too that, like, even they don't know what they're doing. Like, do you think Biden? I don't think Biden even knows what he's doing. Like, these people those are puppets. Like, they don't know. They have no idea. They're getting played too. We're all getting played.
They couldn't like so that's a conspiracy that I've always, like, kind of battled. Just like they would, like, that's not a thing, but like, just the fact that, like, my own sanity is being really pushed here, because just I don't talk politics, but this is as far as I'm gonna go. The last debate was such a joke that like, for this to be allowed in our country as an official, these two people could potentially run this country. Like, they're obviously not pulling the strings.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Yeah.
There's something like I as much as I don't want to believe that, it's just like, that is just so insane with what is happening, how these two people act and talk and whatever. It's all a joke. They
couldn't be making it any more obvious to us that it's theater and it's staged and it's all bullshit. I think, honestly, in a way, it might be on purpose. Like, I don't even know, but it's like
they're mocking us at this point.
The whole show has gotten more and more pathetic over the years, like, more see-through. The veil is coming off. Like, truly, when people say the veil is being lifted, it's a really great way of looking at it. I mean, that's probably the best analogy, because it's true. It's getting thinner and thinner. You can see through it. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Yep. It's interesting. Hey, my question to you then. All right.
Yeah.
So, because you're more on the on the science side.
Yeah.
What do you what do you think of the Bible, Jesus, all that stuff? What's your stance on all that?
So I am a God-fearing Christian, Catholic, if you will. However, I don't want to say I was raised to think this way, because when I was a kid, I would read I would read a couple pages of the Bible every night to put myself to sleep. I wasn't studying it. What I always interpreted the Bible as was parables, stories of lessons to be learned. How you say, not things that happened truthfully. Now, I know that and then so I was actually watching this, so I know how you feel about this, about the New Testament, because I'm kind of a New Testament kind of guy. And like the Book of Enoch, I know you talked about that in one of your videos, and that the Old Testament, I was raised to believe that those were all just lore and how do I put it? I'm trying to
Like
think of,
like mythos.
like not mythos, but like but what am I looking for here, guys? Lessons, kind of.
Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying.
And yeah, I forgot, but yeah, they that not to be taken literally.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there are some crazy subjectively crazy things in the Bible, like you know, I do believe that God is powerful. I believe that He is. There's a debate that I was watching, and one of it was an atheist versus a creationist, and he was being asked, you know, is God all good? Is God all powerful? And I do believe all the parables. There we go, parables. So yeah, and I do believe that God is all good. I do believe that God is all powerful. I don't believe that God actually killed millions of people. I think that, like, the story of Noah's flood and all that, those were parables. You know, like I don't believe that stuff actually happened. But that's you asked me on my subjective opinion.
Yeah, no, I'm curious.
So yeah, so that's me. However, I do believe that God God gave Virgin Mary a son. He grew up to be Jesus, and Jesus died for our sins and came back to forgive us. So and open the doors to heaven. So that's my belief system. I also believe that God is so powerful. Like I said, He's all powerful. He can create an ever expanding universe. He can create what we understand scientifically as the universe we live in. And that's my belief system, is that he is all powerful. He can do the impossible. And that's one of the supporting factors. Like, when I hear something incredible about space, I go, wow, God is powerful, right? That's my view on it. Like, holy crap. Like how does that happen by chance? God made that happen. So that's my thought process. So that's me.
No, that's cool. That's cool. I like listening to that. You know, you've heard then that there are, like, many Bible quotes that interpret the earth as a non-rotating flat plane.
Yes, and also the Book of Enoch says that the sun and the moon travel through portals.
Interesting. Let me show you. Let me give you some cool information too.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So, do you know what happens on December 22nd?
That's the equinox, right? The winter solstice.
The winter solstice. But do you know what's happening? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, it's the closest we are to the sun, correct?
But do you know what the sun does on the solstice? And has been doing for thousands of years. They've been writing about this in books for thousands of years. It's interesting. Let me explain it. The reason I brought, this is a fascinating thing, brother, that I've learned, you know, a little while back. And this is such an amazing thing that actually happens, that is viewable, that has been written about in the Bible, in the Book of Enoch, in many older texts. On December 22nd, every single year, so the sun sets in a different location every day by 1 degree.
Mm-hmm.
It changes every day. It sets, it rises, and it sets in a different location by 1 degree. On December 22nd, the sun actually stops moving, and it rises and sets in the same location for 3 days. On December 22nd, December 23rd, and December 24th. 3 days, the sun rises and sets in the same exact spot. It doesn't move a single degree. All the ancient cultures, they used to write about this. They said the sun of God, God's sun, the sun that brings light to the earth, it dies because anything that does not move for 3 days is considered dead. So they said that the sun died And after 3 days, the sun starts moving again. On December 25th, the sun starts to move again.
That's cool.
Now, yes, now hear me out here. Where this happens, this is very interesting because where this actually happens, they have pictures of it. You can look this up. It's a set of stars that is called the Southern Cross.
Yes.
So basically, if you are watching the sunset on the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th of Christmas, if you are watching the sunset, you're going to watch it set. And right as it's going down, because it's dark during those, winter there, it gets real dark fast.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to see right above that sun, right to the right of it, you're going to see what's called the Southern Cross. It's 4 stars that form a perfect cross. And that's where the sun dies. The son dies on the cross, and he is risen from the cross 3 days later. These ideas that the Son of God died on a cross and was resurrected, they've been around for thousands and thousands of years, long before Jesus, long before anyone. And it's interesting because even the sun itself. So the ancients, the Greeks, and the I'm sorry. Hi, my mind is running crazy right now.
It's all good. Take your time.
Yeah, the ancient Greeks, okay, they used to worship Osiris and Isis. Do you know the Osiris and Isis story?
I don't.
Oh, dude, amazing. All right, ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
Osiris and Isis, they worship these people. So way back, the Egyptians, the Greeks. Osiris was the god of the sun, and Isis was the moon goddess, okay? What actually happened was all the people wanted to talk to God back then, but they couldn't talk to God because God is the Almighty. He's the all-powerful. You can't talk to God. So what happened was Isis and Osiris, they had a baby, and the baby's name was Horus. So Horus was the sun. That's what the ancient Egyptians called the sun.
Right.
So the ancient Egyptians were told, if you want to worship the god, you have to worship his son. So in the morning, when Horus was rising, they would come outside and say, Horus is rising. That's where we get the word horizon. Horus rising, horizon. The word hours, because Horus would rise and Horus would walk across the sky in 12 steps, the 12 constellations, the 12 steps. That's where we get the clock from, the 1 through 12, the 12 steps. And Horus would take these steps. Do you know what hours is in Spanish?
Let me ask my wife. Hey, what's hours in Spanish? Horas.
What does that sound like?
Hours. All right, Horus. Yeah.
Horus.
Horus, yeah.
Horus, the son of God. So, so all these words, man, all this stuff, it comes from ancient mythology. Let me tell you another fun fact. The word church. The word church is an English word, church. That comes from a Scottish word, kirk, Kirke. The Scottish word kirk comes from a Roman word, circe. And the Roman word circe comes from a goddess named Circe. Now Circe is church. So this is the word church is the goddess Circe. You know what Circe was known for? She would lure men into her house with magic. Come on in. And she would enchant them with music and her beautiful voice and her beautiful long hair. And when they got into her house, she would have sex with them and turn them into pigs. And she would eat their bodies, eat the pigs. That is what the word church is.
Damn.
So that puts things into perspective for people. Yes, all of our words are from ancient days, man. All of our stuff is from ancient days. But that's why I love the Bible, bro, because Jesus is 2,000 years ago. That's the Pisces. You've heard, I'm sure, people talk, we're in Pisces. We're going into Aquarius.
Yeah.
These are ages. The Bible talks about ages, quite a few times. I have them all written down. It talks about changing of the age, the coming of an age. And that means that an age takes approximately 2,100 years to change these constellations. And what happens is in the spring equinox, you can look out in the morning and wherever on the spring equinox, if you look out on the morning, wherever on the southern hemisphere, whatever that constellation is that you're looking at, that is the age we're in. And that age lasts for 2,100 years approximately. Okay. Jesus was Pisces, the year of Pisces. We're about to go into Aquarius, give or take 50 to 300 years. Where it gets interesting is Moses was 2,000 years before that. Before Pisces is Aries. When Moses came down from that mountain and he yelled at the people for worshiping the thing, they were worshiping the wrong God.
Right.
They were worshiping the golden calf.
Yes.
They were worshiping Taurus because they were in the age of Taurus. And he was ushering in the age of Aries. Okay, that's what that was all about. So the Bible, to me, the stories in it, they're like you said, they're parables and, you know, all of it, but Old Testament, New Testament, all of it. And all of it is just, it's all allegory. Like the 12 apostles are it's the zodiac, the 12 signs. And all the old cathedrals, I just found a plethora of pictures. I'll have to send them to you. Dude, they're ripping them out of all the cathedrals and churches, all the stained glass with the pictures of the zodiacs signs. I mean, it's beautiful too. It's a shame they're ripping them out because, you know, they claim that stuff is demonic and they got to hide it from everybody, even though it's in all the buildings. Huh. It's really a shame. But that's what they do. There's so much stuff out there, brother. I'll send you, now that I know you're interested in it, and you're a nice guy, man. And that's what it's all about. It's not about like knocking people's belief or knocking this or that, because how I look at it, man, is we're all at different points of information, right?
Right.
All at different points of information. Some people have got more information. Some people have gotten different information. And what it's about is sharing information and keeping an open enough mind to look at it. And in a beliefs, if you have a belief system, that's fine. But if your belief system is getting in the way of you open-mindedly looking at a subject and really trying to think of it and then trying it and testing it, and if it's getting in the way of that, then you should question that belief system, because that belief system is not doing you any favors. You know what I mean?
Love it. That is all really cool information. Yeah, I would love for you to send me anything you got.
I will, man. And you know what it is, though? It's all in this, too, brother. You go to Salvation Army. The books I get from Salvation Army, I'm a maniac, dude. I have so many books. It's sickening. My wife is like mad because I come home with books every day. She's like, dude, will you stop with the books? Like, we have nowhere to put these books. What do you...
That's my wife with,
you know what?
with me and my computer.
They get rid of this stuff. The internet is hard. It's hard to find this information, man. It is. I found this book just 2 days ago. You can't find it online. It's crazy.
Very cool. Very cool. All right. Well, we just hit our hour. I appreciate you spending your time. There's one video that I saw. I need there were I don't know where I put it. You put a video up, and it was of the eclipse. And you move from the eclipse and then you shift the camera over and the moon is somewhere else in the sky. Do you want to, can you talk on that at all?
I mean, dude, I'm telling you right now, if there's a researcher, like I told you before, Crow 777, CRROW 777 radio.com.
Yeah.
He has his telescope is ridiculous. His research is real. It's real. He's been filming the sun for over 20 years now. Okay. He's filmed several eclipses. His research, and this is why, like, I put these videos up and people are like, oh, that's fake. It's not. It's not. It's just not. And another thing is that, like, it's like they act like I'm inventing these ideas. It's like, nah, man, people with good equipment are doing this. I'm just reporting on it. Like, I'm just watching it. But from my understanding right now is that the moon is absolutely not playing a part in blocking the sun on an eclipse at all. From my understanding, I'm told that it is the nodes. The nodes are what is blocking the sun. The only thing is with me is that the only thing I understand of the nodes is the mythological description of these things. Right. I don't know what the hell they are. And I don't think many people do. You know what I mean? That's why they were so able to get away with the moon is blocking the sun. But dude, I'll tell you what, I've seen so much footage now of the moon in different locations, of the moon just not doing it, of of the eclipse and of people breaking it down, where they've just done such a good work on breaking it down and then removing the images and seeing the light on the side. So there's no way it was like, they just, the people have done such a good job tearing that eclipse apart. I find it's truly fascinating because, brother, I wish I knew like what the nodes were. And I've posted a few great videos explaining them, like other people explaining them with giant spinning wheels that they created. And I still, after watching stuff like that, I'm still like, okay, cool video. I think I get it, but I don't know what they are. I really don't. But it's a mystery, man. I don't know what the sun is. I know it's not a flaming ball of gas. I think it's maybe a projection that we're seeing through the dome. And it's some sort of a projection, which is why I've also seen footage of the image of the projection itself. Sometimes you can see up in the sky, and it's not camera flare. So I've seen that too. I've seen a lot of interesting stuff, man. You know, it's just fascinating. And there's stuff I think we're never, ever going to know. But I think that to say we're not created by a creator is silly, because everything is just so perfect, man. And I think the point of all of this is, in my opinion, man, I quit my job. I was making way more money doing what I was doing before. I quit my job. And now I work with people on the streets, getting into people in the rehabs and finding people places to live. And like I give 8 hours a day away to like homeless people on the streets of Holyoke. You know, Holyoke in Springfield, Mass. Out there in the rough neighborhoods, bro. I'm out there all day grinding, and I love it. I absolutely love it, and it's all about giving. You know what? This is what I say to people: you don't need to give a stranger $1 or $5, but you could give anyone a minute of your time, and sometimes that's all somebody wants. We should be giving people our time and our love and a little bit of attention, and maybe the world will be a better place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's it. That's what I think. And that's why I don't like going on a lot of people's shows, dude, too, because it's an argument fest. And and a lot of it, they're like, oh, well, you know, I'm basing my opinion based on these characters from history that are like 1,000 years old. And it's like, we can't trust that those people are real. We really can't at this point. Nothing, in my opinion, can be trusted that's written down in a book. A book is just too easy to fake. Yeah. You know, it's too easy to fake. So, and that's what science is, isn't it? It's try it, test it, do it over and over and over and over and over and over again until we
constantly
get the same
try to falsify.
answer.
Yep.
So why aren't we doing that? We should be doing that, and we shouldn't be getting yelled at for it. We shouldn't be looked down for it. We should be working together doing it. But instead, we got like this science side that's like, no, we're not going to do this. We got this, our side that's like, oh, no, we're going to do this, or we're not going to do this. And we're just butting heads getting nowhere. It makes no sense, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's really, that's a lot. And that's actually, a really good closing statement, is just talking about the kind of person that you are. Obviously, you're working, you're doing God's work with the homeless and all that, and the less fortunate. That's incredibly kind of you. And you know, I'm from the Lowell area. I don't know if you know.
No. Of course, yeah. I grew up in Haverhill, Mass.
Oh, nice. Yeah, my sister lives up there. We have our share of, you know, homeless people around here, and my wife and I, we used to go, like, if we're getting food, right, we'd always get like an extra sub from Subway or an extra sandwich from Wendy's or something, and you know, there's always that person at that cross street, and we would always give them food. Like, we'd also always get something extra and give it to them. Money is one thing, food is another. But like you said, you know, just giving people your time is you know, that's something that's literally priceless. You can't put a value on time.
It is, man. I'm telling you, dude. You'll be surprised how many people out there that they're out there for a reason. They're out there because they have no one left. And you know what? They didn't screw me.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like, why am I mad?
Personally, they didn't punch me in the face.
they fucked up their life. I don't have
Right.
to be mad at them for that. Like, I can be grateful that I didn't fuck up my life in that way, and I'm not where they're at. I can be grateful for that, and in return, I can say, hey, I can't give you any money. I don't have any, but are you okay? Like, do you need to talk for a minute? Like,
Right.
because, dude, I just did that a couple days ago. There was a girl crying outside of a gas station. I was about to leave, and I'm like, hey, honey, I'm like, I don't have money. I have a cigarette, and I have 2 minutes. If you are you all right? And dude, she started crying. She gave me a hug. She's like, oh my God, you're the first person to ask if I'm okay. My boyfriend just got arrested, and I have nowhere to stay.
Oh,
So I was like, like, it's crazy how just that one simple act,
oh yeah.
can help somebody, man.
Yeah.
And that's all.
Yeah, I love that. All right, cool. Well, I would appreciate this not being our last conversation. You seem like a pretty cool guy. A lot of integrity, and I'd love to have you on again sometime if you're down for sharing some more information. Maybe don't
absolutely.
like choose like we can just like maybe pick a topic and then we can just go off on that. Then and yeah, I mean this was great. I really appreciate you coming on, man, and taking your time. And like you gave me your time, and it's really appreciated.
That's cool, man.
So yeah, all right, cool. All right, well,
I appreciate it. I'm starting something myself. I'm trying to get the time to do it, man, to start a show. And I will, once I do it, I will definitely let you know, because I'll have you on. That'd be awesome.
All right, yeah, man, that'd be really cool, man.
All right, brother. Thank you, man.
Hey, you take it easy, man.
All right, take care now.
All right, bye. All right, well, that was exactly as I thought it was gonna go. Oops, wrong button. That was actually, he's actually a really cool dude. And so I don't know if you guys were looking for a battle, but this was not it. It was strictly an interview. I went into this saying it was an interview. However, the next guy I'm having on next Friday, he wants to fight. So let me actually pull up chat so I can actually read it. Guys, I hope you enjoyed that. I do appreciate you guys talking in chat and whatnot. The watch time is super appreciated. We are far from done, by the way, because I know that was only an hour, but we are not quite done. We're moving on to the next segment. What we're gonna do is we are so what I was thinking of doing was then tearing apart all the stuff that he said, right? But that would be really shitty, and like, this guy has a fuck ton of integrity. He's a really nice guy. I don't want to do that to him. Us chatters had our own secondary show going. Mom, you and I need to talk. we have a bit to catch up on. Yeah, so I don't really want to tear him apart because he was a really nice guy. He doesn't deserve that. He doesn't seem like a stupid guy, not like normal flat earthers. He was really nice, and I'd feel like an asshole, ripping him apart and not having him here to defend himself. So I'm not going to do that. But what we are going to do is we are going to watch, if anybody wants to jump on the Discord and watch with me, we are going to watch the Flat Earth Dave on Roseanne's podcast. No, don't do it. Yeah, no. Sundial is done. Oh yeah, I hope you are feeling better, Mama Lack. Yeah, Mama Lackey was not in a good place. But she's home now. My wife helped out tremendously today, which I can't thank her enough for doing that. My wife helped my mom get discharged because I was unavailable. I was in Boston. So if you guys do want to take a look at his website, it is withthe33.com. I'll go ahead and post it in chat. So there you go. Oh, it is so hot right now. Holy moly. I was trying to, so he wasn't seeing this camera. He was like, I have my face cam down here. So what did you guys think of him? What did you guys think of him? I mean, I thought he was a really nice guy. He didn't deserve me to rip him apart. And when he started getting a little defensive at the beginning there, when I started like debunking the things that he was saying, he was like, oh, this is what always happens. Like, no. No. That's because I told him, I was like, listen, are you talking? Oh, she's not. Okay. I was like, because I made it very clear to him that this is just an interview. I just want to talk to him. I just want to bounce ideas off of him. I didn't want to debate him. Like in my messages, I in caps wrote not a debate. And when he started getting all defensive, I was like, I gotta back up. I gotta start being a little bit more agreeable, even though I agree with nothing he's saying. I gotta be a little bit more agreeable. Nice guy for sure, but I didn't agree on a thing he said. Yeah, what he was saying stories, and that's the thing is like that's what Greek mythology was. That's what all these these stories about gods. They're just explanations. They're primitive explanations for things we didn't understand. So that's what he was. So his mindset is still in, the ancient Greece time, right? Where they just made up stories like Zeus was the thunder god, and you know what I mean. Like for some reason I'm drawing a blank on all Greek gods right now. In Atlas, right? Even Atlas is holding the globe on his back, but that's a globe. They even knew it was a globe back then. I hope he didn't give him the address. No, I did not. No. No, when I heard he's from Massachusetts, I was like, of course you are. Of course you are. He was going from word on one language to another and making connections. Yes, he was connecting stories, which is fine. But you can't put that into reality. Yeah, Poseidon caused all the sea. He was the god of the sea. You had the sun god. You had the god of war. You had Hades. You had like all these different gods for everything, and they were just explanations for things that we couldn't scientifically explain, right? Which is why they're all just parables, why they're all just stories. So I thought you were totally about Molly's dog when you said Atlas. Oh, talking about, I didn't know she had a dog. Molly, you have a dog? Is Molly even here? Also, guys, I really appreciate you guys coming over to YouTube to watch this. If you haven't hit the like button already, please hit the like button. This is really helping out. I do want to grow a lot more with this content on YouTube. So likes will help out tremendously. And I'm sorry about the jank. Like this, I did not mean for it to be this janky, but I just had no time today to actually make it look good. I spent a majority of my time making this badass thumbnail. It took me like an hour to make that. And a little tidbit about this thumbnail right here. The globe behind me, the picture of the globe behind me was taken today by satellite. So that picture of the globe was taken today. So like if the conversation came up and he decided to get a little bit more aggressive, which he didn't, then I was definitely going to bring that up. Be like, well, can you explain how I have this picture of the globe that was taken today? She was earlier, I don't know about now, but yeah, she has a dog. Red Nose Pit Bull. Thanks. All right, guys. Well, I'm 2 beers in, and is West Side still here? Was West Side ever even here? Because I have, yes, Jess is awesome for taking care of my mom today. Yeah, she brought me clothes. Many thanks. Yes. Apparently my mom, yes, here it is. This is the shot of Malort. So West Side sent me little 6-nip pack of Malort, and I have one in the shot glass ready. So we need to get our song queued up here. Our Drunk Debunk song queued up. So then we're going to start the Drunk Debunk show. So let's with our shot of whiskey. Here we go. You guys ready? Get your apple juice ready. Get your water ready. Get your cranberry juice ready. Whatever you're drinking tonight. I got my Malort. So let's go.
In a tavern old and cozy.
Thank you all so much for being here. This is the Drunk Debunk Show, where we watch stupid people say stupid things and tell them that they're stupid. Except for this guy, because he was cool. Here we go, guys. And go. What the fuck is that?
With whiskey and wisdom will carry on at the Drunk Debunk Show, a place to call home.
Oh my god. Oh. What is that? It's like, is there like licorice in this? Oh my god. Oh. What is? Read comments. Oh yeah, I was glancing through the comments. I was glancing through the comments during that conversation. I saw that your coworker's on freaking Jeopardy. It tastes like victory. It's pure kerosene. Nah, dude, that's like licorice. Is there licorice in that? That was gasoline. It seemed like I have never had Malort until right now. That's why Westside sent me this. Oh man, that's gonna be tough to get through. This is gonna be. What is in this? Has the aroma and full body. That's for sure. Of an unusual botanical. Its bitter taste is savored by two-fisted drinkers. That's what it says on the box. I don't think I have enough hair on my chest for this. The dude is on an 8-day winning streak with $195,000 so far. That's insane. Please look up the Malort commercial. All right, we're gonna look up the Malort commercial. Hold on. All right, Malort. Oh. All right, let's watch this together. Oh wait. There we go. All right, we're gonna watch the Malort commercial. Where's the Malort commercial? Here we go. Here it is. I'll have another.
Hello, America. My name's Carl Jepson IV. When my great-grandfather arrived in this country, he wanted to share with his neighbors in Chicago his mother's sweetest Swedish liqueur recipe. Malort. I'll have another.
Actually take the shot and then say Malort. I'll have another. Can you do
You
that?
want me to take the shot?
Yeah, that's the tagline, so we need that in there, okay?
Okay.
You're great.
Okay. Hello, America. My name's Carl Jepson IV. When my great-grandfather Carl arrived in this country, he wanted to share with everybody his mother's sweetest Swedish liqueur recipe. And as the generations change, our promise remains the same: to make the finest Swedish liqueur in the world. Malort. I'll have another. Malort. Oh. I'll have another one. I'll have another. I'll have another. Malort. Tastes like vanilla ice cream. It's like riding in first class. It's like you're being picked on in the 5th grade.
Oh my god, the bottle is gonna.
Yes. Shot.
Right.
The line.
I'd rather be buried in dirt. It's Malort mixed with dirt. Okay?
god, that's disgusting.
Someone get him water.
Oh god, that's so nasty. No, 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 I don't want to see that. That's fucking gross. You didn't tell me it was
Hello,
gonna-
America. My name's Carl Jepson IV,
Jesus.
and I'm buzzed. But
Yeah.
I'm also real proud of my great-grandfather's sweetest Swedish liqueur. My great-grandfather's sweetest Swedish liqueur. Malort. Swedish cuisines and spirits boast up.
Come back to his Carl.
Tastes like an abortion clinic in Iceland. The product of a gypsy curse.
Good. Carl, that's not the tagline.
I'm sorry. It just tastes like something that would be a product of a gypsy curse. I'm gonna fight somebody if I have to do another one.
Oh.
Hello, America. First, I'll be your friend. I'll be your best friend. Yeah, that stuff's good. Ah!
Oh my god. That was no, no, no. Oh, you bastard.
See, in Chicago, we have our own sacramental wine known as Jepson's
All right, shut up.
Malort.
That was no, I don't want you to do this. Look at my hand. Look at my hand. There we go. Jeez Louise. That was hilarious. That's a commercial we all watch here in Chicago. It's so funny. Oh yeah, that's Guar. I do not want to watch them do that, whatever that was that they're doing. Someone said something about my my apartment. Your apartment looks like it was in that mobile game where you have to find stuff and solve murders. Oh shit. Yeah. Yeah, that was, isn't that where they got big? Isn't that where they started, was Viva La Bam? How do you hide money from a hippie? Put it under the soap. Sean coming in with the jokes. Sean coming in with the jokes. Guys, hit that like button, please. I appreciate you. All right, so now what we're gonna do, we're gonna move on from we're gonna move on from that awesome conversation I just had with that really nice guy, and we're gonna move on to watch. I don't want this to be clickbait, but I don't have another thumbnail ready, so deal with it as clickbait, I guess. If you do wish for it to be clickbait, if you think that that's what it would be. What am I doing up there? What goes there? Side cam, properties, deactivate, activate. Oh my god, my wife is being so loud. Can you believe that? My wife being loud? All right. What the fuck is Malort? Why would you do that to me? West Side? Who are you? And why are you trying to kill me? Let's see. All right, where do I even find it? I should have done this before, like, I just didn't want to, like, I didn't want to talk to that guy. Like he was he was really nice, but like I couldn't keep up with him. Like, what we needed was a little bit more how you say, what am I looking for? A little more structure. Like, the issue with that is like he just started spouting off topics. And then when I went off topic from Flat Earth, the camera is bothering me. When I went off from he was like, "Thank God you moved from Flat Earth." I was like, "Okay, that's not something you want to talk about. Fine." But then we went. Then I trickled it back to all right, Roseanne Barr videos. Oh, she's on Rumble. Why are all these people on Rumble? Should I move to Rumble? Is like that a thing? All right, please don't just be the audio. All right, I think I found it. Oh, that's his producer. Okay, all right, or her producer. All right, here we go, guys. A little more cowbell. Like, what the fuck was Malort, dude? We are going to change the title of this to FLERF Dave taking advantage of his mark. Okay, cool. All right, we'll save the title. He needed a Xanax. What? When I was in Germany, the local guest house? Guest house? What is that? Had a drink called the Special, a shot, half potato schnapps and half Tabasco sauce. Now that sounds a little bit more palatable than whatever the fuck I just drank. You made fun of me for watching Rumble. Wait, you watch Rumble? What do you watch on Rumble? Mom, what do you watch on Rumble? What do you watch on Rumble? Mom, are you watching Flat Earth stuff? I can back that up, Mama Lackey. I remember that. Wait, really? You watch Rumble? What do you watch on Rumble? Next, you need to do a Chicago handshake, shot of Malort, chased with an old style beer. Does Yingling count? And guys, I'm just letting you know, the only reason why I'm drinking Yingling is because Andy was making a beer batter for his fish fry today with Yingling, but I guess it didn't work out. I wouldn't think it would be a good platform for gaming. I don't know anything about it though. Oh, it wouldn't be for gaming. And I didn't articulate clear enough, I guess, to Andrew John, the creator, because he thinks that I don't do gaming videos anymore. Whatever. A whole bunch of shows. All right, well, I'm sorry that I put over here. Stop. Blink. There we go. Good camera. And now we go. Oh no, we go down. I can't put my hands up in front of this freaking camera. All right. So, what's beyond Antarctica with Flat Earth Dave, the Roseanne Barr podcast.
Hey everyone, it's Jake Pentland. I just wanted to drop in for a couple seconds before this episode starts and update you on a few things. I got to do it quick because I don't want you to miss this episode. It's a great one. We have Flat Earth Dave.
Oh, I'm sure it's a great one.
Flat Earth episode. Me and my mom are not flat earthers, but we believe.
Oh, that's Roseanne's son.
Everybody has a right to be listened to and talked to, and he is a great guest.
No, he's not. He's a liar. Everything he says is a lie.
And I'll be honest with you, I feel very different after listening to him than I do before. I won't say I'm a flat earther or anything like that.
You're scaring me, sir. You're scaring me because it sounds like he got to you. It sounds like something he did was right. Mingling, sucky $5 Soldier Boy. Is Roseanne gonna be racist on this one? I don't know.
But I highly suggest you just listen.
I haven't watched it, so
it's going to be a fun one. It'll also be low in ads. I know we've done a lot of ads lately.
I love how he prefaces by saying, "My mom and I, we are not flat earthers. We're not flat earthers." But he's a great person to talk to. There are at least 10 flat earthers, at least. Rumble's the only place where they can reside and not get fucking canceled.
Knock them out now, just 2, and you can enjoy it pretty much ad-free after that. But the real reason I'm here is this
Blah 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 blah.
episode is
Let's get to the meat. I'm here for meat.
Thing.
All right, here we go.
Banger. Thank you.
Oh, you see, my patience is growing thin.
We're going to be talking about flat Earth, and we have Flat Earth David Weiss as our guest. Hi, Flat Earth.
Oh, you know what? You know what? This is what's happening before this is okay. Hold on. There's actually. Okay. My brain's going at 1,000 miles an hour right now. All right, give me a second. So there's actually a really cool song that is all about Flat Earth Dave. It's actually a bop. Listen to this.
Yo, listen up. It's your boy Birch in his house. My plan so slick, gonna make your pockets his house. I got an app that's gonna change your life. But before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame.
I'm gonna do another shot of that Malort because I hate myself.
Yo, listen up, it's your boy Dirt H in his house. That's the horse house. Got a plan so slick, gonna make your pockets his house. I got an app that's gonna change your life.
Talk
But
to
before
him.
you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. But turn up, that's the light I'm preaching. Sell my app, it's what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck. While I'm laughing, pocketing a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
That's correct, Mr. David Weiss. Shot of Malort for you, Doctor. This is
Flat Earth, that's the lie.
This is for you, David Weiss.
Sell my app, it's what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck. While I'm laughing, pocketing a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Ugh.
Yo,
Dave
Dave
Weiss
Weiss
is
is
a
a
scammer.
scammer. Talk about Antarctica, the icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go. It's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. I'm a scammer. Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer, Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer, the scammer, I play the game. Gonna hustle hard, gonna rise to fame. But remember one thing, it's all a ploy. To make that green, I'll be your decoy. So if you wanna join, come take my hand. But beware the tricks, it's all planned.
Look at this schmuck.
T-I-T-R-H, that's my name. In the world of scams, I got the fame.
I'm a scammer.
You certainly are, sir. So that
Hello, fellow engineer.
I'm silently freaking out because I just swallowed a fucking nicotine pouch. So I was like, does it say do not swallow? In the case of swallowing, you will die. Anywho, so I'll be dead. I'll be saying that forever. All these people who are mega famous because of flat Earth literally do it for the money. That's correct. Like, for instance, what's it gets it. These people. Where are you going? Oh, right. I appreciate you doing that. Take locust is quicker. All right. What the fuck is that Malort shit? It is like, have you guys ever had moonshine? Or not moonshine. It reminds me of what's that drink that they drink in Moulin Rouge? Absinthe. It reminds me of absinthe. The bitter licorice. It's insane. All right, here we go. This guy is a dirty liar scammer, and I'm gonna point out all the times he tries to scam. Ready? So let's set the precedence here. Let's no, stop. Okay, let's go over the reasons why he's on Roseanne's show. He's on Roseanne's show because he thinks that she is not smart. Because what he needs to have happen for his scam to work is for him to take advantage of what they call a mark. Roseanne is his mark for his scam. And he's using her for the audience that she has. So that's why he is here, right? This is just another step in his scam. This is his full-time job, is to do this and sell his app, right? You will know the scam when it like it's gonna punch you in the face. Ready? Watch this. Well, wormwood is malort in Swedish. So wait, this is worms? I'm drinking worms?
Dave, I'm so intrigued by the whole flat earth thing.
Yeah, I saw Eddie Bravo on your show, and you had.
If it was dip, you would have puked it up. I'd rather not puke on stream, but whatever. I'm sure the alcohol will do something.
This aha moment, and we clipped it, and it went kind of viral in the truth community. So that's how we ended up together here. Well, before we
Well,
saw
no, hold on.
Flat Earth David Weiss as our guest. Hi, Flat Earth Dave. I'm so intrigued by the whole flat earth thing.
Yeah, I saw Eddie Bravo on your show, and you had this aha moment, and we
That mic looks familiar.
clipped it, and it went kind of viral in the truth community. So
this by the way, this is in Roseanne's home. This is her house.
that's how we ended up together here. Well, before we start, I want to just tell you a quick story about how you got me to take a big step in my truth career.
Oh, cool.
So I had a podcast years ago
cool.
called Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, and before that, I was doing a lot of truth telling and exposing things.
Truth telling.
I was at a music.
We mean straight up lying, but whatever you want to call it. We'll just call it truth telling.
Festival, walking around with chemtrail signs pointing out that they're spraying the sky in 2012, and I was into a lot of other.
When he brought up when Andrew brought up chemtrails, I felt the demeanor in my face just shift. Was it obvious? Drink lots of water, Dr. Google says. Thanks, Mom. I appreciate it. Let's see. It's only true Malort if it comes from the Malort region in Chicago. Otherwise, it's sparkling gasoline. Oh my God. What Malort if you bottle self-loathing? It would have been nice for you to tell me this stuff before you sent it to me, Westside.
Things, but I was always afraid to say really what I thought on some political things and whatnot. And then later that evening,
oh yeah, when he brought up chemtrails, I was like, I could just shove this right in his face. I think I did it very nicely. I think I was very supportive of his way of thinking about them, and I never like, I never said that they were chemtrails. I always call them contrails, right? Do your own research. My mom did my research for me. I don't need to do my own research. Yeah, let's get rid of the fucking. Okay, we're gonna make this a little bit less jank. Okay, let's see what is. Oh, I just fucked up. Baba Jet. Okay, all right, there it is. Okay, it's back. It's back. Okay, hold on. I need to. Welcome to live chat. All right. Now, if we just. Come on. All right, we need to get rid of this. Okay, how's that? All right, that looks a lot better. Holy moly, that looks a lot better. Okay. All right, let's go on.
You come out on stage, you were on tour.
There's a reason the note she sent with it said, if you hate yourself, listen, West Side, first off, is a dude that lives in Iowa, okay? Or Illinois, whatever. And, and he never sent a note, okay? I looked for a note. It was very well packaged, I will admit.
I think you were running for president.
Yeah.
And you made a speech.
Oh my gosh, she ran for president?
Held nothing back. And I stood there and I watched the whole thing and I'm like, maybe I should just say what's on my mind. And that was a pivot point in my life. And that's probably how I ended up here.
Wow. So what a salesman. This is that. So I don't know if you guys know this, but before he got into this flat earth scam, he was I think he was a solar panel salesman. So he is sales. And this is exactly what you do to butter up the person you're trying to sell to. Is you make them feel important and valued as a customer. This is sales 101. And he just fucking nailed it. He is, if I'm gonna compliment David Weiss for anything, he is a good salesman.
Cool.
Yeah.
I remember that speech. That was with Cynthia McKinney, right?
I'm not sure who it was
On
with, but
chemtrails?
it was Gathering of the Vibes
Oh,
Music
Gathering of the
Festival
Vibes.
in Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Oh, that was fun.
Yeah. And I didn't even know that you were there. All of a sudden you were on stage and I was like, wow, she really doesn't hold back. And I was like, I'm not going to hold back anymore. So thank you.
That's good. You're welcome. I don't think any.
None of that's fucking true. None of that's true. Like this is sales 101.
Any of us should hold back.
Like the things that I have told my customers is right on par with this. Like it's just a sales boy.
As long as we're not inciting anything bad or
Sure.
doing the things that we shouldn't be doing. But when we're putting puzzle pieces together about what they're doing to us in our world, I mean, it is dangerous for sure to tell that kind of truth, but we have to do it. We have to.
Right. I kind of, I 100% have dedicated my life to this message. People that are listening right now, some of you are triggered. Some of you are very happy that I'm here, but I'm assuming there's a lot of people that are triggered. Why?
Triggered. Yes, we are triggered that you are here, David Weiss. We are triggered that you are taking advantage of this woman and her platform.
Why are you even talking about this subject? It's ridiculous. And that's what I said. When I first heard about it on my, I was doing a conspiracy podcast on all of the big events that had happened. And people started sending me flat earth stuff. And I would just delete. And then they kept sending it and they posted things on my Facebook. I'm like, banned for life, banned for life, banned for life. I was like, this is so stupid. But then a good friend, truther, Sophia Smallstorm, who did some truth documentary. She's like, Dave, I think the earth might be flat. And she sent me a couple of videos. I was like, okay, I'm going to debunk these. I didn't go in and say, let me see. I went in with a bad attitude.
Yeah.
And for 2 weeks I tried, and I just kept getting fed more and more and more content. And
Does anybody else pick up on that? So for 2 weeks, he tried to debunk the flat earth by watching flat earth videos. How do you try to debunk something by watching things that support that subject? I don't. He didn't try to debunk shit, is what I'm saying.
I went out, I tested some things myself.
You didn't test shit. Like there's like if you look at David Weiss's shit, he didn't test anything. And if he did do a test, like when Andrew brought up the 8 inches per mile squared, okay, that is not the right formula to use. That is the formula to use if your eyeballs are in the ground. That is a sea level observation. Okay. His voice makes me want to jump. No shit, dude. What is it with Flatzoid, with David Weiss, with Whitsitt, that all have voices that make you want to just fucking punch him in the face? Is she a flat earther? Hey, Will Collins, what's going on? Right, you've been here for a while. Sorry, it's the Malort talking. So at the beginning, her son, who's the producer of this, he throws out a disclaimer saying they are not flat earthers, but he is taking advantage of her, thinking that she's not smart, and her in her fan base, her audience.
I got a super zoom camera. I zoomed
Because that's
in on
what
things that
a super zoom camera. Yeah, okay, I forgot what I was gonna say.
should be behind 60 feet of curvature or more.
If you do the
And I
math
can
wrong,
see
yeah,
them.
sure. If you do
So
the math wrong,
I
fine.
immediately defaulted to, well, the earth is just bigger. The curvature formula is wrong.
Yes, you were using it wrong. You were using the Earth curvature calculator wrong. That's what you were doing. You're wrong.
And then when I went and verified these things, we can see too far.
How'd you verify it, sir? How'd you verify it?
And then everything else started falling in.
It's that little lisp. Yeah, the lisp. Yeah, the lisp.
The place. Like water needs to be contained. What the science of water is, water at rest lies flat, and it needs to be contained. A pond, it has a shoreline that's higher than the water, right?
The containment in reality is gravity, sir. Gravity is that container.
Lower some of that shoreline and the water will flow away because it needs to be contained. So the world is like a big pond.
The world is a big
All of the oceans of
pond.
the world, think of it as a pond. All of the continents, think of them as just islands. And what's containing our pond? Well, the highest land on Earth, by more than double the next average height of any continent, is Antarctica. Antarctica is more than double the height of any other continent on average. So Antarctica is the shoreline around our world.
Well, how do you
Look at her face. Look at her fucking reaction.
explain when they go up in space and look down and the Earth is a globe?
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah. So NASA admits they don't have any photos of Earth.
NASA admits they don't have any photos of Earth. So, here's a question for you. Obviously, that's a flat out lie. Okay, that's a flat out lie. And I'm actually excited to do this because I actually have the capability to we're gonna go to archive. Oh no, we're gonna do I do believe March to the Moon. Let's go here. We're going to do image galleries. There's a specific photo that is going to be brought up. I'm gonna try and find it real quick. Listen to
They
this.
say they're all put together in composite. The one picture that showed up was called on everyone's iPhone when the iPhones came out was called the Blue Marble.
The blue marble.
And Robert Simon, who's a NASA visual artist, explained in an interview that he made it all from data, and he used Command Z a lot, and he stamped clouds in there using the same clouds multiple times.
Okay, so with that being said, hold on, we're actually gonna grab. No. There's a specific picture. Oh my god, there are so many pictures of the Earth. It's insane. But there's one picture I'm looking for. Here, this is what I'm looking at. These are all from a Hasselblad camera. These are all photos of the Earth. Look at these. These were all scanned in. This film is about 3 inches wide. So it's like this wide. 3 inches wide this film is. And it was scanned in by at the what university? I forget what university. But these are all photos of the Earth from the Apollo 17 mission. Like, look at these photos. These are fucking gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. These are photos of the Earth from space. And I'm looking for a specific photo. I don't know what Apollo mission it was. All right, these are all from the moon. There's literally thousands of these photos. So this is from the lunar orbiter, if that's what you call it. And then there's when they're on the moon. There's the lunar lander. Fucking gorgeous pictures. Gorgeous pictures. It just drives me insane. Like when people are like, "Oh, there's no photos of the Earth from space." Did you look? Like, did you attempt to answer that question? So the photo I'm looking for is when they're by the flag, the United States flag. You can see the Earth above the flagpole. The astronaut is in the photo as well. There's literally thousands of photos. Literally thousands. Like, there's 1,196 photos here. It's all AI. I'm like, duh. In the 1970s? I don't think so. Super click. Look at that. Fuck. These photos are insane. All right, where is this photo? That is so cool. Like, I wanted to get this together before this stream, but like, bear with me. I don't care if I lose all my viewers right now. Like, this is going to be completely worth it. Like, this is something that I've actually wanted to do, because the claim is that there's a photo of the Earth above the flag. Like, there's a photo of the Earth above the flag. And if you adjust the contrast and like super expose the photo, you'll see like there's a square around the Earth, as if it was put there with Photoshop or something. Oh my God, look at this. These are gorgeous. I've actually never actually seen these photos before. These are insane. That's so cool. Like, how can this exist and then flat earthers exist? I don't understand. All right, so that was Apollo 17. What Apollo mission was it? Let's do we're gonna do a Google reverse image search.
And he literally made it in Photoshop.
So what he's referring to is what was his name?
All of the oceans of the world, think of it as a pond, all any content
Well, how do you explain?
composite. The one picture that showed up was called on everyone's iPhone when the iPhones came out, was called the Blue Marble. And Robert Simon, who's a
Robert Simon. So if you look up Robert Simon, I'm not going to pull up the article now, but he does say that image of the Earth that was created for the Blue Marble is a composite of multiple satellite images that were put together. That doesn't make the Earth flat. Okay, it was multiple pictures of the Earth from low Earth orbit that were put together to make that one picture, the Blue Marble. And he made the video, or he made the photo with data from satellites, from these satellites. This data was provided. There's terabytes of data per day that is provided, and he is the one that compiles the photos from satellites of the Earth.
NASA visual artist explained in an interview that he made it all from data, and he used Command Z a lot, and he
Use Command Z a lot. Fuck off.
He stamped clouds in there.
That's implying that he's using a Mac. Okay, that's implying that he's using a Mac. Just ask Dave. He'll tell you.
Using the same clouds multiple times, and he literally made it in Photoshop. And he admits it. NASA admits they don't have any real photos of Earth other than one that was.
That's a lie. NASA never said that they don't have any actual photos of Earth from space. There are composite images from satellites that have taken real pictures of the globe and put together. And we also have the photos I literally just showed on screen from the Apollo 17 mission.
Taken from the moon in 1972 or whatever year it was. And that's called the Blue Marble. I forget what they call that one.
It's called the Blue Marble.
We took that picture that NASA took right off their website. We put it into Photoshop.
It's this one. It's this photo.
And we cranked up the levels, and the Earth had a box around.
So it's one picture, by the way. It's one picture that they chose. Okay, and that's a specific picture I'm trying to find. I can't freaking find it. So something I'm not going to be able to do is debunk this one right this second. However, what they did was they took a JPEG image of this picture.
Like it was cut.
Do they even
pasted
show
right in
this
there.
the whole picture?
From
NASA's
website.
So that is
Yeah.
That is due to compression. Okay. On NASA's website, you can choose the raw TIFF file or compressed photos of that picture. What they did was they took a compressed photo of that, or a compressed version of that photo, and that's what they did it with. It's only a couple hundred by a couple hundred pixels for resolution. The raw TIFF file, okay, is thousands of pixels, much higher resolution. if you do exactly what they did with the actual raw TIFF file with a lot more data, that box does not show up. It doesn't, because because what they're doing is they're taking a compressed file and saying that the compression loss is evidence of Photoshop and fakery. It's just not true.
Well, why would they want us to believe that it's round?
There we go. We're already there. That's a very good question. That's where we all default to.
World order, ownership of the world. Have a good one, Mike. I'm going to go to bed. All right, well, Collins, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you for hanging out and watching me take two shots of that Malort. For some reason, this is only 70 proof, and it is, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the bitterness that just makes it hit you a little bit different. But they won't say that because it disproves their. Yes, it is. He has to protect his grift.
And we'll get into that more. But the reason they want you to believe you live on a ball is because they're hiding who we truly are. They're hiding more resources. Think about.
They're hiding more resources. Oh my God. Hold on. I need to do something. There. Okay. They're hiding God is what the main argument is. They're hiding God.
About this. Every war, what is that about? Land, resources, power. Right.
Ports.
Right? What if there's more land? What if they tell us there's 8 or 9 continents or whatever the number is now?
I think
What
it's
if there's
7.
8? What if
8 or 9? There's 7.
there's 80 or 90,000 continents?
Why are you following me? Stop following me. I just turned off this shit. I turned it off. Okay. I love her look of disbelief.
Across the plane, beyond Antarctica.
Oh yeah.
There's all now, and here's the thing. There's in the flat Earth community, there's people like, don't talk about more land. You know, you can prove the Earth is flat. We can prove the Earth is flat right here from everything that we can reach and test and measure ourselves. What's
Measure
beyond Antarctica
incorrectly
is speculation, but there's lots of evidence that there's more land.
What if
beyond the shoreline?
Yeah, it's like, what if is the flat earthers is like another mantra. It's what if and should be.
Of Antarctica.
So you're saying that, like, okay, wait a minute. So it's like a pie, and Antarctica is the pie crust.
Well, it's not just the crust. Imagine
it's not just the crust. They won't let us beyond the borders of Antarctica because we'll find out all this hidden land beyond the ice wall.
a lake 100 miles across in the middle of Kansas.
80 to 90,000 continents.
Okay, and at the center of that lake is a magnetic mountain, a mountain made from a magnet, just a magnetic mountain.
Mordor, the where the rings were forged.
So no matter where you are on that lake, your compass will point to the middle of the lake. You with me?
Mm-hmm.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that the magnetic part of a compass is actually being attracted south, if I'm not wrong.
So south is every direction away from the middle. So south, if this is the middle, south is
Atlantis,
that way.
they found it.
South is that way because the compass will always be pointing towards the middle. East and west are circles around the middle. East and west are
circles around the middle.
This is the Gleason's map.
So the Gleason map, here's a little tidbit of information about the Gleason map. Okay. He's clearly showing the Gleason map. You guys see it. So the patent on the Gleason map clearly states that this is a projection of the globe. Okay. Did I just blow your fucking mind? that the Gleason map is a projection of the globe? Because for any way that this is going to work out, for landmass size, for time zones, for anything, it would have to be based off the globe. And there are 2 witnesses to the patent that confirm that the Gleason map is a projection of the globe. Look it up. Do your own research.
It used to be in all of the textbooks and encyclopedias and libraries, and they removed it.
What is a globe?
Right? So if you go east and west, you can go right all the way around, maintaining your east or west direction, and then end up right back where you started from.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If you know, if you walked around your neighborhood, does that make your neighborhood a sphere? No, you're just walking around it. If the center of your neighborhood was the North Pole, the compass would point to the north.
Right. No, it makes sense. But what compass are you talking about? Any compass will do this?
Any compass. A compass points a compass points towards
north.
a magnetic force coming out of our north. If you got a table, get like a nice strong neodymium magnet, put it on a table, draw a big circle around it, and put a compass near it. That's going to take over. It's going to be stronger than the magnetic pole, and your compass will point towards that. And try to push that compass west. You're going to have to keep turning to maintain a west heading, because if you go straight, you're going to be going away from that magnet.
Yes. Because if one thing works on a table in a very small scale, then that must mean that the Earth is completely flat. Duh. No way. Back where you started is almost like the Earth's a globe. Mind equals blown.
And the north will be that way, and the
because
south.
on a different plane. That makes
You're just
sense.
gonna go. You're just gonna go straight.
But I'd like to spend, before we get into why are they doing it, I'd like to spend more time in your research, because I find this, because I just to be clear,
Me too.
I think you're probably a little bit more open-minded than I am. I'm like you were when you started. I don't believe in flat Earth. We had
Correct.
Eddie Bravo on.
Yep.
I love Eddie. It was a great episode, but he's the one that gave me your number. We've been trying to book this for a long time, but I think flat Earth is absolutely crazy. So I would like, I have a bunch of questions. I know you've gone
I think
on a lot.
most people do.
No, most people think it's crazy. So I would like you to actually
Because it
convince
is.
me as a crazy skeptic with some real
Yes,
info, 'cause
convince
most people
me.
watching.
But I
assume,
mean, this whole thing
are
about
like me.
Antarctica is so intriguing to me because I know about Project High Jump and
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff, you know.
Yeah. So
I know it's like we're not supposed to know about Antarctica.
Admiral Byrd did a Project High Jump. The
No,
Highland.
no. You're feeding into it. You're feeding into it. That's. We're not supposed to know about Antarctica. You can go there whenever the you want, dude. No way. Back. Oh, all right.
And that's containing our waters, and in
Containing
the
our
1940s
waters.
and 50s, and he said he found more land bigger than the United States on the other side of the South Pole. Well, that's
So what he's referring to right here is what name drop did he make?
containing our waters, and in the 1940s and 50s, and he said he found.
We're not
wait, who's
Antarctica
he?
is so.
I would like you to actually convince me as a crazy skeptic.
Hold on.
With some real info, because most people watching.
But I
assume,
mean, this whole thing
are
about
like me.
Antarctica is so intriguing to me because I know about Project High Jump and
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff, you know.
Yeah, so
I know it's like we're not supposed to know about Antarctica.
Admiral Byrd did.
Admiral Byrd. So Admiral Byrd wrote a synopsis, well, not a synopsis, but like a paper on his exploration of Antarctica, and he stated that beyond the magnetic South Pole, there was a land as big as the United States. Okay, that would be the entirety of Antarctica, because the magnetic South Pole is in the ocean below Australia. Okay, it's not the geological South Pole. So the magnetic South Pole is right below Australia in the ocean. Below the magnetic South Pole is Antarctica, and the area of Antarctica is bigger than the United States. It's fucking huge. It's gargantuan. That's what he was referring to. He's not saying that there's lost land, that there's unexplored land that could potentially house all these resources and all these, like, that's not what he's saying. To keep your grift and to continue lying, you have to misinterpret clear English and lie about it. And that's what he's doing. What ant is in Antarctica? I don't know. Red ant, fire ants? Fuck.
Did Project High Jump, the high land that's containing our waters, and in the 1940s and 50s, and he said he found more land bigger than the United States on the other side of the South Pole. Well, that would be, from where he went from, that would be like near Australia or Africa. You think they would notice a continent the size of the United States?
Yeah. Antarctica. That's what it is. Antarctica. That's what he saw. Fucking idiot.
And he said there's also warmer lands there.
No, he didn't say there's warmer lands there. So, okay, hold up. All of Antarctica is not just ice. Okay? So maybe that's what he was referring to. There is actual land in Antarctica.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
And
it does.
and then he announced that on a national news show, and 6 months later he died suddenly in his sleep
Right.
somehow.
Yeah.
So
Oh yeah, they murdered him. They murdered him because he let out too much information. He said what Antarctica was, so they had to murder him.
when you say most people think the Earth is flat, this is a heat map of my app, the Flat Earth Clock app, and these are just the people. These are just the people that have my app, which is less than 1% of flat earthers.
That's scary. That's like the Megan's Law website with the.
Holy shit, dude. So just to clear it up, his app is $3. Okay. So Roseanne Barr has how many? Roseanne Barr has 176,000 followers just on Rumble. His goal, just watch, because his goal is going to be very clearly laid out. I thought it was all covered somehow.
I don't like to see that many people. There's that many people that are on your app.
This is the UK.
Wow,
Right?
that's
and
impressive.
Wow.
they're everywhere. There's over 180,000, 185,000 now.
Yeah, because because you're a fucking scammer. You scammed these people out of their money to put into your pocket to continue to lie to them.
That are on the app. And that's way less than 1% of the flat earthers out there. Because once you discover this, once you take the time to see the truth, several things will happen. One, you'll never forget it. Two, you'll wonder how you ever believed in the ball. I was a diehard globalist, right?
A globalist.
Globe. And we'll get more into why the lie, but it's about controlling you. Like if you don't know that there's more resources, if you don't know that there's more land, if you don't know that you're at the center of creation, you don't know who you are, you can easily be controlled by the government. Govern, control, ment is the mind.
Govern. What is the Megan Law website? I don't know. I never looked into it. Is the design in his t-shirt a globe earth? I'll tell you in a second when I actually pay attention to it.
Right.
Right?
Wait, is it?
The teaching of the earth is round. I watched a little bit on you. You're saying that's a relatively new
So in
teaching.
20
Like 100 years ago, apparently,
well,
everybody, you said back in the days, they used to teach everybody believed flat earth, like to the 1800s, early 1900s.
yeah. So,
So Christopher Columbus, didn't he prove that it was round?
by sailing over the ocean and everything.
Well, by looking at an orange and seeing. That's
So
what we were
that's
taught.
these
what I
are
was taught.
stories told to us by the victors, right? The
Right.
controllers. So these are just stories. I never met Christopher Columbus. I don't even know if he existed.
Yep,
And,
that's what Andrew was saying. Andrew was saying, how do we know that these people even existed? We don't know these people even existed. It's like, how do we know that like it's once you start going down that rabbit hole, Yeah, meant is equals mind for some reason. I don't know. Yeah, so that is a globe. It's saying you're not stupid, it's stupid. Referring to the globe. So that's what it's shared. It actually is a globe.
You know, a lot of these characters from our past, like Eratosthenes 2,000 years ago in Greece, he did a sticks and shadows experiment. And
Wells in shadows. Wells, not sticks. He doesn't believe his own lies. He can't believe his own lies. There's no way that he could possibly believe in his own lies.
and they pushed that through everybody. Carl said,
But he has to preach them because this is his job. This is his living. This is what he does for money.
Sagan pushed it in the Cosmos series, and it's in school books, and that is like one of the top proofs that kids are taught that the Earth is a globe with the sticks and shadows experiment.
Not sticks and shadows, wells and shadows. If you actually knew the experiment that Eratosthenes did, then you would stop saying fucking sticks and shadows.
And they say it could only happen on a globe, but it actually, in the flat Earth model, it works perfectly.
No, it doesn't.
Flat Earth,
So the thing about Eratosthenes is he had two wells. There was the equinox. So on the day of the equinox, when the sun was directly above the Earth, or whatever, where they were, there was a well with no shadow. Okay, so the sunlight was directly going down into the well. Okay, and then what was it? A couple, either I forget what it was. It's like 1,000 miles south or 3,000 miles. I forget. I don't remember the actual numbers, but a good distance south, there was another well that was dug, and the angle of the shadow was recorded. You skip my important. Oh my god, dude! No, this is what the fuck do you mean? He just said sailing over the ocean, making a round gesture of a globe. Listen, man, very important. That was a very important comment. I'm trying to fucking talk here, bud. Jesus. So the angle of the shadow was recorded. Okay, there was two data sets. Okay, we had the sun going directly down the well, and then we had the sun creating an angle of shadow down another well. Now that and then the radius of the Earth was determined by those two data sets. However, there was not a third data set, which would be mathematical proof of a globe. Okay, so yes, he's completely right that with two data points, you can prove a flat Earth, or a flat Earth would be plausible. Okay, with a third data set, it would completely wipe out flat Earth as being a possibility. Super important for the conversations of a lame flat earther. Sure. So what has been done in the meantime is thousands of data points on the same day on the equinox, right? Thousands of data points. Okay. If you take all of those data points, the only way that they would work mathematically is if the Earth was curved. Back to me being quiet. Listen, Noam, you don't have to be quiet. You just can't yell at me about fucking not reading comments. Like I'm trying to be informative here, man. This isn't a gaming stream. This is different. All right? This is informative, okay? Now like, yeah, sure, I missed your comment, but like, come on, man, be reasonable.
Earth model, the sun is small and close, right? We don't know what the sun is. It's just in the sky. It's small and close. So get two beer bottles on a desk and then hold a light over one of them. There'll be no shadow, and the other one will have a shadow.
Right.
You can use
But with a third data point, it would completely wipe that out as being a possibility.
the same math that Eratosthenes did to figure out the sphericity of your table. Which is flat.
So just to explain the shadows and rods, if you have a curve of the Earth.
But it's been redone hundreds, if not thousands of times to prove a globe. They have to go with the one experiment with the lack of enough data points to latch onto to prove their point, when it just doesn't work. It's just not matching reality.
You put up
When it's been done so many times after this. It's been hundreds, if not thousands of years since this has been done. Like, do these people really think that this experiment hasn't been redone with way more data points?
right, and you shine the sun. The ones that are on the curve would have a longer shadow.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how they prove the Earth is round, because look over here, it's casting a longer shadow because the sun's up there. Where,
Yes.
like a
See,
sundial
there's
directly.
3 data points. 3 data points. Right there.
At noon, there's no shadow.
Right.
Proving the Earth is round. It
This
looks like
is,
this.
you know, Eratosthenes assumed that all sun rays come in parallel from a distant sun, which causes multiple problems because
What problems does that cause? You literally have the answer on your tablet. The answer is the answer on the right. Multiple data points showing that the sun is really far away and all the rays are parallel. Look at that.
no one has ever seen parallel sun rays. Go out when the sun is.
What? No one has ever seen parallel sun rays? Hold on.
Out and the clouds are like broken up, and look at the rays. They come out crepuscular. They spread out, right? But on a flat Earth with a small local sun, you can get the same results as on a ball. But they don't teach you that in school. They teach you that it's the only answer is a ball.
That makes sense. So just in case, I'm sure you understand, but if our listeners don't, if it's a small sun closer
Small
to the
sun
Earth,
and close.
then the angle of the shadow would still work on a flat Earth
Right.
model. But if it is the big sun that's 9 million times bigger than us, or whatever the math is, that would not work because it would be so massive. It would only work
They
on
say
a curve.
that the sun is so big and it's so far away, 93 million miles,
Right.
that the rays come in essentially parallel. But no one has ever seen parallel rays. And back
That's a lie. That is a blatant lie. Oh, come on. I had a video and I showed it before. It was it were all these fence posts. There was a drone that started on the ground, and there were all these fence posts, right? And all the shadows looked like they were diverging in all different directions. And then once the drone lifted off and showed the shadow, they were all parallel. They're all parallel. It's all perspective. That is the one time that the word perspective actually makes sense in this regard. Or one of the times. Actually, this is a good one. Right here. There we go. Parallel sun rays. Boom. Parallel. There you go. You said no one has seen it. There you go. I saw it. Do I win now? Do I win a prize?
Back at the time of Eratosthenes, they believed in a
sunlight coming through
geocentric Earth, whether
clouds.
flat or globe, I don't care. They believed that the sun went around the Earth. How do you have a 93 million mile away giant sun circling a tiny little Earth?
Yeah, it
Right.
doesn't make sense.
So they literally get their stories are crisscrossing. They make absolutely no sense.
Wait, what? Back up.
It would
Well,
only work
they
on a
say
curve.
that the sun is so big and it's so far away, 93 million miles,
Right.
that the rays come in essentially parallel.
Yes.
But no one has ever seen parallel rays.
That's a false statement. You're a liar.
And back at the time of Eratosthenes, they believed in a geocentric Earth, whether flat or globe.
So there were Andrew even mentioned this, that not everyone believed that there was a stationary flat Earth. Like at this point, it had already been determined that the Earth was spherical, and this experiment was literally to determine the radius of the predetermined spherical Earth. So no, that's another lie. These people didn't believe that the Earth was a flat geocentric Earth. They that's not what they believed. They knew it was spherical. So Eratosthenes did this experiment to find out the radius of the Earth.
I don't care. They believe that the sun went around the Earth. How do you have a 93 million mile away giant sun circling a tiny little Earth?
Yeah,
Right.
doesn't make sense.
So
Right, which is why it makes more sense that we are rotating around the sun.
they literally their stories are crisscrossing.
They're not crisscrossing. You are making up narratives, lies, to make it sound like they're crisscrossing.
They make absolutely no sense.
To you, because you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
And people just short circuit. They're like, I just want to get an A on the test. I just want to.
Well,
I
if-
just want to get an A on the test. Fuck off, you dumb fuck.
if
right.
the sun is large and we are going around it, that math works.
And when
Are
someone
we circling the sun?
no, the sun circles us.
What?
So wait a second. He just said it's ridiculous that the sun is circling us. And then he's like, no, but the sun is circling us. Dumb fuck.
This is why I love flat Earth theory.
Yeah,
He's
no,
so
the sun
convinced.
circles us.
Yeah. So I'm just on. This is
So
going super fast.
we don't move.
it's super fast, like supersonic speeds, because that's what it would have to be if it were going to be circling us.
You feel like you're moving. You might, but
No, I never do. And
Yeah.
I always wonder that if we're supposed to be spinning at something like 365,000 miles
I
per
think it's
second,
27,000.
how come nobody's hair is moving?
Inertia.
Or,
Newton's
Right. Well, they
second
say
law.
because the air is velcroed to the Earth by gravity.
Velcroed.
And the air is spinning, and because the Earth is this is the official story. Because the Earth
The
has been spinning
official
so long,
story,
the
you
friction
piece
of the
of shit. It's not a story. It's the scientific empirical proof that objects in motion stay in motion. There's nothing slowing down the rotation of the Earth.
mountains and the topographical of the surface of the Earth.
And the air isn't velcroed on. It's called friction. Friction is not Velcro. Velcro is being connected. Velcro is not friction. And it takes billions of years for an atmosphere to reach the point that it's at now in obtaining the same rotational speed that the Earth has.
Has made all of the air spin with us. But a summer breeze can blow left and right and up and
Right.
down.
Because of Coriolis, you dumb fuck, and air pressure and high and low pressures. Like,
Right? The sun goes around.
Your YouTube.
sorry.
And not to be a nerd, but
the sun circles us, so the whole solar system is wrong.
if you're a
What
flat
about
earther,
the other
if
planets?
you're a flat earther,
Let's go there in a second.
we're
But
working
the
through it.
sun goes around,
I love this shit.
and wherever the sun is, it's noon.
Okay.
And so the sun is a small local light. Now, a lot of globe anti-flat earthers and even some flat earthers will say the
So-
sun.
can someone please explain to me how the sun illuminates half of this Earth, but what is stopping the light from reaching the rest? So let's say that this is correct, right? So let's say that this bottom part is correct. Now, wouldn't that have to illuminate a lot more of the Earth? Like, light rays don't just stop. They don't just stop halfway through the Earth. Like, that's not how light works. That's not how photons work. Like, there's no explanation for how light can just stop on the Earth. Like it just doesn't work.
The sun's 3,000 miles high and 30 miles wide. That works, but it could be 1,500 miles wide and 15 miles wide, or it could be 7,500 miles high and 7.5 miles wide. Scaling and variance, we don't know. I'm making.
We
no
do
claim.
know. My computer is like freaking out because of how much I'm having it download right now. Like it is, like I'm just trying to look through these photos for that one photo. You know what? Fuck it. I'll make a short on it. On
what the sun is, where it is, other than it's a local light, which we can prove by its rays Go out on a moonlit night when there's scattered clouds, and you'll see that the moon is only lighting the clouds that are right next to it.
Mm-hmm.
If it was 250,000 miles away, it should light up all of the moon, all of them.
It should.
What's the question you just
It should. It should. It should. It should.
asked? You asked me a question. Oh, the other planets.
Yeah, because we can see stars moving in the sky, and we can track Mars and Jupiter and all that.
We've sent probes to Mars. We've sent probes to every single fucking planet or planet in our solar system, including the sun. Multiple probes we've sent to the sun.
Stuff.
Yeah. So
if there's no solar system, there's no planets.
right
rotating.
when you look at planets, I want to keep this really simple. There's a thing called the inverse square law. Oh, the math, people freak out. It's very easy. When you
the math, people freak out. No. When math is brought up, flat earthers freak out and say those are just numbers. They don't mean anything.
have an object and it's a certain size, move it farther or move it twice the distance away and it'll be a quarter of the size.
Right.
Okay. And it's the same with the brightness. If I have something that's 4 lumens here, I double it, it's 1 lumen.
Right.
Right. It's a quarter. And it's the same as you get closer. When you go out at night and look at I like looking at Jupiter because it's the brightest star.
Right.
You've seen it.
Yeah.
It's bright.
It's bright. Jupiter is not a star, by the way, guys. Newsflash: Jupiter is not a fucking star. Jupiter is in fact a planet.
Brighter than any other star.
I'm
Right. It's as bright as the sun, but it's just very small.
It's as bright as the sun. It's just very small. Did he just fucking say that? The brightness of the sun is like if I wish I had the numbers right now, because that is one of the most retarded fucking statements I've ever heard in my entire life.
So Jupiter, they tell us, is a gassy planet, and it's 4 times farther away from the sun than we are. So we see. So if our giant sun was right next to us, it would fill the whole sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
We move it 93 million miles away, and it's the size of a coin held at arm's length,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's how we see the sun.
Mm-hmm.
If we doubled that distance, it would be like the size of an eraser, like the end of an eraser. And if we doubled it again, so now it's 4 times farther, it would be pretty small. It would be very small.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were on Jupiter, that sun is literally like a large star at best. And you have to believe that that distant sun is lighting up Jupiter. That light is reflecting.
Your math is very wrong, sir. Your math is incredibly wrong. That's not how it works. Have we seen pictures? Okay, so actually, let's look at pictures of the sun from Pluto. This is man, this sucks. Man. All right. So oh, this is cool. Okay. All right. So maybe, I mean, he might not be completely wrong here. So let's look at this. So my wife thinks that because I'm being loud, she can be twice as loud. So this is the size of the Earth from Jupiter, or size of the sun from Jupiter. This is it from Earth. Venus here, Mercury here. So these are all the different sizes of the sun from the different planets. I think that's super fucking cool. That's super cool. But what difference does it make in what he's saying? Let's find out. Why is my computer like freaking out, dude?
Reflecting off of the gassy surface, which isn't very reflective, all the way back to your eye, 400 million miles away, and we see it as bright as the sun.
Mm-hmm.
You're seeing a light in the sky named after a god. That's all I can say.
Let me ask you this: what would, because I'm not an astronomer, what would an astronomer say to your claim here? Would he blow it out of the water, or would he just change the subject?
Pretty much just change the subject. So
Have
what
you-
about the moons going around Jupiter? There are 4 little lights that do move around Jupiter, and if you pre-assume that it's a globe and that those are other smaller globes going around, you could do that. But
Oh, fuck. I fucked up. God damn it, I fucked up. Why is my computer freaking out? Hold on, we're having technical difficulties. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I think my computer stopped wanting to freaking. I don't know what's going on with my computer, but like it was fucked. I had to restart. The reason why the music stopped is because the music is coming from this computer. So there we go. All right, we're gonna come back. Oops, wrong button. We're gonna go back to the video. This commercial break is brought to you by Malort. Drink it and fight your stepdad. I am a stepdad. Fuck! Don't fight me. Don't fight me. All right. So recent events have had me determine that my my wife is in fact as drunk as I am. So so please mind. Did you say what? That was not to me. Thank God. Thank God. So let's continue.
Of the gassy surface, which isn't very reflective.
So Jupiter, which is as bright as the sun, according to Flat Earth Dave, is a gassy surface that shouldn't be reflecting as much sunlight as it does.
All the way back to your eye, 400 million miles away, and we see it as bright as the sun.
As bright as the sun. As bright as the sun, guys.
Mm-hmm. You're seeing
like that is objectively false. That is objectively false. Like if I look in the sky right now, I wouldn't be able to tell you where fucking Jupiter is. You know why? Because the next brightest object in the sky right now is the moon, not fucking Jupiter.
a light in the sky named after a god. That's all I can say.
They're all named after gods.
Ask you this: what would, because I'm not an astronomer, what would an astronomer say to your claim here? Would he blow it out of
That he's fucking wrong?
the water, or he just change the subject?
Pretty much just change the subject.
No. Pretty much just change the subject. No, he would call you a fucking moron and move on with his life. Like real life astronomers don't have time to deal with your bullshit. And like honestly, with how many people have his app, I'm actually fucking terrified. And this is why I'm doing this, is because the spread of misinformation in this crap is terrifyingly fast. And people are buying it. Literally buying it. And making him lots of fucking money. This is why I'm here.
So what about the moons going around Jupiter? There are 4 little lights that do move around Jupiter, and if you pre-assume that it's a globe and that those are other smaller globes going around, you could do that. But
actually, the moons of Jupiter are not actually perfectly spherical. They're actually pretty lame.
Okay, you know, this is the famous picture of Jupiter.
Yeah,
and this one here is a couple years later. They said we saw the northern lights. This is actually from NASA. This one.
Oh, that's so sick.
And look at those northern lights. Does it look stupid?
Yes, it looks like a bad.
It's so stupid, right? And they and
that looks stupid. So therefore, like it is a clear, like you can't have a picture of Jupiter, okay, and say, yeah, this is legit, and then have one with the northern lights on Jupiter and be like, oh no, this is bullshit. Like, make up your fucking mind.
If you compare the pictures of the original Jupiter to the one that was taken years later, all the clouds are in the exact same place.
They're my brain is fucking exploding. They're not in the exact same place. Jupiter is fucking huge. It takes a lot of time for everything to move in Jupiter. In 2 years, I'd say this is pretty fucking decent.
There's no difference. And people just...
If you say that there's no difference, then you're choosing to believe that there's no difference. You're willfully ignorant.
Believe that.
Yeah, no,
And
that's-
here's the thing:
Yeah, okay.
all of our space knowledge, all
Like, and I don't even know where those pictures came from. I just know he's lying. And I can, you know what? That's this. I'm gonna make a fucking list here. Notes. I'm gonna make a list of all the shit. All right, Jupiter 2014 versus 2016. I'm fact checking you, you fucking asshole.
all of the pictures, everything, they all come from NASA.
They don't all come from NASA. They come from the hundreds or the tens of space agencies around the fucking world.
You look into NASA. If you watch any of my interviews at FlatEarthDave.com, you'll see I go through the.
So they must have removed something, because there was a part in this interview where he starts out by saying that if you go and buy and get his app, okay, he doesn't say buy his app. It's $3, by the way. If you go and get his app, all you have to do is watch a series of videos, and when you're done watching those videos, you submit proof of the globe Earth, you get 3 Bitcoin. Jesus fuck. You get 3 Bitcoin. Okay, that's what he's laying down as a challenge. Show me proof of the globe Earth, you get 3 Bitcoin. People have already submitted proofs of the globe Earth to him, and he has completely rejected them. Completely rejected them. So what he is doing, part of the scam is when he advertises his app, it's you get the app, you watch the videos, and then if you submit glow proof, you get 3 Bitcoin. That's the scam, right? You already gave him his money. You already gave him your money. I'm sorry. And then there's a possibility that you'll get 3 Bitcoin. That's fucking a scam. And then you never fucking get it, because whatever you submit, he will reject it. That is the definition of a scam. And he is a fucking scammer. He is a liar. He will take any submission and say, no, that's CGI. That's fake. That's not proof of a globe. He is a liar. He is a scammer.
The NASA nonsense on the International Space Station, right? They're using green screens and wires.
That's called data compression. That's called shitty connections. They're in space, bro.
And they flub their lines. They're like,
like using this as evidence. This happens on a stream on Earth.
Or right here in Maine, right next to us. Like, no, you're in space. You're not in Maine.
How is this evidence?
And we catch all of these errors all the time that they keep trying to correct. We catch them and they correct them.
What are you talking about? They correct them. There's nothing to correct. Like when this guy just kind of materializes out of nowhere.
And
watch. Nobody's there.
We catch.
Boom. Someone is there. That's their proof. That's their evidence of a flat Earth. The Earth is flat.
All of these errors all the time that they keep trying to correct.
Proof.
We catch them and they correct them. Staying out of space for a second. So we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour on a globe.
Tangentially at the equator, yes. Well, yeah, he's not going to give someone $174,000 for proving him wrong. Has this guy heard of UDP before? Nope. Yo, Jake, what's going on, buddy? How you doing, bud? Welcome to the Drunk Debunk Show.
The equator.
What do you think of my my thumbnail there? Did you like it? I made that.
Spins at 1,000 miles an hour.
I made that. I'm not. You know what? I'm going to stop there.
Right? I thought it was 20. It's like just over 24,000 miles around.
Okay.
Spin around once a day.
Gotcha.
1,000 miles an hour.
Okay.
Right.
Yep, 15 degrees per hour. Yes, because that's how the rotation is actually measured.
Right. If you're in Alaska, you're making a much smaller circle. So you're only going like 300 miles an hour.
Right.
So that's weird. How about a plane taking off in Alaska, landing on the equator in Ecuador on a north-south runway that's moving sideways at 1,000 miles an hour? How does it gain that sideways speed?
How does it gain that sideways speed? It didn't gain that speed. It already had that speed. It already had it. What do you mean it gains that speed? It already had it. What are you using to edit them? Photoshop, sir. Photoshop.
How does it catch up? Right? Flying on an airplane, if you're flying on an airplane, you are instructed to teach the world to treat the world as flat and stationary. Because if you
because the Coriolis effect is such a tiny, minuscule amount of force against an against an airplane that it doesn't even need to be considered. It is such a tiny, tiny force. The Earth, big.
If you don't, you will die.
Right.
They're just like, it's so big.
You don't, you will die. You don't. You will die.
Big, just treat it as it's flat and stationary. Maybe it's just flat and stationary. All observations prove that it's flat and stationary.
All observations prove that it is flat and stationary. Care to show one observation that is flat and stationary? Oh, because pilots don't need to account for the Coriolis because it's such a tiny, tiny force.
All observations prove the globe to be a lie, and all
observations, all words that come out of your mouth are fucking lies.
The globe measurements, the radius of the Earth, the diameter, the distances, they're all assumed.
They're not assumed. They are measured. They are measured.
No science behind them.
There's only science behind. There's only science behind these. There's science and math and things beyond your fucking comprehension that prove everything that you're saying is completely a lie.
Well, I'd like to point out that it is interesting that NASA was funded and started by after Operation Paperclip with Nazis, right?
Yeah.
And
Oy
so
vey.
I go,
Who
why
are
would
also the same people that went to Antarctica.
Right. So
Right.
we're going to get to
Right?
the fun stuff.
And they tell us
but
that
that is very telling.
Did you know that most of the moon rocks they find in Antarctica? Moon rocks finding in
Let me guess. They're gonna say that moon rocks are actually just petrified wood. Let me get. I'm gonna guess that. I'm gonna guess it. Go.
Antarctica.
Yeah.
Right? And the moon rock that we gave to the Dutch government as a gift, one of the astronauts gave them, they wanted to insure it. So the Dutch government, I think it was Dutch, they went to, they had it inspected and they found out that it's wood.
It's petrified wood. Yes. One of the astronauts did not give that to if he actually, like, you can tell when he knows he's telling a lie. There's a certain tone in his voice and a certain face he has. Like, look at his eyes right now. Okay. So here's a personal note. Okay. I watch a lot of interrogation videos. Okay. And one of the things that is pointed out is when one of the people, when a suspect is being interrogated and they're lying, they will look at the person who's interrogating them just like this, after they tell the lie, to gauge if they're buying it or not. This is the exact look that you give to someone if you're gauging their reaction to what you're saying. That's what this is. He knows he's lying, and he is observing her reaction to that lie to see if she's buying it. Everything he said about that is a lie. That piece of petrified wood was never claimed by NASA to be from the moon. It was something that was found in someone's drawer at some point. And even when it was on display, it was never stated that it was from the moon. Never. And that's what these people grasp onto, is this half story, these lies. Can you want me to interview Flat Earth Dave? He wouldn't give me the time of day. Are you kidding me? If you guys give me more likes and more views and more subs, then maybe he might take me. But with what I'm at right now, I don't think so. I would love to debate him, though. I would love to debate Flat Earth Dave. Are you kidding me? That would be like the best moment of my life if I could get him on my show and debate him. That would be so good.
Petrified wood, and it wasn't really a moon rock.
Because no one ever said it was. Nobody ever said it was a piece of moon rock. Ever. Ever.
Bizarre.
What does NASA say about that?
They don't say anything about it.
Because it has nothing to do with NASA. They don't say anything about it because it has nothing to do with them.
Is that
right? We have observations where we can see mountaintops 700 miles away, and from that observer height, which you calculate in using their globe math. Using their globe math incorrectly without taking refraction into or observer height into account. Like, that's what Whitsitt did with his interview or his debate with Professor Dave, right? He showed all these pictures from this professional photography site. Okay. Now, the thing about those pictures, those photographers had to wait for the perfect refractive conditions to be able to get pictures of those mountains at that time. Now, if the earth was flat, okay, you wouldn't have to wait for the perfect time. It would be the perfect time all the time. Like you have to wait for those photographers had to wait for the perfect conditions to be able to get those photos of those mountains that Whitsitt had on that debate. Did you realize Roseanne never reacts? She will, trust me. What do they say about it? They haven't said anything about it. Because there's nothing to say about it. There's nothing to say about it. It has nothing to do with NASA. Nothing to do with NASA. Because it's not a fucking moon rock.
There we go.
Imagine being that loud about World of Warcraft. So anywho, so you know what? I'm gonna wrap it up with everything he says is a fucking lie.
And there's actually 4 formulas to calculate the curve of the Earth. We use the one that gives the globe the benefit of the doubt.
What, the 8 inches per mile square? Go ahead. Is that the one?
It's actually less. And at 700 miles away from that altitude, the tops of those mountains should be over 50 miles below.
50 miles! I love how he just blah numbers blah. Can we see anything? Like, did he provide the producer with anything? Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's do that. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and see if he actually provided the producer with any kind of numbers or pictures or anything. Let's see.
Oh, a physical curve, but they all are right there. They're all visible. You know what they say about that? Nothing. They won't. They can't address it. They just pretend it doesn't exist.
Oh, okay. So you didn't actually come with numbers or refractive conditions or the actual like elevation of the observer or anything that would collaborate the bullshit that is spewing out of your mouth right now. Cool. Good job. Good job, Flat Earth Dave. Dumb fuck.
Well, are we in outer space?
The way I describe it is we are in the basement of the universe. We are at the center of creation. If you really want to get into it, on my app, the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, there's a homeschooling section, and there's a section called Schooling Globers, and there's a section there about the toroidal field where we live. You know what a toroid is? It's our heart creates a toroidal field. The Earth creates a toroidal magnetic field where it just kind of circles upon itself. If you see it, you'll know what the shape is.
It's like two.
And there's a section there about the toroidal field where we live. You know what a toroid is? It's our heart creates a toroidal field. The Earth creates a toroidal magnetic field.
So pray tell, where is so? So this isn't something that they just put on screen, right? This is something that Dave had provided the producer to put into the video. Okay, so this isn't just something that they found online. Okay, this is what Dave provided. Okay, let's just get that out of the way. There are celestial objects in this area. Okay, perfect. The planets, great. But what Flat Earth Dave also states is there's a firmament. There's a physical container over the flat plane. Okay, now he also claims that there's 80 to 90,000 more continents on this flat plane beyond the Antarctic ice wall. Now, please tell me where any of that is in this demonstration. I mean, he just contradicted his own fucking claim. He's saying that there's 80 to 90,000 more continents. He said that in this interview earlier, not 20 minutes ago in this interview. He said that there are 80 to 90,000 more continents. Where do they fit in this? Where do they fit?
Where it just kind of circles upon itself. If you see it.
Oh, and here's the Northern Lights, of course. And there's Southern Lights, apparently, underneath the Earth lights that happen under here. I like what is this? How is this? If anybody has a brain, okay, and they're listening to Flat Earth Dave and be like, all of his things that he said so far makes sense. And then he throws something like this on the screen. This has to reduce all credibility. It looks like an apple. It's a cake layer. It's a cake layer continents. There's multiple continents. There's multiple cake
you'll know
layers.
What the shape is.
It's like two angel wings, right?
Yeah, and
I've
so
seen
we
that.
live in the plane. It's called the block domain wall in the middle of that toroidal field. I don't have a picture right here, but I'll give you one that you can splice in.
See, that just enforced the fact that he provided that. He provided that.
And so,
completely contradicts everything he just said previous to this point.
So there's this flat plane. That's where we are on such a big scale. I don't know if our human minds can fully, understand it, but that's where we live.
But we're not in space with other planets.
No,
Oh yeah, she was asking what Jupiter was. That's why I want to get back
yeah.
to try.
So
I'm hearing
these
two
are
things.
lights in the sky they used to be called wandering stars, right? And if you take a telescope and zoom it in on a planet and then bring it over to a star or the moon, it's still in focus. They're all in focus. You can focus beyond it. You can focus in front of it.
True.
And
I've
they're
done
all the same. They all
Mhm.
appear to be the same distance.
No, they don't. They all appear to be the same distance. Those stars that you're seeing are fucking massive. They're hundreds of times bigger than our sun. What are you talking about? They all appear to be the same size or the same distance. Is he?
So, people say, "What are all astronomers lying? They see these things." I've seen Jupiter. I took 4 years of astronomy in college.
Bullshit. Absolute bullshit. You slept through that fucking class. Are you kidding me? You're a fucking liar. Hold on. I'm gonna pull up a meme real quick. Yes, I'm going with a meme. Give me 1 second, please. View large icons. Of course you're gonna make me do this. Hold on, there's a meme that's perfect for. Oh my god, thank God this isn't on screen. That was Grayson, by the way. That's Grayson. Look at this. The perfect meme. Scientists. A man who saw a YouTube video. Yes, you are all wrong. That's him. This is the claim he's making. This is the claim he's making. This is a visualization of the claim that he is making to prove his side. Okay, let that set in. Okay, let that set in.
I had access to an observatory telescope. We use it all the time. But we're just told that glowing ball with glowing rings is a planet with ice.
You're not being told that. You're seeing it. You're observing it. Like that is an observation.
Ice around it that's reflecting light perfectly like a light. Right? When you actually do the math and use actual science and not just use the word science. You ask a glober, what's your best proof for the globe? They go physics, science. That's all they have.
Right.
But
physics and science. That doesn't explain anything. Oh my God. What the fuck is happening? Yeah, physics and science. That doesn't explain anything that's happening with the globe. Of course not. That it's just a scapegoat.
But they're using pseudoscience. They have no
pseudoscience. Okay, you know what? This is what's happening. This is what's happening. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right. We're going to disprove the flat earth in 2 seconds here. All right, ready? All right. This is how you disprove the flat earth. Okay? Now let me This is with science. You ready? In physics. Okay. This is green. Okay, this is the earth. Ready? This is the flat earth. Okay. Boom. Okay. Earth. Doodle-doo. Doodle-doo. There's a bunch of shit. Continents and whatnot. Okay, beautiful. Now, I only grabbed 2 colors. Pretend this is the blue is the sun. Okay. So this is the sun. Okay. So we don't know how big it is. He said we don't know how big the sun is. There we go. And then right here, this is Roseanne. Let's just say this is Roseanne. This is an observer on the Earth. Okay. Now, no matter where the sun goes, whether it go over here or over here or over here, or if it goes a spiral like this, like they say it does, okay, it never, this is the, okay, hold on. This is the angle that we see the sun. Let's say it's over here too. Okay, same height. Okay. Oh my God. And then let's bring it over here. This is the angle. Okay. All right. Even if I put the sun over here, the angle would, oops, a little lower. The angle would lower. Okay. Even if the sun was way over here and not even on the paper, it would never reach 0. It would never reach the point where you weren't able to see it in the sky. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. If the sun was physically above the flat plane, you would always be able to see it. It would never set. Flat Earth debunked. Mike Bob Ross over IP. Flat Earth debunked. The end.
No actual backup for what it is.
That one documentary I watched, I talked to Eddie about. He was mad at me for bringing it up, but I'd like to do it. It was
Behind the Curve.
Was that the one where they were going to do the laser test and then it proved it looked like it proved the Earth was round, and then the guy's like, "Ah, fuck," and it ended.
So again, you understand that anything that's a big deception, they'll feed you the opposite.
Right.
They'll give you
yes, the big deception.
So Netflix did a hit piece on Flat Earth, and we had an experiment where we had a canal which was level, and along the canal we had 3 pieces of plywood a mile apart with a hole, and all leveled to the level of the pond.
Yes, I
and
saw
so if we can stick a laser right through all 3 of them,
if the Earth is flat,
that would, because the middle one would have to be higher if the Earth was a globe, right? And before we even got to do it, the lasers, this is like a $40,000 laser with a condenser. It melted.
Okay.
It literally melted the condenser, so we couldn't use the laser. So we said, well, let's just try it with a light. And we held the light, and the guy said, I can't see the light. And he said,
why are you saying the guy? Why wouldn't you say his name? It's Jaren from Jarenism. Are you that opposed to being wrong that you can't even state the name of the person who proved the globe?
I'll hold it a little higher, and he reached up like this. So what is that, 2 more feet high? He'd have to go up 17 feet higher to, for the curve of the Earth.
That math,
right? But he held it up, and all of
oh my God, that math is wrong. It wouldn't have to be 17 feet higher. According to the 8 miles per square inch, that's the math that they were going off of. However, the 2 feet that he raised the light and they were able to see it, that is the actual correct answer to the equation of the correct formula.
All of a sudden, it's like, oh, I see it. And Jaren,
there he
goes, interesting, because it was interesting.
Yeah.
And that's where they cut it. Before the cut, right after the cut, he brings it down, and he goes, oh, I see it again now. So he did.
That's a fucking lie. That is a lie. No way. Even Jaren has never said that. Even Jaren has never said that. He's saying, Jaren has commented on that video saying he was saying interesting because he was trying to figure out in his brain where they went wrong with the mathematical formula. That's why he said interesting. Everything he's saying after this is an absolute lie. Bringing down the light, he would say, oh, I see it again? What a fucking liar, dude.
See it at that height. The problem was there was a tree with branches.
Gotcha.
You know,
There was
the
a
wind
tree
was
with
blowing.
you were in a fucking canal. There's no trees in a canal. Are you joking me? What a fucking piece of shit liar, dude.
And all this stuff was happening, but they edited it just to make it look like he proved the Earth was flat.
He proved it. He proved it was a globe. And then Jaron also went on to take video evidence that the ISS is also orbiting the Earth. So go on.
Why is it that flat earthers are the only ones that have ever proven the Earth is a globe?
Because you haven't. You even use quotation marks for proven. Because you haven't proven that the Earth is a globe.
With a silly experiment that was cut off in a hit piece.
No, it's a
That
good
was
point.
you don't even get the real information from the experiment.
Did you guys ever end up doing the experiment with the laser? Because I know
No,
that was
no,
big funded.
not again, because there's a lot of logistics and costs and
Yeah.
everything. And then the other thing, I'll just bring it up since you brought up that film. They had a ring laser gyro, a very expensive gyro
A $20,000 gyroscope.
that is set to detect if the Earth is rotating.
Yes.
Right? If the Earth is rotating at 15 degrees per hour, which would bring it around, 360 degrees in a day, and it did detect a rotation.
Yeah, a 15 degree per hour rotation. Yes. Thank you, Bob.
Right? And so that was heard, and it was said off camera. But he's like, yeah, we don't want the globe believers to hear that, know about that, because they'll go crazy. They use that clip.
Gotcha.
But what they didn't figure out is, what is that 15 degrees measuring? Is it the Earth rotation, or is it that rotation of the sky, the ether that we are in?
Okay. Sorry, I feel like I just took another shot of that fucking garbage. Ether has been disproved for 1,000 years now, or hundreds of years, whatever. The Michelson-Morley experiment disproved the ether. There's no ether. What was being measured was the rotation of the Earth. What physics would explain, what math, what reality would explain the results of a gyroscope, a ring laser gyroscope, to a super highly accurate piece of equipment that's used on airplanes to determine, their orientation. $20,000 per ring laser gyroscope. Okay, just $20,000 piece of equipment. What else could it possibly be recording?
And
what is ether? You know what? You're gonna have to ask Google. I'm not gonna go into what ether is. It's basically, how we have a hypothesis of what is dark matter. Dark matter, ether was like the first hypothesis of our hypothesis of dark matter. You're gonna have to look it up. I can't go into it.
And so they did
it's actually AETHE here.
Experiment where they, at the same latitude, they went up 10,000 feet on a mountain and did the same measurement.
Yes.
Now, if the Earth was a globe, it would be the exact same rotational angular speed.
Well, I mean,
and it wasn't. It was different, which
by a tiny percentage. A tiny percentage. They have done Michelson-Morley's experiment multiple times at different atmospheric conditions. They've done it in an underwater container so that the water would insulate any outside variables. They've done it at multiple a range of different elevations. Like, these experiments have been done hundreds, if not thousands of times, and come up with the exact predicted measurements, or slightly off based off of predicted how you say margins of error.
Absolutely proves it's not the Earth spinning, but that didn't make the movie.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because it's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. Everything you just said was bullshit.
Well, thank you for answering that question. So let's get.
What is spinning?
What is what?
What is spinning?
What is spinning? So all of the stars above us are spinning.
Yeah.
There's some sort of enclosure over us. We'll call it a dome. I don't know if it terminates right outside of Antarctica or if it goes a million miles farther.
How would you not know? How would you not know? How would we not know?
I don't know.
Right.
Because we're not allowed to explore there.
We're not allowed to explore Antarctica. I'm going to vaguely quote from the Antarctic Treaty. Okay. The Antarctic Treaty says that you are free to scientifically explore Antarctica. You are allowed to explore Antarctica if you know what the fuck you're doing and don't die.
But think about this. So there's a thing called the three-body problem, right? There's a show on Netflix about the three-body problem. And you get a supercomputer, you say, I got a sun, it's this big, it's got this much gravity, I got a planet, and I'm putting it in orbit, and that computer will figure out what it's going to do for the next 50 years, 100 years, whatever you need. Add one more object into that, either another planet or a moon, and the entire thing goes haywire, and no computer can figure out what it's going to do next. That's just
no computer can figure out what it's going to do next. No, the data has changed, so therefore the algorithm must adjust to that new data. Like, what are you talking about? Are we in that Jim Carrey movie? Oh, yeah, the Simpsons movie, dude. That's what I think about all the time. Is the Simpsons movie where they put a dome over Springfield? So good. And the Jim Carrey, that's the Truman Show. I actually mentioned in one of my previous episodes is that I love that movie, the Truman Show. Such a great movie. One of Jim Carrey's greatest performances. Okay, other than Sunshine of an Eternal. Fuck, I forget what it's called. But I wish that movie had never come out because flat earthers use that all the fucking time. We need Homer to save us. We need Homer.
With three bodies. Think about our solar system. Think about our galaxy, right? They tell us that 85%, somewhere around there, of the stars in our 100 billion star galaxy are binary, which means they're orbiting around each other while they're orbiting the galaxy. So let's just think of a beehive that you just threw a rock into, all right? So all of this is going on. The Earth is corkscrewing through space, right? We're corkscrewing through space.
They loved, yo, Sammy, what's up? What's up, Mike from PA? From PA. It's Mike from MA. I'm from Massachusetts, just like fucking Andrew John apparently is from Massachusetts. I'm good. Good to see you.
We're corkscrewing through space we're chasing
66. We're chasing the sun. We're chasing the sun, guys. It's a race.
Chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour.
Yes, we're chasing the sun. We're not orbiting the sun. We're chasing it. Because chasing and orbiting are the same thing? Synonymous? I don't know. Sammy knows something we don't know? Nope. So she's referring to, I don't know, back to the last episode, last Friday, where they were searching for Mike from PA because they didn't know that it was Mike over IP. They're trying to find me. So
this is the heliocentric model I'm showing you here.
This is not the heliocentric model. That is not the heliocentric model. That is a flat Earth depiction, a ignorant depiction of the heliocentric model. So we are a flight disk? Yes, we are a flight disk.
There's the sun, and those are all the planets chasing the sun.
Chasing the sun, not orbiting. We're chasing it. We're not attracted to it by gravity at all. We're chasing it.
Spinning, the moons are orbiting them. Everything stays in perfect alignment, perfectly calculable, never ever changes. Right? And all the stars are doing their own thing, but never once in your entire life have two stars ever changed position due to parallax.
That is a blatant lie. That is a blatant lie. In our observable lifetime, we have seen stars change distance, change in parallax. That is a blatant lie.
Never once have two stars crossed each other.
That is. How can he sit there in her house? Look at her. She's like, why did I let this guy on? Look at that look on her face. She's like, what the fuck? How can he sit there on her couch in her house and just lie to her face and her audience? Right here, you can see the regret of having him talk to her audience.
That is impossible. Right? See, here's the thing that they'll tell you. Well, they'll say, well, the stars are so far away that even though we're moving 4.5 billion miles a year, century after century, it's still not enough to make any parallax.
Correct, because the stars are moving with us. The stars are moving with us. Okay, and the fact that what he's saying is not true. There are stars that have changed position in our sky. We have documented this multiple times. The stars really far away. The stars moving with us in the same fucking galaxy as us. Why would that not be a possibility?
Right? They'll say that, but then they say they know the distance of the stars based on 6 months of being on one side of the sun, 93 million miles over here, and then 93 million miles over here.
Because the universe, our solar system, the galaxy, really, really, really fucking big. I fucked up.
Distance, they can tell parallax. So they want their cake, they need it too. Right. So there's parallax when they need it. There's no parallax when we prove it. It doesn't. The Great Pyramid of Giza has a shaft that points right towards Polaris, our North Pole.
Right.
But they say, well, the Earth is wobbling, and so it shouldn't be pointing towards Polaris. They say, well, when it was built, it was pointing towards Thuban, a different star, which just happened to be at our northern axis.
Yeah, because the North Star, Polaris, wasn't always our North Star. Dave should have accepted the Antarctic trip. That is correct. But he won't, because he has to protect his grift. If he went to Antarctica and disproved the flat Earth, disproved everything that he says that the flat Earth is, including the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, that would ruin him. That would ruin his career. Oh my God.
So how do you
Christ.
well, you can just say, no, it's not. And they can say, yes, it is. And you can argue until the cows come home. Do you know about the Georgia Guidestones?
Yeah.
All the Georgia Guidestones. Okay. So the Georgia, let me give you a quick, what the Georgia Guidestones is. Okay. Is a stone. Boom. Big old stone with a hole in it. Okay. The hole always shows Polaris within that hole. Okay. Now that hole is a solid, 2 inches big, 2 inches wide. Depending on what angle depending on what angle you're looking at the in that hole at Polaris's, you will see Polaris. The fact that he's gonna say that if the stars were moving or whatever, you wouldn't be able to see Polaris in that single hole the entire whatever year or whatever. He's gonna talk some fucking bullshit. But what he's not taking into account is the angle that you're looking into that hole and how big that hole fucking is. Watch.
So besides them having the New World Order, tablets on them, they were a clock. There was a hole in the middle one, and you look through that little hole.
The little hole, it was a fucking gaping hole.
And it points right towards Polaris. We went there, we verified it, we've done time lapses. It's right there, right? It was built in 1981. And
1981. Jesus. 1981, guys. Go. All right, give me 1 second. All right, we back. All right.
if the Earth is wobbling like they tell us, it's moving 1 degree every 76 years.
Mm-hmm.
So it was up for over 40 years. That would be a half of a degree. The full moon in the sky, 3 of them side by side is 1 degree. So a half a degree is a moon and a half. So Polaris should no longer be lined up with that because it's already moved over a half a degree.
This is implying that this hole is this big. This big. That's what that's implying. Okay? This is a gaping hole. An absolute gaping hole.
But it was
like his like the thing about Dave is like he'll say some correct math, but then the end result of that math is completely wrong.
Still there right in the center. So we started making videos about it.
Right in the center.
We started talking about
Then
it.
it
It started going viral. All of a sudden,
It blows
boom.
up.
A terrorist blew it up 3 hours.
A terrorist blew it up after they exposed it? Are you kidding? Do you really think that you are that important? That you're that much of a distraction?
Hours later, the bulldozers were there. The entire thing was taken away. No investigation was ever done.
Interesting.
What do you think that means?
Yeah, let's
That means he is a fucking liar.
Because
the
that
fun
was
stuff
an
now.
absolute proof that we're not wobbling. And if we're not wobbling, we're not spinning, we're not in a heliocentric world. This is the most important lie over everything. You know, the things that you don't like to talk about that the government and the music industry and the entertainment does to small people and and all of the other stuff, all, you know, the health freedom, you know, topic, everything, all the nonsense in politics. The way they get away with this is they have the world believing that they're spinning out of control, flying through an infinite, godless, or distant God universe.
Yep, see, there it is. He finally brought it up. He finally brought it up. This is 38 minutes into this interview, and he finally said what he believes is that they're trying to hide God. They're trying to hide God so that they can control us. They can be the God. So what happened to that rock? It got torn down or whatever. I don't know.
That they have no power. That
I didn't even know it got torn down until a couple of weeks ago.
we have no resources. We're overpopulated. They're lying about the population.
I know that.
They're lying about resources.
No, you don't. What do you mean they're lying about the population? Like, what are they lying about the population about?
Mm-hmm.
You know, on my YouTube channel.
And who is they?
DITRH, it stands for Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. You can find everything at FlatEarthDave.com. I have a video that shows we were looking at a ship tracking site, and we saw a ship 900 miles inside of the shoreline of Antarctica, a giant ship, 850 meters long. And we looked at where the ship was belonged to, and it came from the nation of Kiribati, Karibati. Ever hear of it? And we looked at where the ship was belonged to, and it came from the nation of Kiribati, Karibati.
What does that say? What does that say? Position received via what? Via what exactly? Position received via satellite? So like a GPS satellite that are thousands of miles away from the surface of the Earth? So he's using data that he doesn't believe in how it is, like he doesn't. Can someone please send an ambulance? My brain is fucking bleeding.
And we looked at where the ship was belonged to, and it came from the nation of Kiribati, Karibati. Ever hear of it?
Mm-mm.
Right. I'm not pronouncing it right, but it's spelled that way. And you zoom in on it, it's a tiny little island in the middle of the South Pacific. Tiny. America and China, they both gave them $10 billion in the last few years. They say it's a very important trade route.
America and China gave this tiny little country $10 billion.
Why would a giant ship need to stop at a tiny sandbar in the middle of the Pacific to be an important trade route? Well,
refuel.
They
I'm gonna need to fact check that.
The information was very, very sketchy on that. But if you actually look at the flat Earth map, there was a map that was discovered in a Buddhist temple. A map discovered in a Buddhist temple. It was published in Hawaiian Magazine in 2010. No, 1910. And it shows all of these other continents outside of where we live. Right? So that outer circle would be the shoreline of Antarctica.
So wait a second. So this, okay, first off, the scale of this ship is huge. This is bigger than the United States. This is the United States, according to this map. Okay, this ship is bigger than the United States. Okay, so the ship itself is what, 3,500 miles wide? Sure. Okay. Let's just assume that the center of this ship is what they actually mean. Okay, we're gonna go with the center of this ship. Okay, right around here. Now, what they're saying is that it's okay. So this is it. Now, this is the ice wall. Okay, the outer rim, right? This circle right here is Antarctica. Okay, They were saying it was 900 miles outside of this. Okay. If this is the size of the United States, then outside of Antarctica, it would be like right here. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but it would be like right here. Not way out here where there are other made up continents. And that's assuming that the center of the ship is what they were referring to.
So imagine we got
a 5-minute trip from New York to London with the ship. A 5-minute trip. You just walk from one side of the ship to the other.
this piece of paper and we took a ball and we wrapped it around it. All of those continents are going to get squished to the bottom. They're calling that Antarctica. We're not allowed to explore Antarctica. Virtually.
Lies. This is, guys, keep in mind, this is after. This is well after he was given the opportunity to go to Antarctica for free. All expenses paid. Whatever he needs, food, lodging, clothing, everything he would need to go to Antarctica. He refused. And he is still spouting this nonsense.
Or physically.
Right.
Right? You can go to a tour.
No, it's not right, Roseanne. It's not right. It's a lie.
A guided tour, no, and just to the shoreline, maybe 100 miles inland.
Incorrect. Still false. Lies. Lies. He was offered a trip to go further than that into Antarctica for free. And he's still going to spout these lies.
But that's it. Right? You're not allowed to go anywhere. So maybe these ships are going out to these outer lands and that's a big ship. They're not just fishing, right? Maybe they're trading.
Yeah, it's a 3,500 mile long ship.
Tuna fish, weapons, microchips, children.
Microchips, they're sending children. Take mine. Take my children. Bye. You're going to the 80 to 90,000 other continents that there are beyond the ice wall. 100 miles inland is not just the shoreline. Yeah, no shit.
I don't know. But, you've never heard about it until today. And then when you look, I have some videos on my website on the app in the frequently asked questions section. Click the Antarctica button, and there's a whole bunch of videos there that YouTube will never let you see searching on your own. But here's the thing, Dave, where do you get your information from? YouTube, right? Mm-hmm. We get our information from life.
Where do you get your information from? YouTube? No. We get it from life. Are you fucking joking me right now?
YouTube is like life. It's a hosting platform.
YouTube is like life.
A lot of nonsense and a lot of truth.
YouTube is like life.
And a lot of less truth now than it used to.
Yeah.
But you have to sort it out. You have God-given common sense, right? But we take that from a kid. You put a kid here on Earth and he's sensing the world. Hey, it's not moving. That pond is not moving. Everything is stationary. The stars are moving above me. The sun is moving across the sky. And they go to school and they go, oh, no.
You're completely right, Noam. You are 100% correct. Once you get his app, you can then pay for a yearly subscription to the app. So you pay $3 for the app, and then there's a yearly subscription. Facebook is the truth. That is correct. He does make people sub and pay to watch the videos. That is correct.
No. You're spinning faster than the speed of sound. Like when you watch the sunset, it's pretty peaceful. But on the globe, you have to believe that you're falling over backwards faster than the speed of sound, and the sun is staying still in the sky.
Depending on where you are, tangentially, but we don't. Listen. We do not measure the speed of rotation in miles per hour. We measure the speed of rotation in rotations per minute. Scammer galore. Oh, yeah, he's a super scammer.
Mm-hmm. Which is ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, let's get into the fun stuff because you've done a great job explaining all
Well,
this
do you
stuff.
believe the Nazis went up there to
That's what I
Antarctica,
wanna
and
talk
how
about.
come John Kerry and everybody who gets elected, the first thing they do is go to Antarctica all the time?
So they go to the Antarctica, they call it the South Pole Station, and then they disappear for 2 or
Yeah.
3 days.
Right.
Where are they going?
Do you think
Right?
they're going underground?
No, I think they're going outer ground.
Okay, I get
Outer,
it.
farther away.
Underground. What is happening? Where did John? Wait, so hold on. John Kerry, Antarctica. Let's see. John Kerry lands in Antarctica, highest U.S. official to visit. He's been hearing from scientists about the impact of climate change on the frozen continent. Trump has called climate change a hoax and said he would cancel U.S. involvement in the landmark Paris Agreement on global warming. We need to get more of a movement going, Kerry said when addressing several hundred scientists and staff at an evening event at McMurdo Station, which is on Antarctica, the large base, which is the hub for U.S. operations. We need to get more people to engage. So he went there. So of all people, like John Kerry, he went there to get a first eye look at climate change. Like what are we getting at here?
Right?
I see.
And so we have actually we were one of our guys, Flat Earthers, was doing some windows.
So what if it's a bunch of Epstein Islands out there?
Maybe it's just a bunch of advanced civilizations that we're sick and tired of here, right? So real quick, there was
civilizations that we're sick and tired of here.
A guy that used to be in the military. Someone was working on his house. They started talking about flat Earth, and he said, "I was stationed in Antarctica," and they were asking him questions, and he says, "I have a non-disclosure until I'm 100 years old." Right? He's 94. He goes, "But what I can tell you is there's millions of people living in cities in Antarctica."
Yep.
I have a 94 years old. At 89 years old, my grandmother thought that she was sleeping on a hospital bed in the middle of a hospital lobby with a flood and dogs trying to attack her. That was at 89. And then she threw a fire hydrant at my mother. You're going to tell me that a 94-year-old that says that there's millions of people living in Antarctica, in cities in Antarctica, is a valid statement? What a fucking retard.
That's what I heard.
That's what I heard. Listen, Roseanne is me on the interview earlier. Just agreeable. Sure, whatever you say.
Right? So those are just the outer land. That's just the beginning.
Have you seen
right?
the Antarctic whistleblower that found the weapon there? He's going to come on.
Oh yeah, that's interesting also. But you know, that kind of went a little mainstream, and it's like maybe they're it's called revelation of the method, where they always have to tell us what they're doing.
Yeah.
But you know, Antarctica and the North Pole are the key to understanding where we live, and both of them are virtual.
He had an NDA, but told them where the cities are. They believe him. Yeah. That's another point. It's like, yeah, I have a non-disclosure agreement. I will die. I will get killed if I give out any information. But let me tell you this: there's millions of people that live here,
virtually and physically off limits. Go on Google Earth and get the measuring tool, and you can measure the United States. It'll tell you how many square miles. You can measure the middle of the ocean. But if you measure Antarctica or the North Pole, it inverts and it creates like this weird crescent, and it won't measure it because it can't measure it because it's not really there.
Oh my God, stop. Stop right now. Oh my God, that's so fucking stupid. You just don't know how to use shit.
Wait, I just said it's not really there. Antarctica exists.
You're saying
the North Pole exists. Australia exists. Globers only straw man flat earthers. That's the only thing they have. They have to make claims that we don't believe and claim that we believe them.
But you're saying
That's literally how flat earthers view the globe, right? They say the globe should show this, but it doesn't. Like but they use the, and then, well, according to Glober math, which is the 8 inches per mile square, we shouldn't be able to do this, yet we can, therefore flat earth.
saying Antarctica goes around like this in a basin, right? That's
Yeah.
the North Pole is also Antarctica.
Yes.
Is it not really there? So why is it on the map? You mean the map that they made?
Okay. So, and then east and west, which we don't really look past Japan and past California, that's also Antarctica, right? If you continue through California and keep going west,
Keep going straight. No, west
I'm
is
sorry.
a circle.
West on a map.
West is a circle.
Right.
Remember, get your magnet,
Go
put your
left.
compensator magnet, and try to push it west. West is a circle. That's not doesn't prove flat Earth because that's the same on a globe.
Correct.
Well, let me just okay. So here's
It does not approve of flat earth.
California, here's South America, right? And here's Japan over here. I'm just gonna drop for you. If you keep going this way, whatever that is, you're saying eventually you're gonna hit the basin of Antarctica.
If you go straight in that direction,
yeah,
or that direction,
west on a
or that
traditional
direction,
map.
or that direction, you're going south.
Okay, but to understand
Okay.
the disc, I don't understand because it's not a flat disc. You're saying
No, it's flat. It's not a disc. It's flat. It's
Okay.
level. Yes, we have mountains and valleys. I believe in mountains
of course,
and valleys.
but if I
it's
keep
level
going,
and
what I'm saying,
horizontal.
if I'm looking at a map and I say west by traditional standards, you know what I mean?
If you're standing in California, you can say west is that way.
Right.
As soon as you start moving, you have to slightly turn to the right to maintain your west.
But what if I don't?
That would be the same on a globe. Depending on where you are on the globe. If you're on the equator and you head west, then you're going in a straight line.
Turn right.
If
and
you
I
don't,
just
if you
keep going.
dead reckon,
Yeah.
you're gonna go right.
And then if you go in the southern hemisphere, then you're if you're going west, you're turning the other direction.
right into Antarctica.
Okay,
You'll be
that's what
going
I'm
south.
asking.
This
Okay.
is too much.
Right?
Tell me
No, I
about
don't
it.
understand that, but okay.
Well, so on my app, you go to the circumnavigation button
Uh-huh.
and the frequently asked questions page, and there's a video called Circumnavigation for Dummies,
but you're
and
saying
you'll get it in 2 seconds.
Antarctica goes all the way around. Is what you're saying?
Antarctica is the shoreline
Right.
containing our world
That's what I'm
pond.
asking. Okay.
Containing our whole world.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Understood. Okay.
but no, it's not containing our whole world because apparently there's 80 to 90,000 continents beyond the ice wall, beyond Antarctica.
But then beyond the shore, are other
We don't know.
continents.
They don't
Oh,
know.
there's a book, and it's also
Well, you know what I heard from people
Yeah, let's get
that
into it.
know stuff. They said that that the continent that these people that Hitler took over there is 5 times bigger than the United States, and that it has, what was it, 50 million people living on it?
so after the war,
Can someone enlighten me what the fuck she's talking about? He called it World Pond. If you saw the beginning, he's referring to what he referred to the world as just a big pond.
a crazy number of Russian
But
submarines.
they say it's under the ice.
Well, that they might there might be stuff underneath, but there's also lands beyond.
Mhm.
There's like 1,000 Russian submarines disappeared and 250,000 people disappeared,
Right.
and they all went. Russia
She's saying right like as if she already knew something fucking insane like that.
was fascinated with Antarctica, right?
Everyone was.
So, what if you lived in a building that
So Antarctica has an ice wall and there's water behind it. No, we don't know what's behind it because we're not allowed to explore it.
was 5?
But Dave says that there's 80 to 90,000 continents beyond the ice wall. But we don't know. We don't know. But there's also millions of people that live in civilizations in Antarctica. But we don't know.
500 miles long, 500 miles wide, 300 stories tall, right? That's big. You can have airplanes in there, trains, Costco's, colleges, parks, mountains, right? So
Fucking
you live there your whole
Costco.
life.
Why not McDonald's?
But you're not allowed to go when you ever get within 10 miles of the outer wall stop. We have to protect the penguins and the ice. You're like, what?
No, we have to protect the people who are going there, because the landscape is is unexpected. You like, if there's valleys, there's cliffs, there's inhabitable lands that if you take the wrong step, you will die. But no, that doesn't matter. She has been saying right, as you said, for being agreeable. Yeah.
Right? But let's say you're allowed to go out there. You'd be fascinated. There's more, right? There's more out there, right? Our little pond could be just a tiny fragment of this plane that we live on.
Yeah.
Does he realize how big the fucking Earth is?
Could be, but it doesn't matter. The thing that matters is we're not on a speck flying through a scientifically impossible space vacuum.
He says scientifically impossible, yet he's wrong. It is completely scientifically possible. It is scientifically proven. It is mathematically proven. Everything points to the Earth is a globe. You're a fucking dumbass.
Vacuum, right? Gases need to be contained.
Yes. Here's a topic change to the containment, the physical containment that is required to keep gases in a single place.
Right? If you had a jar of air and you walked into a room
jar of air
that had no air and you opened it, it's gonna fill the available space. Gases violently fill
guys,
the available space. Up, down, left, right, doesn't matter, at any altitude.
Depending on pressure. And pressure is caused by what? What's pressure caused by, guys? That's right, gravity.
I got a box of no air, right? A vacuum, a box with no air, no pressure. And I have a valve on it. No matter where I am, the valve's on the bottom, top, side, any altitude. If I open it, whoosh, the air is going to fill it instantly.
Right.
But they tell us that gravity is holding down the air on the Earth.
Yes.
Right? Their argument is, well, it's a gradation. The air gets thinner and thinner. It does.
Yes.
It does. The air pressure, keep that word in mind, top of Mount Everest is very thin.
Yes.
But you can't have air pressure without a container.
Why? That container is gravity. So you're right. You're right. You cannot have air pressure without a container. That container is called gravity.
Right? If you have a big, tank of oxygen or whatever, or propane, and it's half full, the bottom will be liquid, the middle would be thicker gas, and it gets thinner and thinner and thinner. Put a hole in that anywhere.
But what's causing the liquid to fall towards the bottom of that canister? Is gravity.
It's all gone.
Right.
Right? But they want us to believe that gravity can hold down air, but I can drink through a straw and defy gravity.
Multiple forces can be in action at any time. Gravity isn't the only force. Gravity isn't the only force that exists.
I can pull things up with the weak vacuum of my mouth and lungs. It's again, my shirt
in
says,
oh my God, in that tiny little instance, yes. Gravity is a very weak force in comparison to the weak vacuum that you have in your lungs when you're drinking a soda through a fucking straw. Are you joking? I feel like I'm being slapped daily by the air.
You're not stupid. It's stupid, because once you actually look at what they taught you.
Do you think that the things that you're saying are landing, Flat Earth Dave?
You wonder how you ever believed it. And it's because they got you before you can talk. Your parents might have put NASA sheets on your bed. Not for us.
NASA sheets. Yeah, that's right. My son's bedspread is just NASA.
We were pre-NASA, but now kids have NASA sheets. They have mobiles of planets over their bed
because they're observable.
They have Sesame Street as astronauts on. Disney and NASA, same company.
Disney and NASA are the same company? Hold on. Disney and NASA. Hold on. Disney and NASA affiliation. Let's find out. Let's see. The Disney blog. This is from October of 2023. For this project, NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory provided images captured by Perseverance to use as a reference for the Imagineers, along with a 3D print file to recreate sample tubes used on Mars. So, what? There's no affiliation. And Mission Space is a space exploration themed pavilion. An attached centrifugal motion simulator attraction that simulates what an astronaut might experience aboard a spacecraft on a mission to Mars. So this is the perfect location for this Perseverance display. Okay. So NASA provided 3D printing blueprints for a display outside of Epcot in 2023. Yeah, same company.
Right,
Right?
exactly.
It's the same company.
So the question as to why would
Another
they
lie.
carry on this big, massive lie is
Things you
kind
love
of
to see.
self-
Oh,
This is what I like. I want to say something real quick. This is what
Hi,
I
Cody.
like about the flat Earth theory and why I'm open to it. Because I was trying to tell my mom this last week. It becomes a super conspiracy theory. Once you see,
Yeah,
this,
it's the ultimate conspiracy theory. If you believe in the flat Earth, then you believe in every conspiracy theory, because the flat Earth is the epitome of conspiracies. You have to believe that everything is a lie for you to believe that the flat Earth is the truth.
and go, okay, the Earth is flat. I'm open to it. Now, like you said, selling children and weird stuff. Say everything we talk about in our little pockets of conspiracy theories all makes sense. It's all verifiable. And that's second, because of course everything's a lie. So whatever you believe is true. And I think that's the draw of flat Earth. I'm not trying to be demeaning. I get why this would be a powerful thing to bring, because then everything else falls.
Here's something they say: you flat earthers, you'll never change your mind. Well, actually, we're globers. We changed our mind based on new information.
Right.
And then they say you just want to feel
You're not globers. You're just stupid.
special. Oh yeah, I want to be.
Like you saw a market. Okay, you saw a growing market, and you stuck your fucking big ass forehead into it, and you're like, I can make money off of these fucking idiots. And that's what you're doing. You're making money off of ignorance.
I want to be ostracized by my family and friends. You know, I want to feel special. I want to be, you know, I want to have to leave my own company with because my partners are getting upset at the truth telling that I'm doing, right? And that's definitely why I
No, you saw a huge market. You didn't give a shit. You just want the fucking money.
did it. And you
like money made you blind, bro. Money made you so blind that you're gonna spout lies to children, to Roseanne's audience, and to all these people that are just gonna give you your $3 plus a subscription fee to your stupid fucking app that makes no sense.
You're just in it for the money. I was making a lot of money. I had a great company, and I walked away from it all because
you could get more money, because you saw an opportunity to make more money off of willful ignorance.
I think that this message is super important.
What is the message?
The message is that we are at the center of creation, that we have amazing power that they don't want us to know.
Oh, I believe all that.
Imagine this.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Roseanne. Look, since that's Flat Earth Dave, dude. It's Flat Earth Dave. Dearth, if you will.
This podcast goes viral, and the whole world watches it. And they go, you know what? That Flat Earth Dave, he's right. What happens to governments? They dissolve. They're gone.
So let me put this into perspective. Okay. Now he says that the dude that said that there was land, that there was an area larger than or as big as the United States beyond the South Pole. A few weeks later, or days or whatever, after he comes out with that, he's dead. Okay. With the suspicion that he was murdered. Okay. Now, and all these other things that like, oh, they're being silenced, they're, you know, this and that, like all these people are just being taken care of by the governments or whatever. Doesn't, like, wouldn't it make sense for him to also be taken care of at this point? Wouldn't it make sense if they were trying to hide something, that they would have offed this guy years ago? Like, does that not make sense? Have I showed him on the channel before? Probably. I mean, Flat Earth Dave, like, he is like, oh yeah, Flat Earth, yeah, I've definitely showed him on the channel before. Like, he's a pioneer for Flat Earth. Like, he's one of the biggest grifters. Yes, he was on Alex Jones. He was on the show with Alex Jones. Yes.
Governments have no power other than in our imagination.
Well, they have the power that we give them.
They have the power that we give them with our imagination.
Right.
Oh,
money, their fiat money has the, controls us, and they've taught us to.
The fiat suck, dude.
You know, they don't need, government doesn't need money. They can do whatever they want. Right?
Yeah.
Well, the government's broke. We're not gonna have any money. Let's give Israel or give whoever $100 billion. You know, they like that. Why don't we take care of our people here? Right?
That's a whole different political stance. That doesn't improve the shape of the earth, you dumb fuck.
It's all just control. That's what it's all about. So if governments accepted the fact that we are on a flat earth, it's not the shape that matters. It's that it's created. Because a Big Bang could be a god, or it could just,
like, tell me if I'm wrong, but for centuries, if not thousands of years, it's been a common belief that we were created. Christianity and religion in any sense says that we were created with a purpose. There were the fucking, I pledge allegiance to the flag for the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. God was in our fucking Pledge of Allegiance, and he's gonna say that they're trying to hide God from us? Like, we pledged to God when we were children. You said, tell me I'm wrong, so I did. That's fair.
be the Big Bang.
Like for him to say that the governments are trying to hide God, they're trying to they're putting the fucking 10 Commandments in public schools in Kentucky. Nope, he made that up just now. It's like you can't tell me they're trying to hide God when there's a whole thing about the separation of church and state in the development of the United States. Like you like that, you can't just say something like that and be like, they're gonna believe me.
As a Jesuit priest made it up, not a scientist.
Yes, the Jews, guys, the Jews are the ones who made it up.
Made it up, Big Bang, and
yes, the Jews made up the Big Bang.
So you're still guessing there. You could go either way, but when you discover that the Earth is intelligently designed, there's no other option than there's a creator. Now that's where I draw the line. Whatever your religious beliefs are, that's your own business. I know there's a creator. My relationship with the creator is my personal relationship. Mm-hmm. No one's allowed to ask.
You're going straight to fucking hell. Like his talk, like it with my belief, right? This guy is going straight to hell. He did Jesuits. Yeah, I know. But when they say Jesuits, what they're really referring to are Jews. Because if you, because in the relationship or in the research I've done, it's the flat Earth is super anti-Semitic, like to the point where Whitsitt, for example, will congratulate Hitler on how well he did in leading Germany. Like he praises Hitler for how he was as a leader. Okay. Now I know that splits it, but he also has his followers. Okay. Yeah, they are what? Anti-Semitic? Incredibly anti-Semitic. Like one of the prerequisites that I had when I was talking to Andrew to get onto my show, I said if you bring up Jews at all or pedophiles, the interview is being immediately terminated. Like it's done. Bring up Jews, or because that's what they do. They blame everything on Jews.
Ask me about it.
Right.
Right. And that's it. I know there's a creator. Now, if governments
Hitler was a good guy until the 1940s.
Admitted the Earth was flat, they now have to make laws that are in alignment with natural law, with God's law. Now they've created a ball, a satanic ball.
A satanic
All
ball.
the measurements of the ball add up to 666.
Yeah, that's true.
There's so many 666s in there.
No, there aren't. If you tweak that was another thing that Andrew mentioned today on the interview. He's like, oh, well, they had to round up the speed that we travel around that we orbit the sun to 66,700 miles per hour. Because of all the 666. There's a buzzing sound. Where are you coming from? Anywho, it's so the speed that we travel around the sun varies. Okay, so there is an average speed. So the average speed is 66,700 miles per hour. And to try and find 666s, like you have to really do some fucked up math to find all that. He really was a good guy in society. He was one of the Time magazine's People of the Year, if I'm not mistaken. He was already doing stuff in the late 30s. Yeah, dude, there was nothing about Hitler that was good. Like he was an evil person from the day from the day he started walking.
It's insane. So if you play on their ball field,
there's nothing good to ever say about Hitler. Even if he led the movement that ended all world hunger, he's still an evil piece of shit. There's nothing good to say about Hitler.
you have to play by their rules. When you unplug from the matrix, literally the matrix that we're in, right? If you unplug from their ball belief system, right? You know, when you're born.
Oh, that's funny because that's their God, B-A-A-L.
Yeah, right. Their God is the ball.
Oh,
gravity is the big G, is their God. And
gravity, yeah, because we worship gravity. We worship a downward acceleration force, or a downward a force, or we. Gravity is not a force; it creates a force. Yes, we worship. I have a mat on the floor, and I point it west every day. 3 times a day, I pray to the big G. I pray to gravity that it will stay at the nine. What's the force of gravity on Earth? That's what happens when you inbreed.
So
9 meters per square inch. Yes, I pray to the 9 meters per square inch or whatever.
If you play on their ball field and play with their fiat currency, they've got you. They've got you. You know, when we're born, they register us, they put us on the stock market, our birth certificates. And
my birth certificate's on the stock market? You mean I have net worth? Gravity keep me grounded, no complaints.
There's so many ways around all of this stuff. And
so are we anchored to something?
So nobody knows what's below the Earth, right? The deepest hole ever dug is the Great Borehole in Russia. The United States and Russia worked on it for years and years and years, and they got down 7.8 miles under 8 miles, and they hit an impenetrable barrier. And they tried heat, bomb.
Ever played Minecraft? Is called what is it called? What am I in the stock? Like, apparently we're all in the stock market. That means I have net worth. I have net worth. I already traded you in. You traded. You already cashed out for my birth certificate.
Bombs, diamonds, whatever. They could not get through it.
Bedrock. There we go. Bedrock. You can't get through the bedrock. Have you ever played Minecraft? We got magnets under the earth like those games.
And they finally gave up. Right? So if the earth was an apple.
Hitler's parents are second cousins, but moving on. I didn't know that. I did not know that.
They drilled like a quarter of the way through the skin of the apple. And when they were drilling, they were using ground penetrating radar and everything. Like, okay, there's no more rocks. They hit more rocks. Okay, there's no more water. They hit more water. Right? They were wrong every step of the way trying.
All right, I have to do this again. All right, we had the let's see, difficulties while drilling 8-mile hole.
Trying to go through.
If the other's an apple, why do we have Samsung? 1 second.
Through a quarter of the skin. They couldn't get any farther, and they go, okay, we know what the next 4,000 miles is. Right? It's about 4,000 miles to the center. And they, everybody sees that meme that they show us in all school books, right? They show us this meme.
Mm-hmm.
This is a pseudoscience meme. We don't know what's on the skin of the apple.
Yeah, we do.
And they know what's at the center of the earth. What's the center?
Yeah, we do.
Of the earth? They tell us it's a molten magnetic core.
Mm-hmm.
That's where our magnetic. Oh, cool story, bro. All right.
What's your evidence to prove against that?
Any magnet heated up, it hits before it melts. It hits what's called the Curie point, and it loses all magnetism. So they have a molten magnet in the center of our Earth. And now that we pointed that out,
Cool
they're like,
story,
well,
bro.
it's actually moving like a dynamo. It's moving and it's creating this, they just make up stuff.
Right. Well,
It's-
gravity's theoretically made up.
What?
Gravity is theoretically made up. Oh no. Oh no. Gravity is theoretically made up. This guy is fucking stupid as well. Like they're eating up this garbage. Like Flat Earth Dave, like the effect that he intended to have on them is working. To have them question the truth and start believing in lies and misinterpretations and not understanding how seismography works, or like did you know, guys, did you know that that if your wife is pregnant, they can go to the doctor and they can tell the sex of the baby without cutting your wife open? Did you know that? Do you know how they do that? Magic. If they need to dig, they should call Harry Stamper on his crew, Armageddon. Oh my god. I don't know any names from that movie, but thank you for saying what movie it's from. Maybe Cody and Andy can take a fucking lesson from that. When they make a reference to a movie, they tell me what movie it's from.
What is gravity?
Is Polaris.
Polaris is the center point that everything rotates around. Here's something interesting. Ready?
Oh yeah.
We weren't taught to think three-dimensionally. We were taught to memorize and regurgitate.
We were literally taught to think three-dimensionally. The only people who don't think three-dimensionally are flat earthers.
Just to get an A. The A is what matters, right? So
Oh
we're
my
taught that the
God.
sun is the center and all the planets go around the sun, right?
Because that's fact. Why would you be taught something that's not fact? Or why would you go to school and learn things that aren't true? Like, just use your fucking brain for a second.
Halley's Comet goes out 76 years later, comes out around the sun, and it goes back out again, right?
And
So our North Pole, they tell us all the stars spin. They're not spinning, we're spinning, and our axis of rotation is pointing towards that one light in the sky. That's why it looks like it's staying at the same point, and it looks like all the other lights are going around it. Okay.
because it's really far away. Go on.
Are all of the other planets' axis of rotation pointing towards Polaris? Answer is no. I think Saturn almost points like towards the sun. Uranus.
Yeah, if you go to a different planet, they're gonna have different constellations. They're gonna have different everything.
It goes that way. They all go all different ways, right? So there's no
Like, watch Blue's Clues, and you'll get a fucking idea of what the solar system's like.
correlation.
There's an entire song about the solar system. Watch it.
But all of the planets, the sun and the moon and Halley's Comet, they all circle Polaris.
Mm.
And what because Polaris is really, really, really far away. Under God was added to the pledge in 1953. Thank you so much, Karen, for saying that. However, that doesn't that I mean, the idea was to support my argument that they're not trying to hide God. That's my argument. They're not trying to hide God because God was literally in our Pledge of Allegiance, regardless of when they added it.
Polaris is the center. I don't know. It's a light in the sky.
Polaris is the center of what?
The center of the rotation above us. If you want to get into the Bible,
I do.
the Bible says that
do.
Polaris is
The Bible is not a science book. The Bible is parables. The Bible is stories. The Bible is a morality map. That's what the Bible is. The Bible is not a science book.
God's throne. I don't know. I haven't been there. Makes a lot of sense. In the Bible, it says, and by the way, I like listening to what the Bible says. Before, I would listen to the podcast 10 years ago, and I like, these guys are great. I got notes. I'm writing. These guys are, oh, they believe in the Bible. I'd throw it away.
Yeah.
And because they're religious kooks. But now, I don't lead with the Bible. I follow up with the Bible. I'm like,
You lead with lies. You lead with objective lies.
hey, here's the science.
Does Christian and Catholics believe God is above us in the sky? I mean, I don't know. I don't believe God lives in the sky. I was raised to believe that that God is all around us. Like God is a spirit that lives within us, is all around us.
That proves it, and it's also in the Bible. It's also in the Torah. In the Torah, it says that the sun travels around the north and along the south.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't go around the south. It goes along the south. So if you look at the flat earth, the sun goes around the north, which is the center point of the clock. The sky is a perfect clock, and it goes along the south.
So how would you disprove that, Flat Earth Dave? If you went to Antarctica, you'd see that it doesn't go along the south. Like you say that, like that's look at that look again.
The north and along the south.
Look, he's gauging her reaction to his lie.
It doesn't go around the south.
Look, he's looking at both of them, trying to gauge their reaction to his lie.
It goes
to see if they're buying it.
Along the south. So if you look at the flat earth,
see?
The sun goes around the north, which is the center point of the clock. The sky is a perfect clock, and it goes along the south.
There it is. That look. Watch some interrogation videos, guys. You'll see that that's the look that is given after somebody lies, to see if they're gauging if they're believing it or not. The Bible is a compilation of stories and observations. Those people lived for 30 years max. Yeah, no shit, right?
So
And those books are thousands of years apart too.
what I like, another thing you do that's cool. You don't.
Well,
Claim,
maybe it's a way. Maybe all that.
She does.
Sorry.
No, it's just
Maybe all that planet spinning and global shit is a way, purposeful way to take us away from God.
Oh, they're hiding God.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. That is, if you ask me what the number one reason is, they're hiding God. I didn't believe in God for most of my life because I'll tell the story. I've told it before many times.
Let me guess. He was an addict, just like Andrew. He went to AA or NA or whatever. And hundreds of years, I thought it was thousands of years. There are some books that are thousands of years behind, like maybe like 1,000 years. But let me guess. He went to AA or NA. He was an addict. This is just a guess. We're about to find out in just a second. And they taught him the Bible. They taught him that God will help you get through this. And that's what caused him the deep, deep need to overcome his addiction. Projected his addiction to a narcotic or alcohol onto his belief in this biblical cosmology. Yes, and stories passed from generation to generation until they could actually be printed. It spins non-believers off into space. It looks like he was in something not alcohol. We're about to find out. Let's find out.
I was born in a Jewish family, and we weren't really practicing and everything. And in junior high school, everybody was going to Young Life, which was a young Christian organization.
Got a long day tomorrow. Little Miss's birthday party. Then me and Molly are gonna go melt at the races. 110 tomorrow. Holy shit, dude! You better fucking stream that shit. I'm just kidding. Please give me some videos, man. I need something to edit other than my own shitty videos. Anywho, Cody, you have fun. Send pictures and whatnot. You know what to do. Tell Molly I said hi. And have a good night, man. Have a good night. What else was I gonna say? Between Old and New Testaments, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I had something else to say. I forget.
And they're having a trip to Bermuda, and I was like, I want to go. My mom's like,
I am the 27th. I know, but you can still take videos of you spectating. We don't have that shit around here, okay? He is actually Jewish or born into a Jewish family, a non-practicing Jewish family. Good night, Cody. See you later, man. Thanks for hanging out.
go. So I went, and we're there. I'm like, all right, this is cool. It's a lot of fun. And they brought us out to this cliff that they're going to do a Bible study. I'm like, okay, this should be interesting. And the first passage that he read was that the stars fell to the earth. And me being scientific, I'm like, the stars are as big as this house, and the earth is a marble. How does that happen? And I disregarded the Bible and all religions for 30, 40 years because of that. So scientism, taught science, Rockefeller science.
It is Rockefeller science.
It is,
yeah. Absolutely.
They
I don't know what that means, but I'll look into it.
they made me not believe in God, and that's what they want, because if you have a society that believes in God or knows that there's a God, you can't control them.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's why I call it Mon-Satan.
Right.
Because it's science. It's science too, fake science.
Yeah. And Roseanne, you're spinning 1,000 miles an hour. You're orbiting 66.6 thousand miles per hour. We're chasing the sun at 500,000 miles per hour. That's moving sideways at 2.2 million miles per hour. Don't you feel a little wobbly?
Why? It's a constant speed. It's a constant speed. If you understood anything about science or physics, you would know you would not feel constant speed. You would feel the change in speed, you would feel deceleration or acceleration. If there was no change in speed, why would you feel it?
Right?
So he's like me. Maybe I should start a flat Earth scam, dude. If you do, like remember where you came from, bro. Take me to Ellen's Stardust diner again. Buy me more food.
Now, go outside, think of all those motions, close your eyes and see if you can still stand up. Then shake it off and say, okay, we're flat, we're stationary, we're non-rotating, we're at the center, the foundation of creation.
If you are constantly drunk or high, you will be wobbling.
Everything circles around us. Everything is part of us. And once you understand and you see that, then you can go look at all of the nonsense that you were taught. Boats over the horizon. Why does the city disappear from the bottom up? Why does the sun set behind the horizon?
Those are all proofs of the globe. Like, okay, so here's all proofs of the globe. And now here's my bullshit explanation of it.
All of those are fully explained in the frequently asked
by math and physics and real life. Not by your bullshit.
questions on the app, on my app, found at FlatEarthDave.com. There's the section that says, where does the sun go? I fully explained it. It's amazing.
Yes, I'm sure it's amazing. It goes out of your view. I already debunked flat Earth by showing where the sun goes. It never reaches zero. Holy shit, dude. We'll give her a second. Good fucking lord. Anywho. Start throwing shit at her. So if the sun never reaches zero, it's never gonna set. You can say whatever you want. You could oh, it's amazing. The video, the explanation that I have is so good. It's all a fucking lie. Nothing will ever explain how a sun sets on a flat Earth without it going underneath the Earth. No, she's drunk. How's John? I have no idea. I'll tell you tomorrow how he is.
And again, I want nobody should leave this podcast that's hearing this for the first time and go, okay, Earth is flat. You need to verify everything I'm saying. Don't believe anything.
Right.
Men lie.
Right.
Women lie. People.
Don't believe anything that I'm saying, but go onto my app, buy my app, and watch my videos, and then you can verify what I'm saying.
Lie. People make mistakes. You need to verify. I've been doing this for 10 years. And for the first few years, I was trying to disprove it.
You're trying to disprove it by watching more flat Earth content. Gotcha.
Now I'm just looking for the truth. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a
Yes, you
conspiracy
are.
analyst.
A conspiracy analyst. You are a conspiracy theorist, you dumb fuck.
I like that.
People go, I don't believe in conspiracies. Definition of a conspiracy is when two
The
or more
flat
people
Earth is the ultimate conspiracy.
conspire for their own benefit.
Right.
There's a conspiracy in your own home.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no kidding. Everything's a conspiracy.
Everything's a conspiracy.
Yeah. What I was saying earlier, you don't claim to know what the sun is or stars. This is what I like about what you're doing. You're not even claiming. You're just saying it could be whatever. There could be lands that go 1 million miles. It could end at Antarctica. It doesn't really feel like you have an agenda to prove the sun or the stars or any of that. Which
Somebody
is cool.
wants.
He has an agenda to make money off of ignorant people. Like that's his agenda. Like him saying that he doesn't know what the sun is, what the moon is, what the stars are, that's just him trying to play it off like, oh, I don't really know, I don't really have all the answers, but if you want the answers that I have, then go and buy my app and buy a yearly subscription so I get more drunk off of your fucking ignorance. Like he's a fucking scammer. This is his tactic. He's trying to sound relatable. Like that's what salespeople do.
To put me on a lie detector test to see if I really believe this.
Oh,
I'm like,
you should.
We
do
should have
that.
done that on
well,
this show.
they want me
That's
to go to Oklahoma.
I
I'm
mean,
like,
it says
They want me to go to Oklahoma? You can take a lie detector test anywhere.
the firmament.
yeah, right. In the Encyclopedia Americana 1958 edition, in the Antarctica section, it says that the dome is at 13,000 feet at 85 degrees south. The dome. They're literally talking about the dome. But all of that was removed. Oh, getting back to
Wait, what? My wife is being so fucking loud. I can't even hear what he's saying.
I don't know if you're so good.
You are so loud. Yes, you are. Okay. Good fucking Lord. What did he say?
the dome is at 13. And somebody
cool.
wants to put me on a lie detector. Kana 1958 edition, in the Antarctica section, it says that the dome is at 13,000 feet at 85 degrees south. The dome.
Wait, hold on.
58 edition.
You should.
We
do
should have
that.
done that on
Well,
the show.
they want me
That's
to go
fun.
to Oklahoma.
I
I'm
mean,
like,
it says the firmament.
yeah, right. And in the Encyclopedia Americana 1958 edition.
All right, 1958 edition, Encyclopedia Americana. Is that what you said? Americana, Antarctica Dome. Antarctic Dome.
Well, hi everyone, and greetings from Northern Michigan. This is Bob the Science Guy.
Bob the Science
I
Guy.
had a very successful live stream this evening on gyrocompasses, and I was going to go to bed. But before I did, I just happened to have a look at some of my comments, and somebody quoted this video to me as proof that the flat Earth is covered with a dome. And I had seen this before, so I decided to go ahead and have a look at it and see what the fuss was about.
So Bob the Science Guy, he is he's a pilot with many thousands of hours under his belt. He has multiple degrees. He has masters and whatever. So he knows what the fuck he's talking about.
So let's go ahead and review it together, and I'll show you where a flat Earth conspiracy story that is the overwhelming concern in the mind of these flat earthers looking for evidence that somehow supports this silliness leads them astray. So let's go ahead and have a look at this real quick. I thought it was kind of funny, and you know, it was worth a weekend video for me.
Okay, you guys remember how I showed you the maps that were here on Earth before 1958, before the governments took them out? And I'm going to show you the Encyclopedia Britannica's.
Well, like under his stash.
Americana.
Before 1958. Here is Volume 2 out of the alphabet A.
Americana.
We're going to flip to the Antarctica, and this is from 1958, as you can see.
Very good.
Now,
You can read
we're going to
numbers.
flip to the Antarctica and see what the Encyclopedia Britannica from 1958,
Americana.
before the Antarctic Treaty says, is there.
If this guy says Britannica one more time and repeats Antarctic Treaty and 1958 one more time,
The Antarctic Treaty wasn't even thought of in 1958.
White Star Line.
Now, you won't find this in the new encyclopedias because the government's banned them. But what I want you to notice right here is, notice how it says, the flights proved inland areas to be featureless in character, with a dome 13,000 feet high at about latitude 80 degrees south, longitude 90 degrees east.
Okay, so I'm going to stop him right there. because he is reading this as a dome, as in some sort of terrarium cover, which seems to be popular with the flat Earth. Let's go see what a dome actually is when we talk about geography.
Let's do it.
And there it is, right there. Let's go see what we got. A dome in structural geography, or excuse me, now you got me doing it. A dome in structural geology, which is the three-dimensional study of rock layers, is basically consisting of symmetrical anticlines right there. You see what an anticline is? It's an upheaval of rock, kind of dome-shaped, with their respective apices. Now, the interesting thing about these domes is that the oldest rock is in the center, and as you work your way out, the rock is younger, at least geologically. So let's go ahead and have a look at what this means. Now, if you have a dome of rock, you're going to have an elevation of that dome of rock above sea level. Maybe we should...
All right. I think that covers it. Surprise, surprise. Flat Earth Dave lied.
In the Antarctica section, it says that the dome is at 13,000 feet at 85 degrees south. The dome. They're literally talking about the dome. But all of that was removed. Oh, getting back to
It's funny when they'll believe what a book says, but all other books are false. Yeah. Cherry picking. If it supports their narrative, then they'll use it as evidence.
We've known for 2,000 years Eratosthenes. Well, Eratosthenes proved nothing. Eratosthenes, by the way, he theorized.
Again, Eratosthenes had an experiment to calculate the radius of the Earth, because it was already determined that it was spherical.
Is that, hey, on a day where the sun is directly above my well, where I can see it on the bottom,
so now it's a well. So now he's gonna explain it correctly. It's not sticks, it's wells.
But a stick and there's no shadow. 500 miles
then
away,
he brought
the
the
Earth
stick
is
again.
a sphere. We can measure that. So 500 miles. So he sent his buddy who counted his steps for 500 miles. That's how he knew it was 500 miles. He counted his steps. Imagine that. 58,927. What? Oh, what number was I on?
I got to start over.
Yeah, I got to start over again. And then when he got there, how did they communicate? And what if it was cloudy on that day? How did they? All of it. It's just a nonsense.
Thus, it's been replicated thousands and thousands of times since then.
Thing. And Globers always point to old books, hundreds of years old.
Did he not just refer to a book from almost 100 years ago about the dome over Antarctica? And he said there's a dome.
A story.
Before there were computers.
Why don't they just do the proof today?
They do. Like,
we want to do Eratosthenes. We can do it. California, United States, China. We can do it all at the same time.
We do.
Right?
We've already done it. It's already been done. It's been done. There's documentaries on it. There's huge publications about it. It's been done. For you to say that it hasn't been done, you're just expecting people to just believe you and not look into the lies that you're telling. It's been done. It's been done. 1958. But in the grand scale of cosmos, the sun is local. 93 million miles away is very local when dealing with the actual scale of the universe. That's fair. That's in relatively speaking, that is correct.
Think about this. Time zones, right? The sun goes around, and wherever the sun is, it's noon. So there's 24 hours around, right? That's one thing that controllers did. The sky is the clock. It's the most accurate clock, more than any Swiss watch, because time is the sky clock. So the controller said, let's give them.
Excuse me, the book was from the 50s, like me. It's like 70 years old, okay?
Clock, but we'll make the hour hand go around twice a day, so they never figure out where
My
they
God.
are. The hour hand
Wow.
is the sun. It goes around once a day.
The hour hand is the sun. The hour hand goes. It doesn't go around the clock. It goes around the clock twice a day. Like, what are you talking about? The hour hand goes 12 and then 12. What the fuck?
It's amazing. I used to hate 24-hour time. I was like, that's not the way to do it. 12 is what I was taught, right? So if the Earth is a
Cool.
globe,
That proves
you
that the Earth
have
is
a
flat.
line from the North Pole to the South Pole. That's one line of longitude, and there's 24 of them. And it cuts up 24 sections like the sections in an orange.
Right.
Okay? So there's 24 sections, right? If you look at the flat Earth, well, not even look at the flat Earth map. So there should be 24 equal sections. Did you know that in the north, so we have the Tropic of Cancer is the innermost point where the sun goes, and that's that inner yellow circle. And the Tropic of Capricorn is the outer one, and the equator is the red line in the middle, right? So inside of the Tropic of Cancer, in the inner north, there's 18 time zones.
Are
In
you
between the two
retarded?
tropics, there's 24 time zones. And outside of the Tropic of Capricorn, there's 32 time zones.
What does that mean? That's weird.
That means, now imagine, draw that all on a piece of paper, about this big, and wrap it around a basketball. All those 32, you're going to have to rip some of them out to make it wrap nicely. Okay?
Gotcha.
But in reality, there's 32, 24, and 18.
I think there's 24. Yeah, there's 24. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Huh. Weird. You know, it's weird because I was just told a minute ago, not even, that there's an uneven amount of time zones. Yeah, they're all over the place. Look at it, it's all crazy, right? But what I would assume that's up to the region to decide, up to like the continent or, you know, whoever governs the area. Like, look at this. How would this work on a flat Earth? Look at this time zone. Look at this one. How would that be explained by a flat Earth? It's very interesting. I mean, I count 24, but I mean that's just my non-flat Earth brain.
That points towards a flat Earth.
Gotcha. Okay. So
That's
when did this
incredible.
flat Earth, if this is true that it's all a big lie, when did the lie?
So they serve Mai Tais in those tropics?
Rockefeller's
Not
educational
even 'cause we
system?
have
We've
zero.
talked about that on the show before.
Well, I
Buy
interviewed
Apple
a
Watch,
woman
you know.
in 2000. I was visiting my mother
I have
who
an
was
Apple Watch.
living in a retirement facility, and she was 90 something at the time, and she was taking a nap, and I went to one of the nurses there in the health center, and I said, "Do you have any? Who's your oldest person here that has their wits that I can talk to?" Because we're interviewing people. At the
Is he really gonna talk about? So there's a video that he put out that he was talking, like he was like all over this old woman, and he was like she was obviously not all there, and he was talking about like, oh well, did you know that the Earth is flat and blah 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 blah, and she's like, oh, and like buying into it, and like just agreeing with him. Like this woman was like on her like she was old as and he's gonna brag about that right now.
I was interested in the World's Fairs. You're like, oh, Ruth, right over here. She's sitting in the cafeteria by herself. And so I
Isn't
went and talked to
Greenwich
her. She's
zero?
thrilled.
I
That's
don't
what I'm talking to. Sharp as a tack. 92 years old.
Sharp as a tack. Yeah, I'm sure.
And I was interviewing her about the World's Fairs, and that's a whole nother rabbit hole, which you would love to talk
I
more
do
about.
know something about it.
Yeah, yeah. So I said to her, I didn't mention anything about flat Earth, and I said to her,
Yes, you did. What are you talking about? You didn't mention anything about flat Earth. The video is online to prove you wrong. You're a fucking liar.
I was just interviewing her without a camera. This was just off the cuff.
Without a camera? It was on camera.
And I said to her, what did they teach you in science class about the Earth? That's
This
all I
was
said. That's
all on
exactly
camera
what I said.
while looking at the camera. This is exactly what he said to her.
And she goes, they taught me the Earth was flat. And I said, can I record this?
That's not at all what happened. He is blatantly lying.
An interview. And so I have an interview. Just on the app, go to the video search and put in 102-year-old, right? It'll come right up. And I said to her, and so in late 1920s, she was taught that the Earth was flat in
Oh my
public. All right, tell me your name.
Ruth Heath,
Ruth, and how old are you today?
102.
102. So
He just said 92, well, didn't he? Didn't he say that she was 92 years old?
Born in
1918.
1918. And we were just talking, and I asked you what shape the Earth is, and what did you say? What were you taught in school in elementary
I was
school?
taught in school that the Earth was flat.
Oh, I'm sure you did.
And then what do you remember when they changed it to a globe?
Well, when they changed it, I remember when they changed it, but I can't remember the date or anything like that.
And did you believe them?
Yes, I did.
You did. Now,
I was young.
right, and we all were told by people that we trust.
That's right.
Where did you go to school? Elementary school.
I went to Spurglen School in Hamden, Connecticut. I lived on a farm and grew up with all kinds of animals. No electricity. A big white farmhouse.
Amazing.
And we had to walk to school. We didn't have a bus to take us to school. We had to walk to school and walk home through all bad weather.
So I'm playing this so that you can see how big of a piece of shit this guy is.
It was, living on the farm was a life of, I can't explain it.
So getting back to the flat Earth, you said that you're religious, that
Yes.
you follow the Bible.
Yes, I do.
And are you aware that the Bible is all about the flat Earth? That God put the earth on the footstool and separated the waters from the waters, and created the firmament. If you read Genesis, I'm not the Bible guy. I have friends that are so good at it, but
yeah, exactly. No,
there's over 200 verses in the Bible that refer to a flat Earth.
That's right.
And I think there's only one verse that mentions Earth as a circle. But just like this table right here, that table is a circle,
Right.
but it's flat.
That's right.
Right. A circle is different than a sphere. A sphere is the same in every direction.
when the Bible was written, they didn't have a classification for geometric shapes. Can we just make that very clear? There was no word classification for geometric shapes.
That's right.
Separated the water. The waters above separated. The firmament separates the waters above from the waters below.
Circle of the earth. So how does it make you feel to realize that you were right as a kid?
It makes me feel better.
It does make you feel better, right?
Oh, it makes me feel alive.
Oh my God, that is so true. My whole life, I believe, you know, what I was taught.
That's
and then
right.
when I discovered the flat earth,
I feel better about it.
because we are the center of creation.
That's right.
We are important.
That's right.
We are here.
We are God's children.
Excellent.
Yes.
I will,
I believe in God. I trust God. And when all the problems that are happening in this world today,
I'll give you some good news. A lot of the problems that they report on the news aren't even real.
that's right. That's right.
They're just keeping us in fear.
Keeping up. That's right. That's right. That's right. I understand that. I understand. They just say what they want people to know. They don't care about the Bible. They don't care about life. They only care about I, me, myself, and I. It's a different world.
So, the globe deception that a lot of people say, and I believe, is literally by Satan to hide God and
That's
make
right.
people selfish.
That's
and,
right.
And self-centered and not care and think that there's no consequences for their actions.
Right. I pray every night before I go to bed. And one night,
I can't watch any more of that. That's the kind of person he is. All of the crap he's pulled, I couldn't, like, that's just really, really depressing. The smile he had on his face, knowing that what talking to her would do for his pockets is just fucking sickening.
Public school in Connecticut. Not a religious school, not a private school, public school.
Are there other people that say that? Or
Yeah.
I've never heard
So,
that. That's cool.
so, you know.
You said yes to his question. I'm going to call bullshit on that.
I had be previous to that.
Like what other 102-year-old did you interview that verified that for you, sir?
I'd spoken with a woman that said in
I don't know. I didn't.
Forgetting the country in like Serbia or something.
I don't know. I didn't.
In
I
the
didn't.
1930s, they were teaching flat Earth, and then in Mexico last winter, or a couple winters ago, I talked to a guy who said in the 1950s they were still teaching flat and globe here in the United States. They didn't know. And then all of a sudden,
This is all lies, by the way. Flat Earth was never taught in schools. Like this is all lies. 100% lies. Flat Earth was not taught in United States schools, and if it was taught as something that we learned from. Give him every penny. I don't see them. This is what I look. This is what I have. I have exactly what you see over here. This is all I have. Can you resend them?
right around Project High Jump, they removed flat Earth from an option. They only taught the globe, and that's it. Right? You want to get your head chopped off? Go to a 10-year-old, tell them the Earth is flat. They'll be like, no, and they got all this information. Like, where are you getting all of that?
Yes, you will get your head chopped off because you're teaching a child misinformation. You're lying to a child, a vulnerable mind. Yeah, you're going to get your head chopped off.
Indoctrination from, right? And it's coming from school. First worksheet you bring home from school. One of the first ones is the Earth goes around the sun, right? The moon goes around the Earth, right? I got that as a kid, and kids are still doing it today.
Yeah, because that's truth. That's what is observable. That's what is happening. The kids are not going to be taught what's not happening.
Globe in the front of the class. When it's their birthday, they march around the class with the cake and they go, another trip around the sun, right? Indoctrination.
Who fucking says that?
Star Wars, Star Trek,
Yeah.
you know, all of that. It's
Science
all
fiction.
about space. And here's the thing. We're all just
because space is fucking cool.
bunch of big babies, right? We don't want to let go of our ball. And one of the things that is the hardest to let go for many people is aliens.
Yeah.
Extraterrestrial.
I was going to ask you about that.
Right? Well,
wait. I'm gonna make an assumption here. The extraterrestrials he's gonna say is extraterrestrial, extra land beyond the Antarctica. These beings are coming from places beyond Antarctica. I guarantee you. Watch. He's the kind of guy. Karen, why did your message just got deleted in front of my eyes? What's happening? Did you delete your message? What happened? Why does it say message retracted? Is there someone modding my fucking chat right now? Did I get hacked? He's the kind of guy who could convince that old lady to give him every penny from her bank because he's a scammer. That's correct. And I wouldn't put it past him that he tried or was successful in doing that. I wouldn't put it past him at all.
the closest star, other than our sun, you know,
I
the
believe.
sun's
Okay.
the closest star, is 4.5 light years away.
If flat Earth was insurance or real estate, flat Earthers would be in prison. Facts.
Equals about 25 trillion miles, Roseanne. 25 trillion miles. In the cosmic realm, 25 trillion miles is our next door neighbor. Okay. Do you know how far 25 trillion miles is? Do you know how big a trillion is? How long do you think 1 trillion seconds is?
1,000,000 years.
Well, that's a reasonable guess. It's 31,000 years. 1 trillion seconds. Most people say 5 years, 10 years, 2 years.
Oh, most people that you talk to would say something like that because they don't know any better and they're already fucking eating out of your palm.
1 trillion seconds is 31,000 years. So if you and I were in a rocket ship together going a mile per second faster than anyone's ever gone, and we went 1 trillion miles, so we traveled for 31,000 years, we're only 1/25th of the way to the closest star. So, you know what?
Maybe those aliens are from the other continents beyond.
Thank you. You're way ahead of me.
Actually, they come underground. That's
if we
what
can
the
go,
message
that
says.
makes sense.
if
to
we can
me.
go
What did I say?
100,000 miles an hour, it would only take us 28,000 years to get to the closest star. When we got there, we're like,
What did I
oh, there's
say?
nobody here. We got to go to the next star, which is 100 times farther. Okay. Ridiculous. They don't travel through impossible fake space to crash in Roswell, but they could be traveling 20,000 miles.
Well, a lot of the military footage of UFOs that they finally started releasing, a lot of that comes from under the ocean.
Through volcanoes.
They believe there's bases underground.
Right.
Maybe there's wormholes between those other
Well,
continents.
caves.
So
down through our world,
Yeah.
right?
well, there's a lot of underground stuff going on.
Oh yeah, this whole war that we're involved in is underground.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
where children are
So
shuffled.
if you were
Children are being shuffled underground. Can someone verify that for me?
living on the land beyond Antarctica, so that would be extra land, extra territory, extra terra. You
Extraterrestrial.
would be an extraterrestrial from
What
the
did I
outer
say?
space.
What did I fucking say?
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
I want to go move over one of them fucking
Well,
continents.
so-
I'm so bored here.
There's a book on
Christ.
the app in the book
Oh,
section
Roseanne.
called The Iron Republic. And it's a story about a politician in New York that got sick of politics. Right, he just got tired of it, and he had a bunch of money. He sold his house and he bought a ship, and he was exploring Antarctica. And they saw this inlet, and they kind of get sucked into it. So they're navigating through this inlet. This whole story. Then they pop back out of the ocean, and they couldn't figure out where they were. Their charts weren't right. The stars weren't right, and they were lost for 2 or 3 months at sea. And
It's
then
a
they finally saw
fucking
land.
story,
they saw a
dude.
city. They're like, okay, let's wait until morning. And so they anchored off the city, and the city they said was very quiet. And then a ship came out and meet them. They're like, hey.
There's also a place called Middle Earth, where Mordor is the underground war. Yeah, I don't understand what the fuck they're talking about. I don't understand what that is. The underground war. I'm gonna refresh this real quick.
Hey, we're from the United States. Where are we? And they're like, well, this is the Iron Republic. And they're like, where's that? And he said, well, it's on the other side of Antarctica, about the same distance as the United States is from the inside. and didn't quite understood. He went in there, and he ended up staying there for a decade, for 10 years. And he got married, he fell in love and everything. And then I think his wife died. He got distraught. He got his ship back and he made it back and he landed in Florida and he published a whole bunch of articles and turned into a book called The Iron Republic.
Of all fucking places, he ends up in Florida.
In Florida Magazine, which you cannot find a single physical copy of anymore.
What era was this?
1901.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, 1901. So here's the thing. Oh, and the story he told over there, flat screens, and I think they had floating cars, and just a whole different setup. And and the story was they used to live here, I think, and they said in the United States, but they were tired in the 1600s, but they were tired of the tyranny, so they left and they went to the outer lands.
He got
They
a
picked
cold
up and
fusion
left.
mumbo jumbo.
Imagine if there was a whole bunch of other continents. Do you think people would pick up and leave right now?
I would.
Yeah, I'd be right there with you.
Will you with the mic close to your?
Yeah.
I would.
you can
I'd
pull it.
love to go someplace where there isn't none of this horse
So
shit.
so they've created
Right?
this
Fuck
Antarctic
yeah, I hope this is
treaty.
real.
They've created this Antarctic treaty to stop us from going there.
Mm.
And
Oh, I know everybody signed it.
yeah, everyone, all the
Except for,
countries.
aren't they saying Iran controls it now?
Oh, whatever.
Oh,
you know, that's why nobody
stop.
can question them, right?
Well, real quick question because it's getting really good. Just all the governments are involved in this, right? Like Russia,
all the
Iran.
governments are
Yeah, the
working
world.
together.
And
The
have
all
been.
wars
gonna say
are
the
just
space
a
race-
game.
Space race was bullshit.
It's all fake. Project Paperclip.
Yes,
fake.
they're
Oh, really?
yes,
Because they
they're killing hundreds and hundreds or thousands of people because in these fake wars because of the Antarctic Treaty.
they were all working together already.
Okay.
Yeah,
right?
they were.
But it was a real project. They did it. You know, it's a whole thing.
Was the space race real at
They
all?
just moved their headquarters.
Yeah,
Project
they're
Paperclip.
just moving the power structure around, and all of the space agencies, they're all in on it together. It's just a money laundering, control jobs program. It's just to keep the slaves busy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Murdering hundreds and thousands of people.
Yes, it is. I agree with that.
It's
We
fascinating.
all ought to get a boat and head out for our new
They won't
Well,
let us.
homeland.
you'll be stopped, is what the problem is.
You wouldn't be. Flat Earth Dave. Are you going to bring up the final experiment at all in this conversation? There's 20 minutes left of this. Are you going to bring up the final experiment?
Is you won't be
How do we
allowed.
get a
People have
passport?
tried. They've been arrested. Their ships have been seized. They've been sunk. They've been put in jail.
This is all incorrect. It's all lies. She's drinking whiskey. No wonder she is functioning at 0.1 miles per hour.
Why are they guarding Antarctica? The other thing is
Who's guarding Antarctica? This is all lies. There haven't been ships sunk. None of this is true. He's lying.
The way that people used to travel, have you looked into the giant airships of the past, of the old world? So
no.
there's a new video. The day of recording this came out literally yesterday, called Old World Order. Old World Order by Hibbler Productions. You can find it on the Stu Peters Network. Watch it. You will love it. Whether your feelings about Stu don't matter. It's just Old World Order by Hibbler Productions. It'll be on Rumble soon. I think it's on Rumble. But watch it. It's amazing. It'll blow your mind. You will love it because it's
Really?
everything that you're looking into.
Well, he talks about Tartaria too.
Yeah, it's all about Tartaria.
You know, the whole thing.
You
It's
know,
so crazy.
Andrew brought Tartaria up today in the interview. So I need to look into that. Like he was talking about it like I knew what he was talking about, but I didn't. So I'll need to look into that.
Crazy because I was reading about, because my family was murdered in the Ukraine, in
Oh my God, that's horrible.
around World War II. And so I was reading all this stuff about Hitler and all that stuff. I'm Jewish too, so of course I'm fascinated by all that.
It's all fascinating.
Yeah, but it said
Yeah, is it Hitler production or Hiddler? I'll let you know when I make a short on it.
that they did the DNA or something, but they were saying that the Ukrainian whatever, that Hitler regarded that and the DNA proves that that was, they called the Jews Tartarians then.
Yeah, there's
Way back then, they were calling Jews Tartarians.
on my app, I have a button called the homeschool button, and the top row has all Tatarian stuff on it. The first one is a channel called My Lunch Break. You will love it. He's on every platform. Just search My Lunch Break, and he does like these 20, 30-minute videos on old buildings and the story behind them, and how impossible they all are.
I love old buildings.
You, Roseanne?
Andrew mentioned that today. Andrew mentioned this. I wonder if he is a subscriber to David Weiss's fucking app. Why do you have the chat set to top chat? Change it to live chat. Oh. Oh my God. Have I missed so many chats? Hold on. Because I don't know YouTube, okay? This is my first time streaming just to YouTube. It's my bad. You own his app? I know you have his app. I know you have his app because you talk about it. And like that's like that's okay by me that you own his app. Because I know it's just for research. But I personally would not want to give him any money ever.
If you watch that, you're gonna watch every episode.
Even for research.
You're gonna watch every episode, and you're gonna fall in love. My Lunch Break. He's also the guy that does that is featured in Old World Order. This video is going to wake up a lot of people.
What are we going to do if we all like get together and go, okay,
So here's the thing. There's people that say, we need to take down the government. We need a revolution. That's what they want because they've got.
Oh, you got it. It was only a buck. You got it for a bargain.
If we all ignore the government. If we all.
I say that every day. Ignore them.
Yeah. Ignore them. They have no power over us.
Retake your energy and your imagination from them.
We are all
and
sovereign
they'll just wilt and
citizens.
blow away.
Laws don't apply to
And
us.
that is the absolute truth. They won't exist. They won't exist. They exist in our imagination.
Keep propping them up.
Absolutely.
Even when we deny that they exist, we prop them up.
People are just so afraid. They're
What
like,
is
well,
happening?
I'm only one person. There's
What is
nothing I can do. Yes, one person knowing the truth is stronger than a million people lying.
Oh.
That's right.
Oh, that's what you meant by put it on live chat. Dave is a scumbag for gaslighting a dementia patient to further his grift. There's a special place in hell for him. Holy shit. What else have I fucking missed? What a reprehensible maggot. Yes. Of all the crap he's pulled, this makes me furious. What happened to my two comments? Okay, the Roseanne Barr is an insane psychopath. Yes. If Flat Earth was okay, I've been debunking Flat Earth for 5 years. I absolutely hate David Weiss. I don't hate many people, but I hate him. I mean, that is justified. His brain is just jam-packed with garbage. Fags. Hibbler. Oh, Hibbler. So his Hibbler needs to be punched in the dick. All right.
A lie cannot exist by itself. A lie has to be held up in your imagination. The truth is the truth. It is what it is. It will never not be the truth. Nature is the truth.
That's right.
Right? They've created a
That's
fake
the
world.
creation of God is nature.
Yeah. God is in nature, but they're trying to pervert it. They're trying to convince us, they've got us on their satanic ball. They got us
Well, it
believing
really
nonsense.
is the satanic thing because they want us, they believe that Lucifer, their God, is as powerful or more than God.
I think that
It's such a joke
I
that
think
they would actually think the devil or whoever it is
Yeah.
they're
well, they
worshiping.
get caught in the material world, like
Yeah.
the material girl. They and I guess
Bringing up
Lucifer
Madonna?
will
You're gonna use Madonna? What did she have to do with any of this?
help you go there, but then the price is big. The price is big.
There ain't no damn Lucifer.
Well, whatever the god of
Yikes. Yikes on bikes.
so that they all pray to the same thing.
Well, they have a conspiracy that Lucifer is actually God, and the God we follow is
That's
the wrong
what
one.
they
We
say.
get lied to. It's their own version.
That's what
But
they
think that's enlightenment. They think he's the angel of enlightenment, but he ain't.
Well, Lucifer.
That's all they're saying is they.
I'm so sick of bullshit.
My life.
It's all the world of.
Then why are you sitting across from David Weiss right now? David Weiss is the epitome of bullshit.
Bullshit, isn't it? Wall to wall horse shit.
It's bigger than you can even imagine. I mean, you're just finding out today that the lie is bigger than the ground that you're standing on.
Well,
Right?
I know everything's a lie except
Right.
God.
People, there's so many people that are awake to all the conspiracy, a lot of the conspiracies, right?
That's me.
But
Nazis had a Himmler. Had an Himmler. Did I miss something? Nazis had a Himmler.
but they still believe in NASA.
Yeah,
Even though we
that's
shown
me.
them that their rockets are fake. Go to my website,
Do you think we
flatearthdave.com.
went to the moon?
No, there's no moon.
There's
he's
no
saying.
moon to go to. It's not a place.
That's
It's
what
right
you
there.
You gotta see the world.
It's
this
right
is what
there.
you gotta do, Ma. You gotta catch up with the.
On my
flow.
website, for those of you that are huge Elon fans, go to my website, scroll down to the banner that's just a whole bunch of pictures of Elon. Click it. There's a 5-minute video done by Greg Reese showing you that he is a 100% total fraud. Now, is he a knowing fraud or is it an MK Ultra fraud?
You know what? I am actually, I don't know, like the lack of self-reflection here is actually making me physically ill. Yo, what's up, Sean G? How you doing? What's up, party people? Hello. Oh, we talked about Himmler. Yes. Oh, too close to Himmler. Oh, I see what you're doing. Okay. From here on out, there's really no content. It's just them talking about how much they hate liars, and like the irony is so gross that I don't know if I could. You know what? Fuck it. I made it this far.
Let's go back and forth.
It's all MK Ultra.
Okay, maybe that's what it is.
See,
but
what
it's
I like
all lies.
I like about the flat Earth, because I'm getting into it now, is that all the stuff that we kind of put up doesn't make sense. It kind of all fuses instantly once you
all of it
accept
comes
it.
together.
It
All
all
those
makes
blue
sense
dots
now.
I showed you.
It is the Matrix.
It
I
is.
can see that.
Yeah, they're all.
If life is a simulation, then all evidence of the simulation points to the Earth being a globe.
All
Like saying that we're living in a simulation, like we're living in the Matrix, doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. All evidence in this simulation proves that the Earth is a globe.
99.9% of them didn't buy the medical tyranny that's been going on.
Yeah, we didn't.
Right? The one thing the Globers get right is like, oh, you're a flat earther, you're probably an anti-vaxxer, right?
Definitely.
Hey, you got that right.
Yeah. Add it to the
Yeah,
list.
no shit.
You
No,
got that
I'm
right.
I'm 100% against medical tyranny. We were right about everything, every step of the way. I don't know. I get nervous about being
I
too
think they
open-minded.
put us all here wherever we are.
Yeah. All science is garbage. All proven sciences is just trash. It's I watched a YouTube video. I am informed. I know better than all scientists. This is them. This is them. Yes, you are all wrong.
And I love talking about it, but
How'd that work out for
they're
Bob?
just using
Yeah, no
human
shit.
beings as captive
If
puppets.
a sim evidence would be your own, so for a sim is a globe, for simulation is what they observe. Holy shit, what? So for you, sim is a globe, for simulation is what you observe. What? Yeah. If all evidence, if this was a simulation, it doesn't change the fact that what we observe and what has been proven, we live on a globe. Maybe the whiskey is to keep her from going off completely on him since she's Jewish. Well, he's supposedly Jewish too. He's supposedly Jewish too. Well, he grew up in a he was born into a Jewish family, a non-practicing Jewish family. He said that.
For their experiments.
Absolutely. And I think this is a spiritual war that we're in, and they're taking our energy. They
Yeah.
want that loose and negative energy.
Yeah, that loosh. Yeah, absolutely.
They want that energy, and they want to keep us in fear. So if you watch the news, north, east, west, south, they're
Mhm.
steering your mind with the news,
Mhm.
right? And like I never watch the news, but once a year I'll turn it on for like 2 minutes. I'm like, I can't take it anymore. It's just horrible. It's
Yeah.
just nasty stuff.
No, you feel it, and it's
Right.
It's bad.
It's. I say the news gives you cancer.
Yeah.
Watch the news, you'll get cancer.
Social media
Okay?
too, I think.
Yeah, I think the media gives you cancer.
Social media is making me
All
so
it does
crazy.
is create distrust, division, and hatred and fear.
Yeah, absolutely. And see, here's the thing: false evidence appearing real.
That's everything you just stated that the media does is what the person that's sitting in front of you in your house on your couch is making money off of. You fucking moron.
Real is fear. False evidence appearing real.
Oh, that's good.
If you focus on fear and nonsense and the news, that's going to manifest into your reality. They don't want us to
That's his entire sales tactic.
know that
That's
our thoughts.
that's what he's using is people's fear. He's saying, I have the way out of all this fear. I have the way out of reality. I have the way out. Buy my app. Watch my videos. Give me the ad revenue. Give me all of your attention, and I will set you free from all this fear and tyranny and misinformation. Like this guy is the second coming, or is like Roseanne just said, Lucifer doesn't exist. He's sitting in front of you. They would not exist if social media wasn't there. That's correct. It's gaslighting, plain and simple. Yep. That's exactly it. He's a scammer. It's all a scam. It's to put money in his pocket. This is his sales tactic, and he wouldn't do it if it didn't work.
Thoughts manifest our reality. Roseanne, when you were
That
young,
is true. I know that's true.
it must have been very easy for a woman to get into comedy, right? Joking, right? But you
Wow. Yikes.
thought your way into it. You visioned it, you imagined it, you saw it, and you made
Yeah.
it happen.
I visualized
That's
it.
the truth for everything.
So
It is.
are you into simulation theory then?
Well,
Or
I,
just
I don't.
Simulation. The simulation that we're in, if it is a simulation, all evidence proves it's a globe.
Like
know what
that
I mean.
word simulation theory.
I don't either.
But
But you know what I
this
mean.
place is an interesting realm.
right? It is, right?
It's an interesting realm. I think this is me. I'm not speaking for anyone else. I think that the stars in the sky are where our souls reside. They're angelic. They're angels. That's why they don't move, because they're perfect.
Okay.
Right? And we take time coming here to have this avatar experience in this physical realm. I don't believe it's a all computer simulation.
Okay.
But we're here having this spiritual this experience.
Yeah, but she said right before that Lucifer is tricking us. But yeah, Lucifer is tricking us. Yet Lucifer doesn't exist. Make up your mind, because Lucifer is sitting right in front of you.
in a
Realm.
3D physicality.
I believe that too.
Right. And then there's layers of heaven above us, and I don't know what's below us, but I am, some people might consider this hell.
Yeah.
Right? This is an amazing
Yes,
experience.
this
It's
is
an amazing time
what
to be alive.
listening to you talk is hell. However, I've made it this far into hell. I have to see my way out of it.
Alive. And when you wake up to this stuff, you're never bored. It's just mind blowing. Here's the thing.
You're right. I actually am never bored of what flat earthers have to come up with. That's why I'm here right now. Is because I'm never bored of it. I'm never bored of telling flat earthers that they are fucking stupid. I'm never bored of telling flat earthers that they are misinformed. I am never bored of telling flat earthers that if they open their eyes and stop lying, when they are presented clear evidence that the earth is in fact a globe, I will never get bored of that, of telling them that they are willfully ignorant. And I will fight this until it's done.
There's you can go on YouTube and the internet and search Loch Ness monster, fairies, whatever.
And
all
this was
information
Mike's
about aliens,
confession.
tons of stuff. Flat Earth, they feed you propaganda. Propaganda. Like, you can go like, hey, last year I was looking.
All flat earth is propaganda. That's all they rely on. They rely on misinformed memes. They rely on idiots like this completely lying about objective facts. This is what they rely on because it fits their own narrative, and they're looking for a way out from the scary reality. Reality is scary. Sorry. Flat Earth isn't going to keep you safe from fucking from wars or nuclear holocausts or hurricanes or tornadoes. Like sorry, this is reality. It's scary.
Looking into underwater basket weaving, and I watched a video. I can go to my YouTube history, search for it, and I'll find that video in my YouTube history.
I'm sure you will.
Right? If you were able to find some good flat earth videos and watch them, you can then go to your history and search for flat earth, and none of them will show up.
Yeah.
Just propaganda videos will replace them.
Actually, to be specific, Professor Dave videos will replace them.
Yeah.
That's the only one that they're doing. It's the only topic that they'll do that with.
Yeah.
That's not correct. that's not correct. They do it on vaccination videos as well. They do it on anything that is misinforming, right? Informing the masses of misinformation. That is what they will censor. Because it's, what is it? Oh yeah, misinformation. Because it's dangerous information to get out to the public because the public will believe it. And if I ran a company that was like YouTube or whatever, I too would want to keep objective misinformation from getting to the people who would use my site that could potentially damage society as we know it. Like these people are like, oh, this is proof that the earth is flat is because we're being censored. No, it's proof that you're giving misinformation. It's proof that you are the problem that they are trying to silence.
It's not the only one, because that's what radicalized me.
Yeah, okay.
Was my study of Torah.
Yeah.
And Judaism, which I've done my whole life, but and I used the internet to do it, but I saw how they were erasing actual Jewish history on the internet and erasing actual Torah too. Because when I'd go on, it would be like a fake kind of not Judaism. It would be an infiltrated fake Judaism, and at the end it would say something about the Catholic Church or something about a Protestant. It wouldn't be, rabbis of Judaism.
Again, they're giving
So
you a
I
little
knew,
bit.
I put that on my list of
then
things to
that
look into.
They erase history. They give us the information they want us
They.
to have.
They.
And who controls it is a very small. I figured out it's about 2,500 people.
Yeah.
That control all information.
Who are those 2,500 people?
Less than that, actually.
Well, but that's the big circle that controls everything about what we're allowed to know.
Right.
They're the owners of the world, like George Carlin said.
Yeah.
They are
What the hell is not
owners
Judaism?
and the arbiters.
But here's the thing: we are getting to a point of critical mass where we can all exit the matrix.
Well, I hope we do, and I hope we do it fast.
Yeah, well,
because
it's coming
since
around.
I exited it, which has been quite a while, I have to say, you find free creative space. You can actually think and create and feel good and feel love.
You're not gonna feel like the government is gonna snipe you from 500 miles away with a line of sight or whatever they fucking say. You're not afraid that exposing the truth is going to get you killed like all the others. You're not afraid of that.
That's what it's all about. It's all about love. That's why they want to keep us.
Can
6
we
feet
exit
apart.
it?
They want us.
I don't want it. The Matrix, dude. Have you seen those fucking robots and shit? Those are terrifying. I don't want anything to do with those.
Afraid of each other. They wanted you to believe in systemic racism. It's all just made up.
6 feet apart, my.
Did he just say that systemic racism is made up? Oh my Lanta. Oh, no. Oh no. The Sentinels will get you. Mr. Smith will come and get you.
My one friend who knows about MK Ultra says that what that is 6 feet under.
Yeah.
It's a living death where you're not allowed to come in contact with humanity.
Yeah. That's what it's all about. Our we have this 6 foot, average toroidal field around us with our heart energy. And
No, stop. Stop. They're attributing the 6 foot rule during COVID to your toroidal energy. Are you serious? The 6 foot rule is based off of the study of germs flying out of your face when you cough and sneeze. He starts to sound like Alex Jones.
they want us interacting. I mean, they literally want to take us away from all of our natural senses.
Like we're done. Like we're like that's all over. Like how is it still a topic of conversation?
Yeah.
The 6 foot energy. That's a good field.
When you look into this, it's phenomenal. Belief
The spitflying, yeah,
is believing
exactly.
and knowing. Okay.
I've always thought
Jesus.
that. Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah, because it's easy. You guys believe I live in Connecticut.
Yeah.
Do you know it?
No.
No, you
No.
don't. Right?
He lives in Connecticut. David Weiss lives in Connecticut. That's really close to me. I just drove through Connecticut. No, I drove through David Weiss's energy, toroidal fucking energy field when I went to go visit you.
But knowing takes time and effort, and people are lazy, and people like I don't really.
Yeah, people like this is exactly the sales tactic that he uses. He has to use a sales tactic. Is he tries to relate to people, telling them that they're lazy, telling them that they're this and that. But if you don't want to be lazy, you'll get my app. You'll go to flatearthdave.com. You'll get informed based off of what I tell you. All these other people are lying. I'm not lying. I will inform you. Go to flatearthdave.com and download my app. Go find them, force them to a debate. I don't know. I definitely would want to sit him. I don't know. I think that with just the things that he has said tonight, I wouldn't be able to look at him and not just fucking strangle him. Like I am not a violent man. I don't get into fights. I get mad and I yell. But this man right here, I think would change that. I think he would be the first person that I would actually be violent towards, unprovoked. Like if he walked up to me, I feel like he would suffer some kind of a physical injury.
Really need to verify that. My intuition tells me Dave's not lying about that. So you got to figure everything else out. If you look into flat Earth, if you Google flat Earth, you're going to get nonsense. Your brain's going to get tired. It's going to get confused, and you're going to give up. Right?
No, you're going to find everything that says the flat Earth doesn't exist. That's what you're going to find. Like if your brain gets tired by facts, then sorry, then you shouldn't be. You should go back to washing dishes or something. Like if you can't manage facts about reality, then there's a place for you. Okay, and it's not looking into the flat Earth. Maybe enroll into a night school or something, and then and then maybe it'll just be like slowly taught to you. Like, I don't know what to say. If you can't handle facts, then there's no hope.
Right. That's why I created this app. It bypasses their algorithm. You can find it at FLERFDAVE.com. And I offer for the people that think I'm crazy, you can win 3 Bitcoins.
Yep, there it is.
For 1 globe proof. All you got to do is watch the daily video every day. There's a new video every day, just for like 2 weeks while you're having your breakfast, tea, coffee, whatever. And at the end of that, send me 1 proof and you win 3 Bitcoins.
That is an absolute utter lie. And that is how he makes his money. He sells it. He says, if you get my app and then you watch these videos, give me the ad revenue. So he makes money off the ad revenue. And then he makes money off the app, ad revenue, and the in-app purchases. Okay, like the yearly subscriptions. Makes money off of that. With the empty promise that if you submit globe proof, that he'll give you 3 Bitcoin. That's not an escrow, by the way. Like, there's no telling that he actually has 3 Bitcoin. Like, there's nothing showing that he actually has it. There's like, it's mind-boggling, this sales tactic, and it not being blatantly obvious to these people that he is a scammer. He is a blatant scammer, and he just told the entire world how he runs his scam. He just did. He just told the entire world.
Problem is, you're going to end up being a flat earther if you do that. So, fair warning, if you take my challenge, you're not getting 3 Bitcoins and you're going to be a flat.
At least he's honest. He's honest about one thing. You're not getting those Bitcoins. He lied about the other one, that you'll become a flat earther. Sean, quick question. You have his app. Are you a flat earther? Quick question. Just wondering.
Flat earther. So there you go.
Well, there's no reason to think it wouldn't be true, right? There's no reason to think this is an impossibility.
There's no reason to think that this is an impossibility. Let me just say, he's talking to the right people. You can see money signs in this guy's eyes right now. He knows that he made the right decision by sitting on that fucking couch. With what he just said, with what Roseanne's son just said, he was justified that I am in the right fucking place.
Well, what's an impossibility is the spinning ball in a non-sealed space vacuum, right? How are we in? The globe breaks every law of thermodynamics. It breaks the 3-body problem. It breaks.
Let's talk about thermodynamics real quick. What about the globe breaks all thermodynamics? What about the sun traveling at thousands of miles per hour around the outer rim in order for it to make day and night consistent across what would be predicted? Like, as the sun moves out into the disk, it would have to exponentially increase its speed to keep that 24-hour time. It would be going thousands of miles per hour. Okay, and then as it goes back up towards the North Pole, across the equator and to the Capricorn, whatever, it would then have to start slowing down. So please tell me about how the globe Earth breaks every law of thermodynamics. They should have asked him, would you ever admit if you got proof of a globe? They wouldn't ask that. That would put him into a corner. And he would you know what he would say? He would say yes. He would absolutely say yes. But he would refuse to. I mean, he's been given proof of a globe, and he is knowingly lying. Okay, he knows exactly what he's doing. He is knowing he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows he's lying, and he knows that he has to keep up this lie to be able to continue making money.
The inverse square law, it breaks everything. Polaris, you can see with your naked eye, right?
Mhm.
They tell us Polaris 46 times bigger than our sun. Okay, now we have something to compare it to. The sun and the moon, our sun and moon, they look like they're the same size, but really the sun's 400 times bigger, but it's 400 times farther, so it looks like it's the same size. Or maybe
Yeah,
it's just the same
and
size, right? So,
and it's not the same size. It's a little bit bigger than the moon in our sky. That's why when you have the lunar eclipse or the solar eclipse, there's still a ring around the moon during full coverage. You can still see the sun around the moon during full coverage. So the sun is not the same size as the moon in our sky.
so scaling and variance work. So if the sun was a yoga ball and the earth was a BB, that's about the size, right?
Mhm.
And if you're standing on the top of that BB and we put the yoga ball a quarter of an inch over your head and you looked up, the whole sky would be the sun. We move it 93 million miles away. It's the size of a coin held at arm's length. Okay. So how do we make Polaris the same size? Well, it would have to be 46 times farther, right? 46 times farther, it would look like it's the same size. So the sun is 8 light minutes away. Understand what a light minute is? Light travels at 8. So if we made it 8 times farther, that would be a light hour, right? So if the sun was twice the distance, it'd be a quarter the size. 4 times the distance, it'd be a 16th of the size. 8 times farther, it'd be a 64th the size. So now the sun's the size of a star. So at a light hour away, our sun is hard to see. But let's be safe. Let's make it 24 hours away, 24 light hours away. You couldn't see it. No one's going to argue with that. It's too small to see at 1 light day away. So if we made Polaris,
you would still be able to see it. You 100% would still be able to see it.
46 light days away, they would both be invisible. 46 light days away. Let's round it up to.
It would. He's throwing out these numbers to try and confuse the audience. He's throwing out these garbage numbers that don't apply, and then like, sure, they might be correct. The numbers might be correct, but you wouldn't be able to see it. That's fucking false. Like, what is the point here? Like, it's just fucking
2
lies.
light months. Give the globe that benefit. At 2 light months away, there's no argument. Polaris would not be seeable. You know how far they tell us Polaris is? 433 light years away.
Like, what?
Yeah.
Oh, so that's your point, is that we shouldn't be able to see Polaris because it's so far away. It's also exponentially larger than our sun. Like, just the cognitive dissonance between understanding size and scale and how light works is just mind-blowing. That he's just going to sit there and lie to all these people. And it's just to make money.
Most people just short circuit at that.
No, it's
Most
hard
people
to,
just short circuit.
No, most people short circuit at, I don't even know. Fuck
But
you.
Do the
I'm
math
all in a tizzy.
and shows you that's science, that you can't see it. Did I lose you?
No, I was just thinking about people who when we talk about physics and math, because I'm a fan of math,
Oh, are you?
especially math and Torah. I'm a big fan. But the guy that I talk to, or the men that I talk to, they always say, but we're talking about the other physics. Do you know
The quantum physics?
No, the other
Metaphysics?
physics that isn't based on bullshit.
Oh, because real physics is bullshit? What? Are you gonna? That's called pseudoscience. Well, he ain't getting younger. He needs money. That's correct. I think, does he have kids? I don't know if he has kids.
Real physics.
Yeah.
they just use pseudoscience. They just say
Right.
physics.
Yes, there
you
it
know,
is.
Michio Kaku says
It's
that
pseudoscience.
that his field of astrophysics, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
That they're off. You know, they say when science is off by a factor of 2 or 10, that's horrible. But astrophysics is off by 1 to the 120th power. That's a number that's not even conceivable. You can't fathom that number. The human mind can't fathom it. It's just
There's a lot about the universe that that the human mind can't fathom. That's what makes it so fucking insane and insanely like cool to study. That's why I'm studying it.
All right, a trillion. Remember how big a trillion was? That's 12 zeros. Okay,
Right.
You know, you can't fathom it.
Right.
So, again, what science we talk about? Science. You know, I can take a tape measure and measure this table, and I can come up with a physical measurement of something.
Yeah.
I can't look at a light in the sky and measure it unless I know how big it is already.
Or you can follow the parallax. You can use geometry and you know all the maths that in sciences that we have very well studied and have down pat, buddy. Oh, where is it? Here it is. Oh shit, hold on. Oh. Here we go. There you go. That's David Weiss. You're all wrong, says a man who saw a YouTube video.
Or the distance.
Or you can go there.
Or I can go there, right? It's
Right.
all pseudoscience nonsense.
Isn't that crazy to think about that?
Here's the thing. We live in a world where we want to love everybody, where we want to trust everybody, right? But we live in a world of liars. Now, are all teachers
And
scientists?
demons.
Irony,
We
the fucking irony. Oh my god. It's so sickening. When he starts talking about liars as if he's not one of the biggest liars that's been on recent media, like it just makes me feel ill. So ill that I'm going to take another shot of this Malort. I don't usually use chasers, but like the Malort needs one. Everyone are liars? What the fuck? Oh, The Princess Bride? Yeah. I haven't seen that movie since I was like a teenager. I gotta watch that again.
live amongst demons. I mean,
100%.
human demons.
Yeah, there's people that have demonic
Human
spirits, right?
demons.
But are all teachers liars? I'd say 99.9% of them are honest, good-hearted people.
Yeah, because they're just teaching what they were taught by the liars
that have been lied to.
Yeah, I think that too.
Right? Guess how you become a teacher? You regurgitate the Rockefeller nonsense and get straight A's, and you can become a teacher. Hey, you're really good at regurgitating this. Why don't you teach the next generation?
Right.
And then because you're
True.
a teacher,
Ugh,
you're
very
now
true.
accredited. So
Right.
that even
No.
reinforces
Malort is
your
a beverage from
certification
the
of being
devil
a
himself.
teacher. So now then nobody can tell you you're wrong because you're a teacher. You're a professor.
Right.
Well, I love having you on today because
Yeah.
what you do is liberate our imagination and our thinking and our connection to, scientific method, which those things
There
have all
was
been
zero
buried
scientific
and
method discussed this
demonized
entire
by
time.
this ridiculous system we're
Yeah.
captive of. So I love this conversation.
Thanks so much. And this is most of my interviews that I do are not in studio. I've been doing a lot of in studio ones lately, but I have visuals of everything I'm talking about. So if you go to flatearthdave.com, scroll down to my social medias, make sure you subscribe to my channels there. But there's one called Dave's Interviews. There's a big banner there. Click it and just watch those for a few days.
Yeah,
watch
verify
those for a few days.
Yeah, watch David watch Professor Dave completely destroy you.
And try to win the 3 Bitcoins.
Yeah.
How exciting to
yeah.
think that we have whole new information to pursue.
No, I love the idea. And I do know, even as a kid, when I was learning this stuff, and I believe in the moon landing and NASA and all that, I remember asking in like the 4th grade a teacher, what is gravity? Like, how does it work? And she said, And they would say it
I
today.
don't know.
We don't know. We don't know. It's
Yeah.
not something provable. And I was like, well,
It's not something provable? What? To pass your physics exam or to pass your physics class, there's two things that you have to do. Is to do the Foucault's pendulum experiment and the Cavendish experiment. The Foucault's pendulum shows the rotation of the Earth and the angle of the pendulum drifting shows you your latitude with the correct equations. And the Cavendish experiment proves that mass is attracted to mass. You have to complete these experiments in order to pass your physics to pass your physics class. Like, it's never been proven. Mass attracts mass. It gets proven every fucking day. So in submarines, okay, they have what's called accelerometers, and accelerometers detect areas of large mass. Okay, so instead of using sonar, which would give away your position, in a military kind of aspect, they use accelerometers. What these do, they detect if there's a landmass close to the submarine silently. So in order to be able to, for an accelerometer to work, gravity has to exist. Mass has to attract mass. That's how an accelerometer works. It detects mass by its gravitational pull. Like, to say, like gravity is proven many times every single day. And for someone to say what he just said just proves that David Weiss is in the right place, talking to the right people for him to continue his grift and to make more money off the ignorance, the willful ignorance off of these people.
do you guys have a theory? And they're like, no, not really, because if you actually look at a spinning ball, you would fly off it according to physics. So
no, that's not how it works at all. The centrifugal force is minuscule compared to the gravity that's holding us to the surface. Like, what are you talking about?
Do we
it's
have a
something
moment
else.
to
And
talk
I was
about
like,
gravity?
this is weird. Yeah, I would love to.
So people say, you know, the Globers say, why don't you just step off a rooftop? That'll prove gravity. Well, no, that proves that you're more dense than the air around you. The question.
Okay, so tell me why a frozen bottle of ketchup falls at the same speed as a thawed out bottle of ketchup. A frozen bottle of ketchup is going to be a lot more dense. Why does it fall at the same speed as a non-frozen bottle of ketchup? Please explain that. If it's just density, then please, what explain that.
Question is, what's making you go down and not sideways or up?
Right, gravity.
So they tell us gravity is mass attracting mass, but now they've changed it to Einsteinian gravity, which is the bending and warping of space-time, which is just word salad nonsense.
Oh, is it? Because it's still mass attracting mass,
right?
It's just we've added on to it with Einsteinian gravity. Like here's this concept. Now here's the concept. It didn't go anywhere. Mass still attracts mass.
So how can you test gravity? You can't test gravity. Some guy did it with like giant lead balls in a barn that supposedly attracted to each other, but they didn't take in the electrostatic effect.
This experiment, so what he's talking about is the Cavendish experiment. The Cavendish experiment has been done with multiple different materials, all grounded, so they all have a neutral charge. It's been done in Faraday cages. It's been done in an enclosure surrounded by water. It's been done many times in many different in the entire thing has just been enclosed in itself, so you can't even see what's happening inside. There's countless ways that the Cavendish experiment has been done or performed or whatever that prove that all can't come to this same exact conclusion, that mass attracts mass. And for him to say that is a fucking lie. And he's really counting on people to not follow up with what he just said. Because there's people, I bet you, Noam, did you know what the Cavendish experiment was before I started talking about it? Did you know what the Cavendish experiment was? Quick question. And I'm not judging you that if you didn't know, because I didn't know what the Cavendish experiment was until I started really researching flat Earth. Like I didn't know about Foucault's pendulum. I didn't know about any of this stuff. But the more I researched into it, the more it made sense that gravity fucking exists. And there are experiments and tests done daily to prove that it exists. Because we use gravity for just daily operations. It's insane.
Fact that could be, or
for someone like him in his position to say that there's no way to test for gravity, you have to know that you're lying. You have to know that you're lying.
Even a slight breeze that could have done it. Everything is electrostatic. Everything has electrostatic. You're electrostatic. Your food, the air, everything is electrostatic, right? And so everything has a charge. The ground is neutral or negative,
right?
And the air.
Please explain to me how the ground could be neutral and negative, or was he correcting himself? Fuck, hold on, I fucked up the volume.
It's a positive charge. It's measurable. There's 1,000 watts,
1,000 volts,
whatever.
You
watts
fucking
or volts,
idiot.
whatever. Every meter you go up, it's higher, and you can measure it.
But the distance, so it goes up it goes up 1,000 volts per meter at the starting from the surface, and then it starts getting further and further and further up. It starts at a meter, and then it gets more than a meter, a little bit more than a meter, all the way up. It dissipates. Yeah, it dissipates as you would expect on a globe.
A wire from a drone, and it's got electricity running through it. It's all here in the air. So there's a flow of energy down.
That's right.
And so anything that's not connected to the ground is in a positive field. The ground's negative.
It's 3:12 a.m. Oh no shit.
Negative or neutral.
This is an hour and a half video. How is it taking fucking? I've been live for 6 hours. How long? How is this taking 5 hours?
It's attracting it. So how can we test this? We had and I'll send you the video.
You won't. You'll witsit it and not send the video.
In the gravity section on the app, there's a whole bunch of videos in there. We had some leftover helium balloons, and we had a little button, and we connected it to a wire, and we just had the balloons holding it, and it's floating, a couple inches off the ground, neutrally, just sitting there. And the wire is connected to a Van der Graaf generator, where we cranked it up, and we added a positive charge to the button, and it went down.
It's electromagnetic.
And we discharged it, and it went back up because we made it more attracted to the neutral, to the negative.
How does that apply to anything that we see? How does that apply to everything? How does that apply to this piece of plastic? How does it falls at 9.8 meters per square inch. That like everything falls at the same fucking rate, you dumb fuck. How does the balloons falling because you put a charge into it match everything else, your chair that you're sitting on? How does that? Is it density? Is it electrostatics? Fucking make up your mind. Because you stop for every lie he said. That's fair. That's fair.
Right? So we manipulated the charge of it and we changed its weight. MIT came out with
We change his weight? You change his weight?
a drone called the Silent Drone. It looks like a skid. It looks like a bunch of milk crates together, and it flies with no moving parts just by its electrostatics. The XRT-3B triangular aircraft.
So you should be able to rub a cat on this bottle and it would not fall, is what you're saying. I should go get my cat. Where's my cat? Dumb fuck.
The patent says that they're using electrostatics for lift and propulsion.
The train at J. Paul Getty does that. The center, it's electromagnetic. They run a charge. It's magnetic.
Because multiple forces can be in place at once. Like it doesn't grab you. You have to find a way to. No. The people who made that silent drone, I guarantee you, believe in gravity. They had to find a way to remove to fight gravity to be able to make that drone fly, and that's how they did it with electrostatics. That doesn't mean electrostatics is the answer. They're saying what he's saying is electrostatics is gravity, is the downward acceleration. That's not how that works, friend. That's not how that works. Electrostatics exists. Gravity exists. There are two forces. Two. More forces than one can exist at a time.
It's just
All
enough.
that is really
Once you
biblical,
charge it, it
too,
moves
but
it.
we don't.
Yeah. So
we don't have time to go into that.
Well, we're gonna
but
have to
it's
have you back. But
exciting.
but
You
this
have
is
to
real
come
science.
back and talk to us
This
more.
is real science.
So just
This is real science.
finishing that.
Yeah.
So we can manipulate that, and then we could actually add a negative charge into something, and it'll go up.
Right.
Right. And so we can manipulate that. Science says that the electrostatic charge is 10 to the 36 power stronger than gravity. 10 to the 36. Remember, 10 to the.
So that what he's referencing is at a atomic level. At an atomic level is what he's referencing. Not at a grander scale. Not outside of the atomic level, but in the atomic level. He's using this information incorrectly. It is correct information used incorrectly.
The 12th is 1 trillion. 10 to the 36 stronger than gravity. What does that tell you? Gravity is 0.
Yeah, it does say that.
Gravity is 0.
Exactly.
That you have no idea what the fuck he's talking about, you dumb fuck. I have lost all respect for you, Roseanne. I used to like your show. Fuck you.
Yeah. Gravity is gravity. It's their made up God. So
Yes, I worship the 9.8 meters per square inch. I worship it every fucking night. I pray to it. I say, "Dear gravity, please watch over my family and make sure they don't fly off into space and hit their head on the firmament."
So thanks for
It's
having
real biblical. Gravity. I want you to come back and talk
He
about
said
gravity.
this would happen. He said this hour's
told
going to
you.
fly and you're going to want me back. And
I
we
love
do.
it. I love talking to
I
you.
do. We haven't even
Thank
got
you
into the
so
good
much.
shit yet. Sorry.
Come back.
I'm here at your beck and call. How's that?
Money signs in his fucking eyes.
I love you.
I love you
God
too, Roseanne.
bless you.
God
I can't. Nope. I can't. Nope. No, I'm done with that. I am absolutely done with that. Holy fuck, that was sickening. Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I couldn't handle that any for a fucking second longer. Holy shit. Anywho. All right. Well, I'm going to end it there. It's almost 3:30? It's 3:20 in the morning. I got to get to bed. They're so full of shit. So tomorrow is a big day. I mean, yeah, you're completely right. You're completely right. And the fact that Roseanne was fucking eating it up like a fucking little for her to look at him after the lies that he said to her in her house to say, "I love you." She is more delusional than my grandmother when she was on her deathbed. I went from before dinner cooking, dinner couch, and now bed. Yeah, it's midnight for you, right? It's 12:30. I appreciate you hanging out in a while. I really do, and keeping the chat alive. I really appreciate that. If there's anybody here who has not hit the like button, I really appreciate it if you did hit the like button. I have 13 likes. This is one of the best performing videos that I've had on my channel, so I do appreciate you. There are 2 more subscribers than I had when I first started, so I do appreciate the follows or the subs. I think I'm gonna stick with just YouTube for my Drunk Debunk shows. This has been a lot of fun on YouTube. Definitely not Twitch content. Twitch content is gonna be more for gaming and stuff like that, and my IRLs and anything that doesn't have to do with this. 14 likes, yo, let's go. I wonder how many dislikes I have. But anywho. Thank you so much, Noam. I really appreciate you being so active in the chat. Anybody else? And during the whole beginning of the stream as well, everyone who was active and watching. I did peak at 13 viewers. That's pretty awesome. But follow me for more of this fucking garbage content. Like, just I need to make it my goal to join the forces of erasing all misinformation, correcting idiocy, and I you know what, his name is Dave. Well, you know what, Professor Dave, he's a smart dude. So Dave is Dave, but whatever. Flat Earth Dave is a piece of shit. Literally a piece of shit. I think I demonstrated that very clearly this evening, that he is the Antichrist, and yeah, it's just, you know, it's in humanity's hands at this point to stop the misinformation, and I do plan on making it my mission to stop the misinformation. So on that note, I'm gonna go to bed. Thank you so much for all of your engagement. I really appreciate it. We expect videos on Jupiter, the 2014 versus 2016 video photo, the Kiribati trade route, difficulties while drilling 8 Mile Hole, the Iron Republic of 1901, the Old World Order, and erasing Jewish history is what I'm going to be making little videos on. No, Flat Earth Dave. I got you. All right. I'll leave it there. Enjoy the rest of your night. Noam, get some sleep. I hope your wife's doing well. I'm sure she's feeling a lot better at this point, from being sick. I do appreciate her not getting me sick. It really sucks that she had COVID, but we had a good time. All right, I'm out. Enjoy the rest of your night. Wait, how do you raid people? Can you raid people? How do you raid on YouTube? I don't know if you can. Maybe you need to be fancy, a fancy member. Wait, how did this happen? Why did this happen? She's better. Beautiful. I love to hear that. Love to hear it. All right, I'm out. Enjoy the rest of your night, guys. Bye.